I'm not sure why I chose the intense sounding music for that. That was kind of random, not gonna lie. Anyway, I guess we can start right now. Welcome everyone to another one of these stream things. Kyla, we can talk now. It's all good.
Okay, hi.
Cool. Yeah, no. I selected the crazy, like, intense heavy metal music, and I'm like, this doesn't seem appropriate for what we're doing. We're not going to fight, like, we're not playing Dark Souls today or anything like that. So I'm not sure why we're doing this kind of level of intensity. Oh my goodness. Welcome everyone. We have a rather stacked episode today with potentially more than one surprise guest, aside from our current surprise guest. Kyla, mind introducing yourselves to anyone who doesn't know who you are?
Yes, hi everybody. It's Kyla T. I do video essays. I was actually here at the last stream, which was going over Nostalgia Critic, and I'm here today mainly for one segment. I won't be here too long because me and Ant have a mutual kind of thorn in our side.
Oh
And
God,
I was
yeah.
like, yeah, and he mentioned to me that he was going to be looking at some content of his, and I was like, "Can I come on? Because I can't watch this stuff by myself. I think I will, like, bang my head on the wall."
Yeah, no, seriously. This guy in particular, he is he's been a character for quite a while with us. We'll get into him though and everything else as we go on along with the stream, but we're going to start off with a few different... Oh, wait. Oh, cool. Adrian Parchman, thank you for being a member for 1 month. If you want to join as a member, you absolutely can. If you join as a member, you can join a Discord and talk to us in private. It's awesome and cool. Anyway, as we're waiting for people to file in, we have a big crowd already. Couple of updates here. I feel really bad because I screwed up something yesterday. From being so tired. I can tell the story, I think. I don't think the other person involved cares too much. I was working on the collaboration with another noteworthy YouTuber, and I forgot to record any of my audio. So a collaboration that would have probably been out like this week or next week is now delayed as long as it takes before we record again.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, and it's a fairly decent, very friendly guy, very very friendly. But he was like, at the end of it, it's like, oh yeah, so you'll send your audio, because we end up talking for a bit afterwards, like an hour or so after recording, and he's like, oh yeah, so just email your audio like later tonight. I'm like, audio? What do you mean audio? It was very funny. Okay, cool. So. We have a few here. So Agent Parchment asks, what's up, everybody? Well, I just told you what's up with me. So Kyla, what's up with you?
Oh man, a lot. Yeah, that's one funny thing that happened. So I did do a live stream with Chloe Sunflora while we went and reviewed. I have a recent video about the Kendrick and Drake beef. And I was like, it'd be fun to kind of go over like the songs again since it's been about a year. And in it, Drake had made an AI generated diss rap using Tupac and Snoop Dogg's voices and then like himself at the end. And me and Chloe were like, we could play this because why would you want to be attached to this? Tupac's estate told him to take it down. It got copyrighted.
Of course
so the stream is blocked.
Of course it did.
I'm like, why would out of all of them, you attached yourself to this one, the most embarrassing one.
Seriously. Anything to make a little money, I guess. Who knows? Oh, that sucks, though.
Please.
I thought they couldn't copyright AI music, though.
That's what I thought. I'm looking into it. I'm gonna re-edit that stream. So if those people who did see it and you're like, what happened? I'm gonna re-edit it and it should be back up hopefully soon. But yeah.
Hopefully. And when you do, let me know so I can share it.
Okay, thank you.
A couple more super chats real quick. Nick Wolf, and here comes Kyla with the chair.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, she does. Anyway, Shark Jumping Walrus, a member for 5 months. Sup? What's up with you? Not bad. Thank you. So we actually have 3 topics of discussion today, and we're going to fit all 3 as best we can. I have them all on a playlist right here, so I'm going to bring that up for myself real quick. So the first of which is... Now, I should mention right now that one of the options I mentioned a couple of days ago as to what we might be doing on stream, the Kamala Khan gesture bell video, that will not be happening because I plan on doing a full video on gesture bell this week, which will be interesting. I have my first reaction video in a very long time in terms of legitimate video. Something, but it's not the Kamala Khan video. It's her Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn video. So Pride Month will come early this year with that discussion, as we discuss the heinousness that is that video. But for right now, put on pause. Cool. Gonna move this over. But first and foremost, I want to discuss this video right here. No, we're good. Perfect. We're all aligned. Perfect. So, Kyla, who is Mika Curtis?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. A lot of people in chat, basically, right? A lot of people in chat asked that question too. Mika Curtis is, I'll let you explain on this one since you have a lot of feelings about this.
All right. So I didn't know this at the time. My introduction to him was on Twitter during the big hubbub that was Comicsgate. Comicsgate, much in the vein of Gamergate, was about fighting, I guess, unfairness in comics, and they were pretty more blatant about being like very anti-PC, anti diversity and stuff like that. And he became like one of those figures that would promote and talk about the most recent news that had to do with it and stuff like that. Then I found out later that I guess he used to be on Channel Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, great. So you just went from the middle down to hell.
Basically. And he wasn't even like a big guy on Channel Awesome. Like I mentioned to a few different people that this guy, Mika Curtis, was on Channel Awesome. And all of them were like, who was he on Channel Awesome? I don't remember any of this guy's work. And it turns out he was a writer on Channel Awesome. There used to be a blog section on Channel Awesome that was kind of never touched because no one who went to Channel Awesome was looking at there for they weren't going there for the articles, they were going there for the features. The opposite Playboy, I think. And no one gets that joke with Playboy. Oh, I'm only reading it for the articles, not the. Never mind.
I know we're old.
You had to been there when there was printed media to get that joke. Anyway, no. So Mika Curtis. The first thing Mika Curtis wrote about me, and I'm going to bring it up right here because it's interesting, I think, to show you how long I've been around. Oh, the guy from Cheers died. I saw that on the... That's a shame.
Oh.
Yeah, who played the big guy. Oh, I'm trying to blank his name. Oh, it's a shame, yeah. That's depressing. That always stinks when it happens. Oh, here we go. Cool. So, yeah, I just opened up Google and that popped up. So here's a website that will give me my computer a virus just by going to it. Bleedingfool.com. Probably a mess of a website right here. This article was written back in 2019 about me. And if you don't believe I'm in this, just take a look. Where am I? Come on, don't make me a liar here. Oh, here you go. Cool. Excellent. This entire quote is from me, apparently. Oh, it's not even a quote. He didn't even quote me. He just screenshotted it. Okay, I guess I did the same thing.
Say, that's a big block of text.
It is, right? Yeah. I'm supposed on here twice. I don't see myself a second time, but whatever. Anyway, this whole article is a response to me, essentially. Trying to argue that I am gay and bad for saying that you should use blockchains on people if they don't want to interact with them. That was back in 2019. And blockchains back then were not like AI blockchains, but more like a program that would go through Twitter and block tens of thousands of people at once who are all affiliated with a certain user or whatever. Anyway, so that was back in 2019. And that's why a lot of people are blocked on Twitter who I've never interacted with, ever.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. So there's like tons of people like, hey, Anthony, why are you blocking me on Twitter? I'm like, I don't know. we never talked before like a few years ago. What's going on? And it turns out it's because they happen to be following some user and the AI on the blockchain noticed them. I didn't know who they were at the time, but it's crazy. Anyway, let me read a few super chats real quick. Mr. Mister, after the first video, listen to Jar's outro song. I'd call it a dog whistle, but a deaf person could hear it. Yes, I do know about his outro song. It's extremely racist.
Oh, fun.
For Jar. Oh yeah, Jar's an extreme. Yeah, Kyla, if you stick around for Jar, he's a piece of work.
Oh, Lord.
SM Jate, thank you for super chat. Jar, joke of a reviewer. A lot of people are really pissed about Jar, and I cannot blame you at all. And Adrian Parchman, the only good Drake is Comic Drake. Comic Drake's awesome. Yeah, it was funny.
Talk.
It was funny. I had just popped up on his. I popped in on his stream after finishing last Friday's video, and he was just like, "Oh, hey, come on stream with me. It'll be fun." Like we just streamed for like an hour or so. It was really fun. He's a really chill dude. That guy's a hard worker. He's really hard on himself too, I've noticed, but he's a really good guy, I think. Anyway.
He's a great content creator.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He knows his stuff. And the thing is he's very critical of himself too, which I think is unfair to him, but like, I can't tell someone not to feel like
I was gonna say you don't see me glaring at you.
No, not because the camera's off. That's why.
Yeah, because I'm like, hot meat kettle.
Yeah, I know, right? It definitely fits. It makes sense why I get along with the guy. We're both very hard on ourselves. Anyway, Protomorphid, thank you for super chat. God, the pit of my stomach hearing Jezebel did a video on my favorite new Marvel character of the past decade or so. Could have choked Galactus, lol. Yeah, Jezebel is. I mean, you'll see on Friday when I go through her work, but she is something. She is really something. She's a. I have opinions. I'll share them all on Friday because I've been having to write them down. That's how much I have. She's and she's getting fairly decent views too for a fairly new channel. Well, not fairly new, but in the scheme of people in that sphere, she's pretty new. Happy shut the F up. Thank you for super chat. Jar, more like BBP, basic bitch poop head. Also hi. I love that. Adrian Parchman, Anthony, you do catch a lot of strays lately. Lately, I always catch strays. I don't know why. People love to drag me into things. So, Kyla, this is. I'll say this briefly. There's a Tumblr blog. Okay, so as you know, Sai, who we've collaborated with in the past, tends to say a lot of inflammatory stuff online. A lot. And there's a blog. There's a lot of blogs about Sai where they catalog all the inflammatory stuff she's ever said and they get angry at it, whatever. A lot of these blogs then try to drag me into it, and they say Sai said these 15 different things, all of which I'm not gonna get into, and then Anthony said this too, and that was equally as bad as these 15 other things.
They got 15 screenshots, and then you going huh? Look what he said.
Yeah, it's like in the SpongeBob commercial where it's like, oh look, Gary, there I am, and it's like in the background waving slightly. It's really funny. I mean, it would be upsetting if I took it seriously, which I just don't. So it's very funny. Mm-hmm. Jack Thorso, thank you for the super chat. Have you seen his, in this case, Jar's, Watch Mojo-esque abortion video? Not yet.
Oh,
I plan on watching it on stream. Today.
Watch Mojo-esque.
Yeah, it's Watch Mojo-esque abortion video. I plan on watching at least some of it today on stream with all of you with me. But first,
oh my God,
I'm going to take this shirt off because it is actually surprisingly hot in here. I'm still not sure how to dress. It's weird. Like in the morning, it's 50 degrees, and in the afternoon, it's 80. It's really weird in New Jersey right now. I can't stand it.
It's weird here.
It's weird everywhere.
We had a dust storm last
Are you serious?
Friday. Yeah, we haven't had one since the 1930s. There was a whole bunch of tornadoes in down south in the state and in neighboring states, and all that wind carried the dust up to Chicago.
Oh my God. What is this? The freaking Dust Bowl, the 1930s? Like, I mean, I knew we're supposed to relive the Roaring '20s, but this is ridiculous.
I know, right?
We've already got the Great Depression. We've gotten threats of prohibition. Like, we got all that down. We got a plague. What's left?
And no good booze to get us through it.
Seriously. Well, they're trying to push like a prohibition thing I was hearing the other day. Like, which is ridiculous. I mean, that and the porn ban, which is ridiculous. Anyway, let's get to Mika Curtis here. So this video is titled "Every Anime Video Essay Ever," and I'm sure Mika, in his infinite wisdom, will tell us what a good anime video essay is. And having seen it, I know a few things. Unfortunately, a few people who I've informed outside of this have caught strays as well. Also, Neuralities catches a stray here, which just upsets me because I really like Neuralities, and it really stinks that they keep getting strays here. But we'll dive in. So if you're ready for someone attacking Neuralities randomly, along with me and Professor Otaku, here you go. Let's begin. Kyle, any thoughts before we dive in?
No, let's go. Oh.
You wanna know what sucks? Most anime video essays, the reason I'm saying that right at the start actually goes back a little bit. It seems like the most common question whenever I decide to fire up a live stream is whether or not I have watched video anime essay from anime YouTuber X or anime YouTuber Y. The answer is always the same. No.
It seems like he just doesn't like talking about anime, if that's the case, you know? Like, if you're in the sphere of critical analysis with anime, you're just going to want to watch what people have to say, right? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm just weird like that.
Well, if you value other people's opinions,
that's true. You know, that's a fair point. I didn't even think of that. You do have to value someone's opinion first before opening yourself up to them. But you're gonna see he's gonna go scorched earth with every anime video essayist here. Like, there's a few people who I thought he wouldn't target in this, but who he does. So just bear with that for a second, and very quickly too.
There's a reason for this. Oh, it is very rare that I look for someone else's opinion in regards to a medium that I've been watching for decades. So right out of the gate, you can already tell that I don't watch much content on a lot of things. Considering for the internet, I am basically ancient. Next time my birthday comes around, I'm probably going to look like that dude from the last good Indiana Jones movie who chose the wrong Holy Grail. The thing is that Japanese anime, like anything that gets popular, gets infested with casuals who seem to want to yap.
I'm surprised he's going after trash taste. Like, that to me seems bizarre. Like granted, there are things to go after trash taste for. They're not perfect by any means, but like,
yeah,
that's calling them casuals is a choice.
Yeah, just the fact that he's using the word casual just automatically was like, oh my God, you're gonna be one of them. I knew he would, but just hearing it and confirming it is like, oh my God.
Yep. Oh, by the way, people in chat, this is not Jestabel. This is not Jestabel's a woman. This is Mika Curtis, so it's not Jestabel. I see some people in chat saying, "Oh, Jestabel really sounds like a jester." No, this isn't Jestabel. No, don't worry. That's not her.
This dude is a joke though. So
he's a joke.
You are on point.
He's a huge joke. No, this guy was from Channel Awesome. Just keep that in mind. And he decides to attack everyone at once.
About a bunch of bullshit that nobody else really cares about. It seems like every single one of these video essays is related to whether or not a character in a show is either gay or banging certain people.
Oh, hey guys, there I am, guys. That's my video. I see it right there.
But like, what ones are he? You know what? See, this is something that he did too with CG, just cherry picking shit. Like,
oh yeah, it gets
like
better
all the time.
It gets so much better with me. He goes after me directly at one point. After 6 years of doing it, he comes back again to mine it. Also, most of these aren't gay. Like watch Sunny Boy. That's not about anyone being. Let's look at some of these video essays because I recognize a few of them.
Yeah.
So it looks like he just typed anime gay, and I came up. So I guess it means he's a fan of my material.
In a show is either gay.
So no homo there. So not gay. I get. Oh no, that's for but that's actually a yaoi. That looks like Given. This looks like Given.
Yeah,
anime, which is a yaoi. It's a BL anime. So it's literally gay.
Or banging certain people.
Also,
South Park, my favorite anime.
Exactly. My favorite anime is South Park. Also, in this video, it's funny because I barely mention anime in the bad gay rep video. I mainly focus on a lot of animation, a lot of American material, and I mentioned Yuri on Ice. That's the extent of it. And Yuri on Ice, in case you don't know, is also BL. Actually, would Yuri on Ice be BL? I'm not sure if it does count.
I would count it mainly because it's like it's not. I guess because it's not as overt as other BLs.
Yeah,
you could kind of say that it's not, but I still would consider it.
Yeah, it's more a sports anime with a romance that happens to be between two men. But even the romance, I think, is kind of subdued in Yuri on Ice. To an extent.
Like it really. Yeah, like the main focus is really the sport of figure skating comparatively to the romance that happens with it. Not like my other one that's also getting an anime, Takedowns, where the focus is the romance and the dancing is like the second part of it.
I haven't seen that one. And again, it's funny too. I think I'm going to do my Yuri on Ice video for Pride Month, but that anime has such missed potential. It really sucks looking back on it because there's so much they could have done with Yuri on Ice. It just bums me out thinking about. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to make a few more cameos in this video.
Then you
quickly.
watch the video essay, and if you're unfamiliar with the subject...
Yeah, Presso Otaku caught some strays. I let him know it was... Also, this video is about G Gundam. It has nothing to do with about people being gay or straight. It's like totally irrelevant. I mean,
maybe we need to go back and watch it and make sure that it is gay.
Right. I mean, granted, I disagree with... I like Professor Otaku in general. He's very friendly on social media. I've talked to him a few times. I think his opinions on G Gundam is wrong. I think G Gundam's freaking awesome. I love how ridiculous and over the top it is. But even then, like, I can disagree with a guy, but still respect his opinion for the most part. You know, like that's just how life is. People disagree, and it's fun to disagree. I think, but still, it has nothing to do with anyone being gay. There's nothing gay in G Gundam unless you count all the, it has all the homoeroticism of wrestling, I guess, but that's, beside the point. that's a lot of fighting shows, though, so it can't be helped.
True.
Anyway.
The person that's talking to you is trying to bend and stretch whatever the media is in any way that they can, like they're playing with a Stretch Armstrong. They're trying to make characters.
Oh, there I am again.
Oh, boy.
That's two video essays.
It seems like... I think he saw this, and I remember too. I think he blew his lid when you wrote that Spider-Man can be bi. I think it was an article at first.
Yeah, it was an article.
No, it was a tweet.
Well, it was a tweet, then an article, then a reaction article, and then I did a full video on it. I think just some guy was the guy who really went nuts over it. He did a whole video over it, and it was really kind of because looking back on it, like. The video is not very good that he used to respond to my article. Like, it was very much it was like, oh, I'm going to read the article out loud and then make snide remarks the whole way through it. I'm like, okay, dude, that's cool. And I only watched it for the first time when making the video about it. Because I hadn't opened it for, years. I just knew vaguely he made one. I'm like, whatever, who cares? And I watched it this video is actually kind of poorly made. It's not even but when you're targeting someone who's a writer who has no actual platform outside of the platform they're associated with, it seems like a big deal. But then you have some perspective and you're like, well, actually, it was pretty small what he did, actually.
Right.
Yeah. Also, Sailor Moon is extremely gay. I don't know how to tell. I don't know how to break it to you. This is it's not stretching the anime to say Usagi kisses multiple women. Calls multiple women attractive. It's gay. Oh, bi, I should say.
We had a whole gay couple on the show.
Multiple.
Brother.
There are at least three canon gay couples in Sailor Moon. Queer couples, I should specify.
Yeah, did he just see? And that's one thing too. Same thing with the group that he was in, just the bypassing stuff, just pretending to not see the very obvious. Okay, you don't read this character as that, but literally in the text, there is evidence of this, and you wanting to say that it's not there doesn't make it go away.
Exactly.
Like,
hell, it's even in the thumbnail, some of the manga panels. Like this panel right here I used. Well, that's not a panel. That's a screenshot from Crystal. But it's of Usagi and Sailor Uranus kissing. This is Seiya and Usagi holding each other, and Seiya is definitely not heterosexual, nor is she necessarily cis either. And it's like, it's a big deal in the show. And it's funny is like, he's like, oh, they bent themselves out of shape to get there. I'm like, well, buddy, I don't have to tell you, if you watch Sailor Moon, you're gonna have a different opinion, I guess. Unless he really thinks that Uranus and Neptune were in fact cousins. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say he must still be on the Deke dub because
God, yeah.
Brother, I don't know.
I wanted to tell you there. Anyway, back to this.
Characters out to be gay, or they're trying to make them out to having sex with whoever that particular.
Now, here's something that's really strange. So, my video, I just want to do this real quick to show you the level of which he's attacking people. So, like, my video right here, 72,000 views. Decent video. Pretty solid viewership.
Be gay, or they're trying to make them.
This video, 2.6 thousand views. So, he's targeting both big and small creators equally. But it's like, target the big guys. They can handle it. Don't target, like, little channels starting out. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. Like, it just seems like... And this is an old video, too. It's like 4 years old. Mine's like less than a year old. It just strikes me as him going, like, all out on people who are, like, more vulnerable than others. And in his personal biases.
Yeah, no, that's definitely... You can definitely see that, because I'm looking here at his sub count, and... that was another tactic that I think carried over to that, go for the smaller people who may not be able to, like, or who might not even want to, deal with you and respond to you.
100%.
And yeah.
It's depressing. They go for the smallest people because they think they can bully them around. Anyway, a couple super chats real quick. The Wave Runners, thank you once again for the super chat. Saying Sailor Moon isn't gay is the equivalent of saying you miss non-political games like Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, 100%. That's exactly the same thing. The guy, 493, Mika probably thinks Uranus and Neptune are cousins. Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
Like, they want non-political stuff, like Metal Gear. And again, like, it was like that one, what was the guy who said that RoboCop was not political?
Oh!
Yeah, who was that? Was it Ian Michael? I forget his name. But he.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right? Like, it was like a whole big...
I know, but it's probably going to come to me, like, in the middle of the night tonight.
Oh, yeah. You're going to remember it, like, way later.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. No. But it's like Ian Michael Chung. There we go. Ian Miles Chung.
Yeah.
Ian Miles Chung. There we go.
Miles Chung.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. He was like, RoboCop's not political. I'm like, you sure about that? You sure about that? Laura Rolla, thank you for super chat. It's amazing how many chuds can watch so much Gundam while never actually paying attention to what each series is about. Oh, 100%. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to this.
Out to having sex with whoever that particular video essayist wants them to be having sex with, so on and so forth. But then, you, being curious, watch the show for yourself and realize that the person on YouTube is full of shit.
Okay, so morality slander. Also, buddy... Are you saying that Sailor Uranus and Neptune aren't gay? That Utena and Anthe aren't gay? That Madoka and Homura aren't gay? That Shira and Katra aren't gay for each other?
Okay, yeah, no, he's obviously, like, he just found a bunch of queer creators and was like, I'm gonna just say that they're all wrong. Like, we're gonna... I've seen this before too, like this same tactic before, and it's so annoying because you are like just and
it's like, especially because he's saying, like, then you watch the show and realize these shows aren't gay at all, and you look at it and it's like the most famous queer characters in that. Well, let me rephrase that. Okay, so canonically, the only one here who's not canonically gay or bi is Madoka and Homura. But that being said, in Japan, there was a survey, I believe it was, that said they were the most popular Hang on, let me get this exact statistics out real quick. So 1 second. Let me bring this real quick.
Yeah, and speaking to that too, what gets me is especially these dudes in anime in Japan. They think like once you cross the border of Japan that you just become straight automatically. You become straight. There's two genders. That's it. Like, brother, like like Japan is just like everywhere else in the world where they have different identities, sexualities, genders, everything. Y'all trying to make it this like homogenous, like straight whatever the hell magical land ain't. It ain't real.
No, 100%. Actually, here's a poll from Japan, actually. So this is Go ranking. It released this is back in 2019. The results of best yuri anime from the Heisei era poll. Over 2,000 people in Japan were polled about this. And the top ranked gay anime in Japan, this is the Japanese saying this, was Madoka Magica. Second was Revolutionary Girl Utena. Then Maria Sama ga Mitoru, which is a very well-known show in Japan, but not so much in the West. I like it, which is oddly because it's a Catholic school. But anyway, still, Madoka, the Japanese say, is one of the best queer shows that they have. That's Japan saying it, not America, Japan. So you're now insulting the general consensus of Japan with this argument, Mika. You're saying you know better than the country from which the show came from. Like, the arrogance of this is ridiculous.
It really is.
It's and that's the only one here that doesn't have any canonical queer characters. Madoka is, but still, if you want to argue that Uranus and Neptune aren't gay, go for it. That's a good argument in your part, Mika. Good luck with that one. Yeah, that's a fun one there. Adrian Parchman, Neurality's catching strays tax. Oh, thank you. If you too want to pay your Neurality's catching stray tax, be sure to send it my way and not to Neurality's Patreon, which is still accepting people to, all that good stuff. Happy Shut the F Up. Thank you for the super chat. Speaking of Sailor Moon, have you heard of Pretty Please? I Don't Want to Be a Magical Girl? The current voice actress for Sailor Jupiter. I have not heard of it, but no, actually that's not true. I know of it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's great. I followed the artist for a while. Like they worked on Big City Greens.
Wait, that's her?
Yeah.
I was thinking it was an anime.
The Team Rocket fan art. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I know that artist. Yeah, no, I've seen that. I've seen the animatic for that. Okay, no, I know what you're talking about now. I thought it was like a different show for some reason. No, that was really cute. I liked it. I mean, again, it's animatic, but I really liked what they had so far. I really hope they make it to a full series of that, because indie animation's been kicking out of the park.
Same.
Steph the Scientist, thank you for the super chat. I like how people try to gatekeep anime like it is some kind of abstract high art and not popular culture. It's meant to have broad appeal. Yeah, 100%. And anime is great because it's made for different audiences. If you don't like Dragon Ball Z, that's fine. Watch Haikyuu, Watch something different.
Right.
If you don't like the isekai slop solo leveling shows, just watch a good show instead. Oh, did I say that? No, I said that. There we go. Anyway, yeah, so this is also the least offensive Neuralities essay ever made. It's just talking about magical girl shows. Unless Mika wants to act like he's a magical girl expert, I feel like he's out of his depth here.
Folks, I have a question. When the fuck did discussion of the arts turn into the same kind of bullshit gossip that you would hear from a bunch of nosy mothers?
Oh, there I am again. That's 3 so far.
In a hair salon. Why the hell do you need to stretch and contort things in regards to who is banging who, when most of your video subjects could be answered in a monosyllabic word? It's a word with one syllable for the...
Actually...
Yeah, like the one brain cell in your head.
Yeah. Also, Anthe has 2 syllables. So an Utena video essay cannot be a monosyllabic answer in terms of who Utena is having an affair with. Also, considering that she has an affair with multiple different characters, that's beside the point.
Those video essayists that actually make those videos. Not to mention, it's not even relevant whether or not somebody is banging somebody unless it's a romance or something. It's very rarely actually central to the main conflict, and most people don't really care about this stuff.
Hey, what?
What?
What the fuck? Wait,
That's
what?
the dumbest thing I've heard all day.
That was really wait, hold on. My brain is
Let me go back.
I'm like,
I understand
what
it was
the
too much. I understand it was too much to
Yeah,
comprehend. Let me go back there a second.
Something. It's very rarely actually central to the main conflict, and most people don't really care about this stuff.
So, Mika, let me tell you something about bias in criticism. Just because you don't care about something doesn't mean it's not relevant to the narrative.
what?
Oh my
Like
God.
what? Like I literally okay. So actually, this would be fun for you. I'm thinking of doing a project that involves Ava Evangelion.
Mm-hmm.
And I was rewatching like a few because I value people's opinions. I was watching other people's videos on a certain character.
Wow,
Yo
shocking.
girl.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, Asuka?
Misato.
Oh,
Your other
Misato. I
girl.
love Misato. No, Misato's great.
Yeah, and they were going and talking about her and Kaji and everything, and I'm like, and now thinking about it after what he said, I bet if he watched it, he would think that their romance and their relationship would have nothing to do with the plot. He'd be complaining about why it's in there when it, like, brother, if you don't have to like it, but it is a very crucial element of the character and how they go about in the story. Saying that it's not needed or why are you focusing on it? Like, what is
Yeah, no, right? Like it's ridiculous. And again, even using
this by myself.
I know, right? And it's only 7 minutes, but we've had to stop every few minutes because it's every few seconds because another stupid thing he says. But no, even if you look at something like, say, with Evangelion, with Shinji, Rei Asuka, and Kaoru, yeah, that's not the core idea of the plot. It's not the core driving conflict. But the human interaction is a major component of the narrative. Even looking at Yuri on Ice, yeah, the main conflict is about sports. The romance doesn't really factor into the resolution of the sports conflict. But it does tie in with the ideas and inner conflicts of the characters. Like, it's still immensely relevant and very cathartic to watch, even if it does not directly tie in with how Yuri and Yuri resolve, win the contest of skating stuff. I know it's a real skating tournament, but I forget the name of it. Like, it doesn't really tie in with that, but the romance is still very important to the individual characters involved because it's a story about how they overcome their own insecurities and inner demons, essentially. Demon sounds too dramatic. It's way softer than that. But still, you get the idea. Like, it's still very relevant. And Sailor Moon, which is one of the things you cited as it being ridiculous, we talked about the romance in that. The romance in Sailor Moon is immensely important. It's a core element of the show. But it's not a romance series necessarily, but the romance is a key plot point. Like, this is ridiculous, dude. Like, how is he like this?
The big question, how is he like this? Why is he like this?
I just cannot understand this at all. It's ridiculous. Anyway, a couple quick super chats. Fiery one, thank you for super chat. Hey, Ant, don't insult the GOAT Isekai show or a battler Dunbine like that. One of Tomino's best. Okay, I won't insult that one. And I won't insult Magic Knight Ray-Earth either. They were onto something there. Yugo XGC, thank you for super chat. Uranus and Neptune aren't gay. They're relatives. Because apparently queer is worse than incest. Yeah, not a hill I choose to die on. Yeah, right? Apparently Mika is full-blown Team Cousins at this point. 1 second.
Team Cousins.
Really bad allergies. Terrible season right now. Anyway, Nick Wolf. Mika is clearly not a member of the D Club. Yeah, no, definitely not. Nice Game Grumps reference there. I love it. But apparently Doug Walker is, so I guess that's one member of Channel Awesome who's not member of the D Club. The Guy 493. All right, boyos, take a shot for every bad take. Oh, dude, don't play that game today. You're gonna die by the end of this video, this stream.
Yeah, do what we did. We both have tea. Just make some tea and take a sip of that. It'll calm your nerves too after watching this nonsense.
Oh yeah, and trust me, this is even the worst of it. So, Happy Shut the F Up. Also, Galaxy Angels is underrated. Yeah, that's true. It's underrated. Arthur Cyblorn writes, I feel like people like Mika would write the most boring stories ever. All plot and no character. Yeah, they would. It's called Rebel Moon. Yeah, that's what it would look like. Rebel Moon. Anyway, back to this.
When I see an elf sorceress tell some lady to indulge herself in some top quality Canadian healthcare, I don't particularly care how many penises have been
Oh, that's fucked. That's not good.
Yeah.
involved in their vaginas, or if either of them are district champions of rug munching. I want to know exactly what led up to that particular scenario. Well, I would if this was an anime that was made before the year 2010, because as of right now, unless it's something oriented around Aura Battler Dunbine, Escaflowne, or Record of Lodos War, then I don't give a fuck. Especially, I don't care about an anime where the lead character is some fucking knife ear. I'm a Space Marine fan, folks. The only passing interest that I ever have about elves begins and ends at muzzle velocity.
It's so...
Me and the Pope just like that.
Yeah, right? Just face palming that one. Like, dude, you're not cool for not liking elves. First off, let's get beside the point. Just because you like Warhammer and all that stuff. Also, orcs are the best in Warhammer. I'm saying that right now. They're fun, but that's beside the point. Still, it's like, I don't know. He's just he has to prove how edgy and cool he is. But like, whatever.
I was saying, like, just I don't care about that. It got to the point. It could have been a crucial point, a crucial moment, but because you don't it, you're gonna ignore it and say that it doesn't matter, and then I bet he's one of them people that do that and then complain, well, they didn't explain how this happened. Like, yeah, they did. You just didn't want to see it.
Exactly. And plus, this means Mika is confirmed not a fan of plus-sized elf, which is already a mark against him. Yeah, it's such a stupid manga. Anyway, so I had to make that joke somewhere. I was trying to think of another. He probably also hates Delicious in Dungeon too, which is actually a good story. Unlike Plus Size Elf, unlike Plus Size Elf, which is not a good story at all. Delicious in Dungeon is an amazing story, but still, like, and of course this is Freerin, which, and Canada, which is, I'm not gonna get into that one. That's not even funny. That's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Like, that's not even funny. That's just, what the fuck, man.
Yeah, like, why?
Yeah, seriously. A couple quick super chats. The guy 493. Oh god, he's one of those Warhammer fans. Yeah, he is. Millennium Storyteller. How dare he diss Freyrin? Yeah, exactly. Freyrin's awesome. Anyway, back to this. Let's move away from the Pope, who's now a father, according to Men in Black.
My point is that these goofs constantly make these videos like they're the National Enquirer or some bullshit. It's absolutely vapid tabloid slop. It's like watching iDubbbz in the year of our Lord 2025. There's nothing of value there, and the person making the video probably either looks like a cancer patient or like they spend too much time in the sneako chair. Not that the two are necessarily mutually exclusive, mind you. Another thing, why the heck do I see all these...
Why are you bringing up In Praise of Shadows in an anime video? He doesn't even watch anime. Like, he's never made anything anime related. What's he doing here?
You know what, too? Like, I was actually... once I saw iDubbbz pop back up, I haven't looked at him in like years, and I never really checked out his content before.
Yeah.
I was thinking about, like, wow, that man, I think, grew up, and the audience that's still trying to hang on to him, thinking he'll go back to the old ways, haven't, and they've never really grasped or learned how to deal with that. And wow, look, perfect example right here. Like,
Exactly. Like, peaked in middle school. And, like, again, creators grow age. They have different opinions as they get older. That's just how it is, so...
Yeah, the dude got a wife and also went to therapy, and wow, would you look, he's starting to change and better himself, and they can't stand it.
Oh, it would be hilarious if it wasn't so predictable, I think. Also, I still don't get why In Praise of Shadows is here. And I'm someone who's like, he's one guy I probably will never cover In Praise of Shadows, because I feel like he got so like bombarded for crashing out in that one video. I don't know. I feel bad.
Yeah.
Like it's not funny. It's just sad because it just got mean. I don't know. I can't contribute to that. I think. Anyway,
no, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've spoken to him a couple times. He seems like a nice enough guy, but like it just really sucks. It feels like it's too much on one person. Anyway, back to this.
Balls accuse people of not being media literate when half of them can't make a logical argument to save their lives. If you put a gun to their head...
That being said, to confirm, I do not agree with what Praise of Shadows was saying in that video. So I want to point that right now. I made 2 videos showing what I would have done instead. So I think it's clear I don't agree with what he did. I just feel like it was clearly he needed someone to talk to more than... he shouldn't have made a video, is what I'm saying. He should have talked to someone.
Yeah.
You really should have talked to someone.
Heads and told them to make an argument that makes sense. The end of the discussion is going to look like the end of Old Yeller. Sorry, girl, but I got to put you down. Hell, the conversation probably would have the person with the gun to their head trying to convince you that Old Yeller was secretly gay and also secretly Muslim. So I guess in that case, instead of getting shot, Old Yeller gets thrown off a roof instead.
Wasn't this an anime video?
Yeah, what the fuck? Just the Islamophobia just came up out of nowhere. It bottled up and he just had to let it out.
Yeah. This is what happens when you don't write a script. I really hope he did not write a script and this is just improv, because the alternative is that he spent like a night working on it and going like, okay, how can I make it, I don't have any ideas. How can I make this more interesting? Let's insult every demographic possible.
Yeah, that'll get them going.
That'll get them going. But however, you're probably wondering, Ant, why did we have to watch this video? Well, we'll get there. Don't worry. We'll get there. Yeah, it should. But I think
accusing people of media illiteracy when you have no concept of it reminds me of something. It's like those videos you see of people who don't know how to grapple going to a jiu-jitsu school and trying to pick a fight. It's kind of obvious who in the situation has absolutely no clue what they're doing and is just talking out the side of their neck. It's just pointless yapping.
Hold that thought in mind. It will come up very funnily in a few minutes.
There and you watch it.
Think less.
There's so much word salad, and then suddenly the voice of the person on the end starts to sound like the adults from Charlie Brown. It's just womp 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 womp. The best part about it is that people who make these stupid videos always try to dress up what they're saying with $10 words that they probably don't know the definition of, nor can they actually spell. This is why I bring up the point about the fact that they can't make an argument. They do the same thing that car salesmen try to do. They try to present themselves as a sort of an expert when they really have no fucking clue what's going on.
Well, dude, you did try arguing that Utena was straight, so, I mean...
Like, this is just a whole, like, projector. Just a projector. Like, he looking in the mirror saying this. Like,
he only uses one concrete example with detailed explanation of how that example ties in with his argument. And, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yeah, and like somebody, like a few people in the chat mentioned like $10 words. Like, oh yeah, okay, we'll speak in monosyllabic words for you. Yeah, like if our like if our $10 words are a little bit too much for you, buddy.
Yeah, right. It's like the word intriguing is too expensive, is too much for you, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, right. But trust me, he's gonna have an example. It's gonna be a real good example too, guaranteed. There's no one in this conversation who knows the example better than he does.
And they just want you to buy the thing. What's funny to me is about how creatively bankrupt a lot.
Look, there I am. And here's the example. Here's why I had to do it. I had to talk about this.
Oh my god. And you know what's funny is that when you're just like, hey, what if it was a much more dark fantasy story, you know, like what if we do that? And he's like, oh, you're making it gay. And it's like, what the about?
Trust me, it's even funnier when he tries talking about it. This video got a lot of controversy when it came out because people looked at the thumbnail, thought they knew what it was going to be about, and then made a whole alternate assumption as to what it was going to be about. A ton of people were like, he doesn't even read the manga. Meanwhile, I cite the manga in the video multiple times and talk about the manga. So it was like a really funny... and also, this isn't remotely like the other videos he's talking about. Because he was talking about, all these videos will make them all gay and stuff. I'm like, well, that's not even a point of this video. None of that comes up here.
Saying. He must have been like them other people just saw Sailor Moon and thought, oh, he must be talking about how it's gay. And I'm like, I don't know how you get that from this thumbnail, buddy. I don't like. Well, he must be on a different alternate Earth, or in Russia they got some other kind of internet that messes up stuff. Because I don't know what.
100%. But it gets worse when you hear him explain what happens in the video, which we then do. We're going to listen to him talk about right now.
These people are. Somebody showed me one of these goofy video essays that tried to turn a magical girl show into a dark fantasy by giving everyone mental illnesses, having half the cast be sexually assaulted, and then do weird shit with an underage character.
Okay, so let's break that down. Let's break that down for a second. With this, first I want to have this right here where apparently I've grown 3 hands. Here's 1, here's 2, here's 3. Also, let's talk a few things about this video. 1, there's no assault that doesn't happen also in the original anime. The only time it's brought up is with I think Prince Diamond, which is in the, or Prince Diamande, however you say it, in the original Sailor Moon manga and anime. Prince Diamande tries to force himself onto Sailor Moon. That's the only time assault is discussed in the video, because I felt like it was just unnecessary to be edgy and nonsensical like that. 2, mental illness, no. I discuss, hey, this bad thing happened to a character, it would traumatize them. And we just explore how the trauma affects the character. You know,
right,
like in the original anime of Sailor Moon, where they do explore how trauma affects them. All I did was take elements that were already present in the original show and just amped up the volume a little bit with them. Very little of it was meaningfully changed. It was just, oh, hey, what if we have the characters age more? What if we have the characters suffer a bit? And as for underage characters experiencing stuff, I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. Like, it's
like what the what is he on?
So he said, like, and also he says a magical girl series. He didn't say Sailor Moon. It's the most famous magical series of all time. Just say Sailor Moon. Unless you didn't remember.
And that leads. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think he watched yours, or he's combining them, because like I said, in the very beginning, he kind of dismisses other people's opinions and just kind of writes them off. So he probably already forgot what happened because he's not retaining anything and must have like jumbled you up with somebody else.
Exactly. Or he's just thinks his audience is stupid and he won't actually watch the video to confirm what he said is true. Just take him on his word for it. It's actually
definitely.
Yeah. And having seen that, I had to respond to it because it's so clear that he's still pissy about 2019 with Twitter. Because why would he only target my video when there's tons of, I mean, he showed clips of other ones too, but why would he only describe the events and contents of this video in particular and not anyone else's? Like he
did. Like the one that you don't even bring up the
right, like it's completely divorced from reality. It's so funny because because again, like he looked at all these different videos and like this is the one he decided to make an argument about. Despite starting off going like it's all these video essays are so gay and everything, he chooses the one where nothing at all is discussed remotely fixated on that. It's so funny. It's so funny because it's such a transparent lie. And, you know, that's the thing right there. If your entire argument, this is the only real example, we're going to watch the whole thing until the end, but this is the only real, tangible, specific example he cites, and it's bullshit. It's all bullshit.
It is. Like, oh my God.
It's so bad. But it's so funny.
And do weird shit with an underage character.
See? Makes no sense.
Buddy, are you trying to write a story or are you putting together a dating profile with your preferences on Tinder? Not to mention, that's not how you write stuff, nor is that how you make things interesting. On top of it being a surface-level idea of what makes dark fantasy what it is. I see things like that, and I wonder if these people even watch the things that they say they watch. It's like they...
Which is funny considering you didn't even watch the video. First, also...
Right!
It's funny because none of that happens. The video's conclusion is ultimately that some stories shouldn't be a dark fantasy. That Sailor Moon doesn't really work as a dark fantasy because doing so might compromise the themes of the original story. The entire thing is the anti-version of what you think it is from the cover. That's the point of it. And it's also funny because I discussed the history of dark fantasy. I discussed going back to the Eldritch Saga with Michael Moorcock. a name that I'm sure Mika Curtis would think is a gay name, but it's a real man who wrote and was essential in fantasy publishing. But it's also very funny because he clearly he calls me a pedo, he calls me all this basically. Meanwhile, he didn't even freaking watch the video he's talking about. He's getting ass mad about something he didn't even watch.
But that's another thing to these guys default to. They just be throwing around words and stuff like, they don't just they're it's easy for them to do without having to form a coherent argument. Like, because once again, the argument, we are 4 minutes, about 6 minutes into the 7-minute video, and his argument is too many people talking about anime being gay. But then, what argument? What's the like thesis? What's something? Because other than that, you're just complaining in the fucking void about this stuff that you don't watch. Obviously, like you said earlier, you just looked up anime and gay and just started getting mad and decided to record. Like,
exactly. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. But and it's so transparently dumb too, which is the funniest part. Anyway, back to finishing this.
Thinking that the thing you need to make a good Daredevil story is to have a blind guy fight a fat guy. Thing is, I'm glad that it happened. It just goes to show you that these people honestly have no fuck.
Oh yeah, the rage right there.
Wait a minute. I don't even read Daredevil. The Daredevil.
Yeah,
I don't even read Daredevil like that. Yeah, but like, what? No, that is not the core of the character in the story.
Well, I think he's.
What are you reading? What are you looking at?
In defense of Mika, I think he's saying that what I did in this video was the equivalent of that. So I think he even acknowledges that that's wrong. I think, because he's not making a very clear point. He's just throwing shit out there. But
okay, because I'm like,
I understand. Mika's bad takes causes the brain not to compute thoughts correctly, but I don't think he's trying to say that. I think, but that being said, though, it is still a dumb point because no one did that in the video.
Fucking clue what they're talking about. There's zero comprehension of what people engage with stories for. If you sat there and said that they needed to write a story, what they were going to come up with is the edgiest live journal entry you've ever seen.
Onision and Movie Bob. Also, one's not a story. One's a novel, one's not a novel. Also, what? What does this have to do with anything, dude?
Yeah. Oh.
Anyway.
It's like the sort of shit you'd find in a notebook next to a manifesto and a layout of a high school with bomb placement locations. So I hope that simplifies exactly why I don't watch these stupid video essays. They're never made by passionate people anyways. They're always made by someone trying to cash in on creating the one cancer of the content creation world.
Yeah, right? How do you know it's not made by passionate people?
How do you know? How do you know if you don't look at it? You lazy son of a bitch.
Right?
I don't understand. Maybe it's because when I don't like something or I don't like somebody, a lot of times people will be like, why? So I like to be educated about my dislike, about my hate, so that way I can give you a good reason. Like, but what?
Right? Okay.
But you gonna go off this passionately, go about how they don't know what they're talking about and how they're just making stuff up, and then you're like, well, I don't really watch that stuff anyway.
Well, man, we know he didn't watch it because he got everything wrong about my video. He didn't even he wasn't even close. Like, not even like a modicum close.
And then like somebody else said, compared the gay video essayist to terrorist. Like, what's wrong with you?
And like, at no point in this video did he demonstrate any knowledge of anime himself. Also, here's a question: what is this guy doing then? Like, what's the value of his channel if he's not actually analyzing the media he's talking about? Like, what is he contributing? Yeah. He has like all these videos, and we'll get to it in a second, all these videos about Gundam and stuff like that. Well, what's the value of it if he himself is not also analyzing it? And is he going to say he's the only passionate person in the fandom? Everyone else is wrong. It's just me. Well, no wonder he has so few viewers. He just alienates people. Anyway,
Flop. Now, for those of you out there that are making honest video essays about stuff you're passionate about, and you're actually talking about the stories that are presented in a way that is actually, you know, relevant, then God bless you. I might not watch your stuff because I honestly prefer to make my own opinions on things, but I always have respect for the people that actually have a passion for the craft. Unlike the slop merchants, you're going to be the type of person that probably has a personality and is actually a lot more interesting to talk to about the subjects involved. So I hope that answers the question. Now that I said that, though, anytime I fire up a live stream again, more than likely I'm going to get that same question about these sorts of videos 30 more fucking times anyway. I'm starting to think that dead internet theory is actually applicable. Anyway, if you want to support the channel and stuff, links in the description.
Please
My
don't.
name is Mike
Yeah,
C.
no.
Don't support this man.
And don't harass this guy. He's not worth your time. But
He's showing.
But like, let's look a second here about his stuff. This is his most recent video. He has a video about Kirsch, which is a whole. I'm not gonna get into that at all. All of his videos are just like, they're kind of identical. A lot of them, like vampires are bad people. A Shiki review, Helsing review, Trinity Blood review. Okay, but like, it's just reviews. Like, again, that's fine. It just seems very underwhelming. It has a very samey looking tone. None of these thumbnails stand out. One of his most popular videos is about the Punisher.
Not a villain.
No, he's not a villain. Even though he started as a Spider-Man villain, he's not a villain. Which is fair. You know, he's an anti-hero, whatever. But, like, yeah, it's a lot of mild stuff, I feel like. A lot of this does feel samey from the looks of it. Oh, he likes the Evangelion, though. So I guess he sometimes likes characters having mental illnesses and all that. Yeah, right? Yeah, let it all out. Let it all out.
The irony. Irony.
The irony of what he just said, loving Evangelion. Mind you, I love Evangelion, too, so I'm not going to, like, I'm not going to badmouth it, but, like, you know, it's like giving all the characters mental illnesses. That's bad writing. Unlike Evangelion.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like I have to be doing something or maybe on some kind of barbiturate to watch that one. Cause what was it, like 30 minutes? 19.
Yeah, I'm not doing that today.
19.
That's too much for me to handle.
No, I'll have to do that on my own. Cause I'm like, ain't no way, ain't no damn way. After all you just said.
And like, his videos don't get a ton of, they get very samey views across the board. Even as his channel's grown, it's still hovering under 10,000 and above 2,000 views on average. But like, his biggest video was 8 years ago.
Oh, yeah,
Marvel,
and of course.
It's a Comics Gate video.
Oh, God, yep.
And then everything after that is just Gundam. But like, you know, kind of like, after the people don't come back around for the next Gundam video. They just kind of, like, if you watch these, are all like a month and months apart, and they get attention and then they're gone. Oh, or he does some disturbing anime video. Okay, Gundam Seed is not that great, so I get that. Yeah, but looking at a lot of this is just like Gundam explained videos. Which get a lot of attention because it's just reading the facts. He's not really giving much of an opinion. He's just giving, okay, here's the data. Oh, here's an anti Channel Awesome video.
Of
seems
course.
fitting.
Also, he seems to have like a real, like, he's just going on and on about why America Chavez is bad. Like,
yeah,
you need to talk to somebody about that.
There's a lot of anger towards America Chavez, which is bizarre because America Chavez is just a fine character. Like, she's just she's not a particularly major character. She's just an okay character. Like,
right?
Like,
she's.
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna say, yeah, she's all right. Like, it ain't no big thing, but like, what?
She's like five different America Chavez videos. Like,
yeah, that's why I was looking. I was counting, and I'm like, what in the hell?
And it's like America Chavez wasn't. I don't think there was enough comics to talk about America Chavez that much. You know what I mean? Like,
Yo, he got a part 7 on it too.
Oh my God.
What?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Ugh. Oh, and then he hates on Ms. Marvel too, apparently, which is just unfortunate
oh,
because Ms. Marvel's a pretty good show, I thought. But
I was gonna say too. I'm shocked that there's not like 15 different Brie Larson Captain Marvel videos around here. Because boy, that really got them in a twist when that happened, boy.
I wonder if he talks about Kaoru and Evangelion being gay. Somehow I feel like he doesn't. I don't know.
Oh no, it's not
Hush.
relevant. Yeah, it's not relevant to the plot, don't you know?
No, it's not relevant at all. What are you talking about? It's not relevant. What are you talking about? Anyway, okay, so let me read a few super chats, then we're gonna move on to Jar. Do you want to join me for that as well? Or just
Sure.
glorious.
Might as well.
Glorious. All right, I let the super chat slide a little bit. Let's take a look real quick. The Wave Runners, thank you for the super chat. The most depressing thing for me is boiling down all gay relationships to just sex. It's the rhetoric that is used to suppress LGBT rights nowadays. And that's very true. I agree with that. It's all these discussions, they always boil it down to who's kissing who's having exploitative lovemaking with who. And it removes the whole idea of these people just having romantic intimacy towards someone else, just having a wholesome relationship with someone else and just happens to be gay. Like, it's very bizarre to me how they always boil it down to sex. I think it's because they only think about sex, and so they assume everyone else only does too. And you're gonna see that with the Jester Bell response video too this Friday. Like, she does the same thing, and it pisses me off there too. It really bothers me how people just boil it down to just like intimacy, like not intimacy because that implies like privacy and vulnerability as well, but like just sex. Like, I don't like that whole. I don't know. I have a hang up on that too. I don't like how people boil it down to that. And if you have any thoughts, Kyla, just don't hesitate to interrupt me because it's a discussion.
Oh no, because you put it very succinctly because like that, and that's like a lot of people's MOs when they do this kind of thing, which is ironic because, well, as we saw earlier, this man doesn't make any sense. He flip-flops and contradicts himself. So yeah, like, oh, they're being too sexual, nobody focuses on that, but then like I said, like, you can't be watching a lot of these anime like the ones that he mentioned where romance and sex will play a part and just pretend like it's not there, that you can't talk about it and it's not reflected in it. Like,
yeah, it's frustrating. Anyway, Charles Aaron Malate. I got in front of planting flowers for my garden, so I've had my daily quota of touching grass. Time to inflict some psychic damage with internet BS. Oh, I hope I didn't hurt you too much with this. Angel Art and Gaming. Mika, that's you! Oh, God. Mika Curtis will soon become the new Lily Orchard with that mantra. Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Adrian Parchman. Tourist tax. Blame Psy for this running gag. I will blame Psy for this running tax and gag. Basically, so you know, Kyla, Psy on her streams has a thing where she is paid a gay tax or something like that, or some variant therein. And so that has boiled over into this stream as well, apparently, with a lot of size audience. Which I'm fine with. Please pay me your reparations. I am always pay Kyla her reparations too, actually.
Damn.
Subscribe to Kyla T, actually. Let me bring so you can go there. Let me show you where her channel is, so you can have, like, while we're still reading super chats, you have a channel you can subscribe to.
Yes.
If you like our good dear guest over here, be sure to subscribe to her channel here. And as I'm reading your super chats, and it's a lot better to look at this channel than say Mika Curtis's face. Let me get that right center right there. Okay, cool. That's super chats. Gavin Carrot, thank you for super chats. Since when were they shown? What do you know about Lex Torius? Since they were shown, what do you think about Lex Torius? I don't have much of a feeling on that. I don't have too many thoughts there. Yugo XGC. Bro made a short anime vid and couldn't even stick to the anime analogy for the little bit he needed for it. Shake my head. Yeah, he lost track very quickly, right down into Islamophobia. And
yeah, it was like, oh my God, I still can't believe it.
I just don't know what any of that had to do with what he was talking about. He could have had anything else, like an example of something, but no. Because I'm bored, thank you for super chat. Because speaking of elevated horror, which we'll be discussing later, We have another special guest who'll be joining us for that segment as well. So stick around for that. It's going to be after the jar segment, but stick around for the elevated horror discussion because it's the one I'm the most passionate about. Speaking of elevated horror, what are your thoughts on Skinamarink? Also, do you watch ARGs like Pets Cop and Mandela Catalog? Okay, so first off with the ARGs, yes, I have seen a bunch of them. I think they're really interesting.
Nice.
Really great amateur filmmaking that really explores how to make horror effective. I was talking to a few different people about doing a video at some point about ARGs and the like. As for Skinamarink, I love Skinamarink. Skinamarink is absolutely incredible. I think that for what they had and how they did it, it's one of the best horror films I've seen in years. Genuinely unsettling, but also it's not a film I want to rewatch too often because it's so specific. You really have to be in the headspace for Skinamarink. I know it's a good movie. Have you seen Skinamarink, Kyla?
No, but it's on the list because I'm not too big into horror. That's why I won't be sticking around for that part. But I do watch. I am a fan of ARGs and a lot of the internet stuff. In fact, I did do a video on it mainly about the analog horror stuff. But I love like Pets Cop. I loved Mandela Catalog, the Monument Mythos, all that. But Skinamarink has been on my list because I have heard really great things about it.
You know, another good one is Gemini.
Oh, Gemini Home Entertainment.
Yeah, that one's really good. That one was really good.
Yes.
That one got under my skin a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I also.
Oh yeah.
And even though it's silly, I do have a soft spot for a lot of the Jurassic Park ARG stuff, the analog horror stuff for Jurassic Park. I love it. Like it's so cheesy, but I dig it. It's my kind of vibe, though.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh yeah, we'll get into more of that later. But because I'm bored, by the way, you're a Marvel guy. You read Ruins? Yes, I have read Ruins. It's a heavy one. It's a good one. It's a lot. Have you ever read Ruins, Kyla?
No.
Imagine the worst possible future for Marvel. Like the worst alternate timeline for Marvel. Like worse than what you're thinking of, it's worse than that. Like extreme levels of intensity. It's insane. It's good, but it's depressing.
Akira Yoshida buys the company?
Yeah, exactly. Basically. Anyway. Oh my god. That's the great writer. The great Japanese writer.
Let's just say that book Yellow Face by R.F. Kuang is based on a true story.
Yeah, the Marvel headquarters right there during the 2010s. Anyway, Adrian Parchman, Food Network tax. I'll accept the Food Network tax. That's good. Bite Chiappy Odera, thank you for Super Chat. Something to listen to for Raid Night. What did I miss? You missed someone trying to badmouth my good name, apparently. Comet Z. Wait a freaking minute. I remember this guy. I watched his G-Witch review, where he spent most of it complaining about shippers rather than reviewing the show. G-Witch?
Can't even do that right.
He complained about G-Witch with shippers? The gayest Gundam possible? That was the one he chose that fight for? Dude would not have survived the trenches of Gundam Wing.
Oh my god. And he couldn't even stick on topic to review. He had to complain about...
Oh my god, I love it. Yokai Lover 699. I hate these videos. They're terrible, uneducated, uninspired. Never watched a single one. Can't blame you. Laura Rolla. He called Witch from Mercury a failure? What? Yeah, apparently.
Huh? Boy,
Why?
I tell you. Because
I'm bored. He definitely wears American flag Punisher pins. He probably wears American flag Punisher boxers as well. It's West. No way this guy is calling other people slot merchants. Yeah, apparently he is. So, I don't know. Paige Lego. Hi, Anthony. I wanted to just congratulate you about the kiddo on the way. I'm so happy for you, and I know you're going to be a wonderful father. Congratulations and good luck. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, my spouse is due in October, so I believe she is just coming on 5 weeks now. It's gonna be it's exciting, but yeah, no, it's gonna be a whole thing. I'm planning for October by filming a few things in advance to space things out so I can like have some time to be a dad. So you'll still have content coming, but I will be a little distracted, we'll say.
You'll be on maternity.
Yeah, I'll be on paternity leave for a couple weeks at least, from streams anyway. But we'll see how that goes. Thankfully, it takes a village to raise it takes a village to raise a baby, and thankfully, my family will be able to help out if, because they also say you need to earn money to take care of this kid. So the videos aren't going anywhere, nor was streaming. Just I'll be gone a couple weeks from streaming probably, and then be back on business as usual, as best I can. Well, with less sleep than usual, which wouldn't change too much. Yokai Lover 699. Dude would say being gay has nothing to do with the plot of I Think Our Son Is Gay. Yeah, exactly. And there's no romance in that story either. It's a wholesome story about a mother who suspects that her child is gay because he is clearly gay. He is not hiding it well.
Like the closet is made of glass.
Oh, it's a transparent closet right there. It's very funny. Confused Cabal. As a massive Gundam fan, there's nothing as disheartening as logging into YouTube to check out the latest discourse only to find people like him. Understandable. I agree. It sucks. Yokai Lover 6. Oh, that being said, though, there is. I think Lady Emily is doing a Gundam video eventually, so you have someone different doing Gundam at some point. I know she's like been obsessing over it on Blue Sky, so I'll have to ask her at some point. She's doing that. Yokai Lover 699. Ace tax. Oh, thank you for the ace tax. Denmark. It's a straight tax. I started doing it about a month or so ago, and it's kind of taken over life of its own. There we go. Denmark is explaining the actual proper origins of the side tax saga. The straight tax. There we go. Katorns. Some harem anime is hilarious through an ace lens. Oh God, Love Hina is either very funny or very upsetting through an ace lens. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of the two. It's either the funniest or the worst.
Right.
No middle ground. That being said, though, Ai Yoriaushi is really funny through an ace lens, but no one has seen Ai Yoriaushi, so this joke doesn't have any meaningful impact on anyone. Comet Z. Also, he literally insults the writers of G-Witch for appealing towards shippers, even though Soleta and Miorin's relationship is important to the plot. Yeah, it is. It's a key element of the narrative. I don't know. But we're not passionate. We're not passionate at all about any of this, naturally. Jack Thorso. Also, he called Trash Taste unpassionate. I know Garnt did back when he was in freaking high school, did an Evangelion abridged series. I know because I've seen it. I watched it back in the day.
I was gonna say that sounds familiar.
Yeah, Garnt did that. He did a Eva abridged video back in the day, and I only know because he's mentioned it like offhandedly a couple times. I'm like, oh yeah, he has done that.
Yeah.
I don't know Diguk, by the way. I know a few YouTubers. I don't know any of the Trash Taste people, so don't ask me about that. I just watch. I'm just a fan, for the most part.
Yeah. Oh, real quick.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I just glanced at the chat real quick. Someone brought up Promare. I have seen it. That's so queer. Oh my God, I love Promare.
And that's mentioned, I think, in Norality's video that Mika said was terrible. So there you go. Promare is also another great one.
Yeah, okay. Do whatever the opposite of whatever Mika says. Okay, watch Promare.
Seriously.
Sailor Moon is gay.
Sailor Moon is very not straight. Oh, Jack Thorso. Psy made a straight tax from the straights because of Casey Anthony's LGBT allyship. People then just made up taxes for everything, for context. Oh, yeah, I forgot Psy did a Casey Anthony stream at one point. That's right. Okay, so, Kyla, you know how Casey Anthony's on TikTok, right?
Unfortunately.
Psy did a few, when that first broke, Psy did a stream about Casey Anthony going into, like, everything, because it's Casey Anthony, going into like, why this is horrible. And that's where that originated from. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, Kipple, thank you for this. Kippy, I'm sorry, not Kipple. Would love to see you talk about the Evangelion influences in analog horror, Midwest Angelica. Oh, there's Evangelion references in that? I gotta watch that now. If that's the case, I gotta see it. Is there a giant naked woman whose body falls apart over a sea of red? Does that happen? Because that'd be a real Ava reference right there, if that's the case. Ghostman GM, if you swing both ways and wear glasses, do you wear bifocals? Yes.
Ooh.
Yes, you do. And if you make a joke like that, you're also bi, too. I'm just telling you right now. As a bi-coded joke, if I heard one. Marshall Boyd, have either of you watched A Silent Voice? I just got it, and I'm waiting for the right mood to watch it. Yes, but you're right to wait for the right mood. It's heavy. It's a bit depressing at times. Yeah. Not a bit. It is very depressing at times. But it's very good. I strongly recommend it, but when I say trigger warnings, I say it with the caveat that you're going to watch it anyway. But it does, if you have triggers, it will hit them. So be ready for it, watch it for sure.
Brace
But
yourself.
Exactly. Brace yourself. Exactly. Just make sure you're ready. That's all. Gavin Careth, I need to watch Gundam. Closest I got is when I watched Genlock about a week ago. Is there a better place to start than OG? You know what I recommend? I got into Gundam watching G Gundam and Gundam Wing on Toonami. I think that's a good place to start. Also, even though Gundam Seed is not really a great Gundam anime, I think it's a good starter Gundam to watch, I think. But I do recommend watching the original series. The movies are right there. It just breaks it down into 3 short films. That's really good. The Guy 493. I swear his buys are defined by really bad jokes. That and plaid and cuffed jeans, yes. And anyway, so let's dive into Jar before anything else happens, because we're gonna have a lot of Jar coming our way. Jar, okay. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off right now. We're not watching the entire video, but actually no, I don't think I can handle his opinions on abortion. So Just a Robot has returned. Even I don't think I can handle that. That's like, why, Jar? Like, why would you ever do that, Jar? Okay, I guess we'll watch the abortion video a little bit. So you get. So Kyla, before we embrace Just a Robot, what do you think Just a Robot is going to talk about here?
Well, first of all, I love you open up your opinion on abortion with a damn transformer intro. It just got me.
Just goes right in.
Yeah, but honestly, I feel like he's going to be a fence sitter with this.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's gonna be like, I don't care, but also like, I don't care about what you do, but you should also do what I tell you to do, but also the government shouldn't be saying anything about this, but also like he's not gonna have a clear-cut opinion.
Okay, so Kyla, let me ask you a question. What do you know about Jar? Do you know who Jar is, or anything like any of the old lore?
Yeah, unfortunately, everything I've learned about him has been against my will. Mainly because I was watching like a video from an art commentary person.
Mm-hmm.
And it came up as this incident, I think that happened at VidCon, was it? And then, of course, from there, when they go into explaining who he is, I found out about his bad videos, the blackface incident. Which why is there always a blackface incident with these people? Like,
he loves, but he has a black friend, Professor Dreadlocks, who's showing up in like the background of things.
Oh my God! Someone need to go grab him by them locks and get him out of there.
Apparently, he's moved out of the room finally, so I guess there's that going. Oh,
good.
But like, there's like a call that was recorded where Professor Dreadlocks shows up, and like, no one believed he was a real person until that happened, because it was always like, "No, I have a black friend." I'm like, "Yeah, sure you do, buddy." And then it's like, "No, he really does." Okay, I guess that's. Anyway, let's see what Jar has to say. Also, we have now had two for two on magical girls being mentioned directly in a video that we've watched on this stream. True. I don't intend on watching all of this 4-minute video because I feel like he's going to get really disgusting fast, but let's find out.
So I did a video on the political spectrum around global warming, and now I'm following it up with a political spectrum video about abortion.
Oh God! What the hell, Jar?
What in the what? Oh,
what? That was a choice. Oh God!
Just first of all, opening up with the fact that you talked about global warming, and then just decided, well, the next thing I gotta tackle is abortion.
Yeah, nothing else. People have been waiting. Next logical step.
Right, like just the people have been waiting long enough.
Also, this stream has higher views than this video does. It has 1,500 views. This stream currently, according to my analytics in the background of the YouTube, which I'm going to look up right now, this stream currently has, okay, so it has 1,300 views, this stream. So this stream has, in an hour and a half, almost eclipsed this week-old video of Jar's. Just to show how hard he's fallen off in terms of viewership.
Yeah, because he was pulling in like over 100K views at a point, if I remember correctly.
Sometimes even more than that, yeah, regularly.
Yeah.
He had like at his peak at over 200,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to his intellectual opinions on this. I want to go to a Cinder video too, because I have a lot of thoughts on that as well, but...
Now, society views abortion as a much more hot-button topic than global warming. So I just want to make this clear at the start. I'm not here to share my opinion on abortion, nor am I...
Oh, then forget it then. What's the value of listening to you if you're not going to share your opinion on it?
Yeah.
Freaking fence sitter. Okay, let's move away from this. He's useless here.
Okay, yeah, I called it.
Yeah, you completely useless.
Okay, I'm not going to lie.
Okay. Cinder. That's more Jar's territory. Simping over hot anime ladies. That's more appropriate. If all Jar's gonna do is just read off Wikipedia and say what both sides think, that's useless. That's like next to useless.
Right.
Okay, so let's just do a Cinder video then. It's just because like what's the point of watching him read off Wikipedia, right? Like he's just gonna read basic opinions. You're not gonna hear anything distinct and interesting. Like yeah, sorry.
No, because I'm right there with you. Like, if you're making a video on abortion, typically that's when you give out your opinion about the subject and your knowledge on it, and why you came to the conclusion about where you are. But if you're not gonna give your opinion on it, then I can just go look up arguments.
Yeah.
I can hear it direct from either side. I don't have to listen to you.
Yeah, I can get stranger statements from like the Republican National Convention if I really want to hear someone talk about something that they're unqualified to discuss. If I really want to, because you don't watch Jar for his intellectual, nuanced perspectives. You're watching it so he can say something unhinged and ridiculous very quickly.
Yeah.
So so this is more his alley. Hot anime ladies, behaving badly. The same thing got him in hot water a few months ago. Let's see how he handles this.
When I first heard about this drama, I thought it was about Cinder from Ruby. Is that show even still going? Ruby is pretty cringe, but something that's even more cringe is VTubers.
Oh wait, first.
Now Cinder is not just a VTuber, she's a big VTuber. She's a co-owner of Gamer Subs. Yeah, you know that product you see being sponsored like everywhere? Cinder may have been one of the biggest independent VTubers, but unfortunately for her, she got into it with Bao, who's an even bigger independent VTuber. Now Cinder's avatar is pretty hot, not gonna lie.
Didn't even take 5 seconds. I was like, okay, 30 seconds. Yeah, Cinder's pretty hot. Yeah, they got into it. But both got into it. She's really hot. Yeah, God damn it, Jar.
Yeah, because even though I'm not like into the VTuber space, I could not avoid this drama, and I want to give him out of the intro because the minute he said that, I'm like, that ain't what really happened, brother. Like that ain't what happened.
Yeah, seriously, like the whole thing with Cinder was like a lot of like business espionage, like back behind the scenes backstabbing, like that was some real cutthroat business bullshit. It wasn't like they got into an argument. She was undermining business opportunities for Bao, like, and other people too, for that matter.
Yeah, like for Bao, for the artist, for that other it's like a mad list of people. Yeah,
and like and everyone was in that independent circle was affected. Like I was watching the week that happened. I was watching a bunch of different VTubers give their thoughts on it, and like Bao was like inconsolable. Like she was like, and apparently she was like just got out of the hospital for like a major surgery when they told her, because like all of her friends knew about it like a week before Bao knew about it, but they held back on telling her because she was like in real life like getting like a major procedure done for something. Like they gave her like time to recover, and they broke the news that they had found out everything that Cinder had done, and it's just heinous, like really terrible, underhanded stuff.
Yeah, that is. Damn, I feel so bad for Bao.
Yeah, I was also watching Buff Pup's stream on it, and she looked like she wanted to like punch Cinder through like a wall for wholesome reasons. Buff Pup. Okay, anyway, back to this.
And literally, but this little fire witch girl or fire demon or whatever she's supposed
to be.
She's a dog.
She's a dog.
Found herself in some hot water. She tweeted out on April 26, 2025, "Effective immediately! Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator,
This is the middle of the story, dude. This happened after all the docs dropped. Okay,
I wonder...
Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm wondering if Jar is starting in medias res, like the Odyssey, in the middle of the story, then working his way out.
Honestly, think he's gonna try to. I think he's gonna try to frame this as her, and she did. She kind of threw her dude under the bus for this, but they're both at fault. All the people who made those documents said that they were both at fault. I think he's gonna try to flip this around and make it just on her. And she made, I think that's the vibe I'm getting, because this has been a vibe all week with some dudes and some stuff. So I bet that's where he's going.
Almost certainly. I would be shocked if otherwise. And Redacted and if you don't know, Cinder and Redacted, her manager, are dating. They are still dating. So it's like, this is like a completely ineffective statement. Like, even from the perspective of like, oh hey, he got fired, it's okay. Well. Not really. He's still there. It's just a publicity note.
Brand or my intentions. I'm sorry, everyone. I will make a large response when I'm able. This immediately caught my interest. After all, where there's smoke, there's fire. If you're wondering who Redacted is, well, it's their significant other. The artist Nanalis tweeted out a doc with all the information of everything Cinder has done. Until, of course, even more docs were released about her. Yeah, once one doc is released about someone, there's always a few more to follow. Word about this drama quickly spread like wildfire, and she lost over 31,000 subscribers at the time of me recording this. And yes, it's steadily dropping. For now, let's go over the first doc by Nanolis, terminating my work with Cinder. The tweet with this document got over 3 million views in 24 hours. Now it should be noted that Twitter views are not the exact same thing as YouTube views. The website does artificially inflate them. However, 3 million, even if it is artificially inflated, is a pretty big number. Introduction and notes. I wanted to share my experience.
Oh, is he just gonna read the document?
I think that's it. I think he's gonna go through the whole thing.
Okay, let me just skip ahead, because we all know. Okay, is there?
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, it is. It's all like, I guess he's just adding commentary along the way, but like the Nanolis one's the big one. Let's see if there's
in the editor not having time for new clients, which will be important later on. The screenshots below.
Oh, he's just recounting
She's already
it.
taken our editors, and I don't mean taken as in he doesn't work.
Oh, and he's reading all the Discord messages.
Oh.
Let me tell you the tea. Cinder, maybe this is a misunderstanding, or maybe
Oh, hang on. Here's
no
opinions.
explanation. Okay, you know what? I don't think you guys want me to read in this annoying voice anymore. Reading
You're
a
right.
comment or two in a funny voice is fine, but doing an entire 20-page document in a voice like that, yeah, I would rather spare your
It sound like
sanity.
you're still
The
doing it
YouTuber
to me.
Mugen
Why don't
you
already
shut
made a
up?
video
Yeah,
going over
right.
each and every single one of the docs, so if you wanted more information, just go check out his video. Basically, Red accuses Bao
Yeah,
of
so then why
gatekeeping
are
one of
you
her-
doing it?
Yeah, right? Like, don't do it halfway through. Someone else did it better.
Right, because that's the video that I saw on it.
Yeah.
And the dude he did it better. Like,
He read every single document. Like, I mean, he went line for line. No silly voices. Just the fact. It's basically like here's what all the documents say. I'm just gonna read everything out in chronological order to you and offer a minimal commentary. And look, for Jar, he's a commentary guy. Provide commentary. Give an opinion.
right.
We know what the facts are. If we're watching Jar's opinion on the situation, we already know the facts of information. Just get right to what your thoughts are on it. Like, give a brief summary and then say what you think about it. Like, it's actually kind of remarkable how safe he's playing it. I guess because he's like afraid of backlash. I can't imagine why he's afraid of that. It's not like he's ever done that before. All right, let me read a few super chats real quick while I'm putting my brain back together. Ghostman GM, preparing you for the dad jokes. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate any dad joke preparation coming my way. By Chiapio Dera, thank you for the super chat. Actually, 2 super chats. Ant bringing up obscure anime, saying no one has seen it. I've seen it. Everyone you've mentioned. Sad face. Watch Goku-sen. It is amazing. The anime and the drama.
Oh,
There we go.
I love Goku-sen.
There you
Oh, I love it.
Watch
Oh my
Goku-sen.
god, I agree. Watch Goku-sen.
I third that one. Watch Goku's. It's great. Olivia Williams. If I dig deep enough, there's possibly a blackface picture of me. But in my defense, I was 12 and I was LARPing a drow. Thank you for sharing that. I get it. You know, you're 12, but like.
I'll give you this. You learned from that, and I will say, like, it reminded me of when on Tumblr there was a picture, you might have seen it, of these 2 people cosplaying Peter Pan, and one was like the Shadow. And they were just all blacked out. Like, they were blacked out from, like, the outfit and the face and everything. Because they were literally supposed to be a shadow. But then someone accused them of doing blackface. And we were all kind of like, that ain't it.
No.
Like, they're blacked out. But that ain't it.
That's not right. Ain't right. No.
Right, like, that ain't right, man.
No. Arthur Clybourne writes, I don't know why it's so hard to not wear blackface. Most of us manage it just fine, right?
Well, damn. Right after the other one.
Back to back. Different opinions.
Back to back.
Because I'm bored, if you stand for nothing, Jar, what will you fall for? Apparently Cinder he will fall for. He will fall for a groomer. So there's that.
Good old Hamilton.
Right. Kitten fart. The abortion video isn't even people's real opinions off of anywhere. It's completely incoherent slop. On top of that, while not giving his opinions, it definitely is filled with his pro-life dog whistles. Yeah, that sounds about right. Jar is not known for coherency. The guy 493. Simp alert. Adrian Parchman. Clearly, Nux Taku is the best VTuber out there. Sarcasm at the end, in case no one picked up on that. Nux Taku isn't even the worst VTuber anymore. There's like a race to the bottom in some circles.
Yeah, for real.
It's crazy how so many of these VTubers who are, and they're all smaller VTubers too, like relatively speaking. Like they really are rushing to like get the cheapest, lowest common denominator to vote to like support them. Meanwhile, like all the big ones are effortlessly succeeding, or they have to say the edgiest stuff to get ahead. Sorry.
It's either that or you find because I watched the guy that he brought up a video about. I guess he was in like the any color group, and he got in trouble with like harassing a woman who was like working for him.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, I was like, what in the hell? Did we not do background checks on people or something? Because I guess he used to also be in VR chat and would like his avatar would be a girl and would like try to. I learned a lot about stuff because I felt old while watching it because I was like, I had no idea all of this was happening out here.
I agree, and it's wild, some of this stuff, and it's funny because I've collaborated with a PNG tuber once. Technically, you're being a PNG tuber right now, technically, because I have your like icon.
True.
There. But it's like
very true.
Very right. But it's like I feel like there's a difference though between like the PNG tubers and like the really indie VTubers, and like when you get to like the Cinder level, like you kind of expect them to be a little more corporately minded. And there's been a lot of discussion too, I've been seeing on Twitter especially, with Kirsch, who I'm not going to get into. I leave that for people who are more interested in that discussion. I don't care about Kirsch. I don't want to deal with her. She seems like a mess. I don't want to touch that with a pole. I got enough controversy already I'm dealing with. I don't want to deal with Kirsch. Dead Domain seems more than eager to deal with that. Let them handle it if they really want to. But like that whole situation, people who are on the ends on VTubing have said, it's a very behind the scenes kind of industry. Like you don't see, it's like an iceberg, 80% below the surface. The fact that none of the major VTubers want to even get close to Kirsch should tell you everything you need to know about her. Like,
damn.
Like none of the major VTubers, or even I don't even think Nyanners wants to go is working with her, and you would think at least she might, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. I don't think that she's been dealing with her, but like even then, it's like that would be one of the ones I would think would be most likely to do it, and like no, like they don't want to touch her. She's like, it's like why don't politicians ask Vosh to hang out with them? It's because there's just like, for a different example, like from a different industry, it's like some people just are radioactive in terms of their baggage that they bring with them.
Yeah, because I've never heard of this person, so I'm like, I guess I'll wait for Dead Domain to tackle him because I'm like, oh my god.
This is all on Twitter. To give you a summary, she's
that's why.
Kirsch is basically appealing to the alt-right, basically, like having a lot of dog whistles, and not just dog whistles, but like trumpet blowing, basically. Like it's like it's weird. She's a strange character. Again, don't want to get into it, but she's like kind of insisting she's totally being attacked for her opinions. Meanwhile, she's like spreading like Nazi conspiracy theories.
Oh, fun!
It's like, oh yeah, I can't imagine why anyone wouldn't want to associate you when you are saying that. Anyway, on a lighter topic, Nick Wolf, Linkara, best VTuber. His model's so lifelike. Oh, poor Linkara. I like Linkara generally. I think he says some good stuff, but yeah, he gets a lot. Anyway, Denmark, thank you for Super Chat. Actually, Linkara has seen one of my videos. I know that. He has commented on one video of mine. Of course, it's the Lily Orchard video, but like...
Oh.
Of course, it's that one, but like still. Denmark, how am I still hearing about Ruby? That show's over. Let's all be happy about it. I just want to be free of it. It's over? I thought it was still going. I don't know. That goes to show how much I've been listening to know about Ruby. I've avoided it as much as possible. Nick Wolf, real talk, I dread the Takahata 101 drama brewing. Yeah, that sounds rough from what I'm hearing. Have you heard about this, Skylar?
No.
Well, you know who Takahata 101 is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was everywhere. Apparently, there's a big thing going where like a lot of it's what's happening based on rumors, mind you, just rumors. I'm hearing. I don't know anything. I'm not involved with it. This isn't like the KP thing where I had insider knowledge of what was going on, and still know a few things too. I won't share. Like apparently Takahata 101, there's like a whisper network of people saying not to associate with him over the last few years, and no one knows why. They don't know if it's like some rumor that's being spread falsely, or if he did some shit that's like really not cool, and no one knows. And until I know for sure what's happening, I'm not saying a word about it because I don't know what I'm talking about. But it sounds awful. It sounds like it's going to be messy. And I don't know if it's going to turn out like the whole, because a few years ago, there was the little Karibo Team 4-star drama that dropped, and it turned out to be a big, actually completely a lie. Actually, it was what it was.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I've spoken to a couple Team 4-star people, and I've talked to Lil Karibo on social media, not privately. Okay, that's not true. I talked to Lil Karibo once privately. And they all seem really chill from my interactions with them. Like, they seem like legitimately really cool people who just want to like do good work and have a good time. And it sounds like whatever happened was either completely blown out of proportion or completely made up. But it was not what it was originally presented as.
Right.
And at the time, I remember reading a document going, like, something doesn't seem right. Something seems off here. Like there's things that aren't connecting, and my instincts were, as unfortunately they tend to be, right on the money on this one, because it turned out it was all made up. It wasn't even real. Again, I'm going off memory. There's specifics to it. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but so it could be a drama like that where it turns out to be a big nothing burger. That being said, it might not be, and that's worth keeping an open mind about. Because whatever's brewing, and there is something brewing, it's coming sooner than later, I think. You just gotta be ready to listen to it. Like don't jump to conclusions, but don't ignore what people say. Also, enough people enough people seem to take it seriously that there might be something really to it. Especially again for an industry like VTubing, where 80% is below the surface. Yeah, no.
Keep your ear to the streets, pretty much.
Yeah. Don't go defending anyone who may be guilty of something. Just brace yourself for that. It might be really upsetting. I know it's gonna suck because I really like his work, so it's gonna be really upsetting. But that's life. You deal with people who do. People make things you like, and then you learn they do terrible things. That's just how it is eventually online. Jack Thorso. I followed Jar back in his ArtCC days. All he ever does is come late to a drama, regurgitate what everyone already knows, get stuff wrong, and take pot shots at people he doesn't like. Last chat tonight. Yeah, that's the thing is. And I don't want to drag him into this, but I was talking to someone who knew Jar personally, who I've collaborated with once before on a project. And he basically told me the same thing. That Jar is an idiot, essentially, is the best way of putting it. Like, he's malicious, but he's also an idiot. Like, he's a malicious moron, and that's really dangerous.
A malicious moron.
Like, it's a bad combination, because like being stupid is bad. Stupid people are really dangerous because they don't know what they're doing and will just ruin everything as a result of their own idiocy. A malicious person is also bad because they are actively trying to harm people. If you're dumb and malicious, you're going to hurt people by accident and on purpose. It's the worst of both worlds. It's really dangerous. And that's why Jar's dangerous to everyone he meets, because he's going to screw them over by accident or on purpose, and you don't know which is coming. Anyway, Glitchy Glitch, he has 2 super chats. Guess what? YouTube didn't notify me the stream was starting. Again! At this point, it's a running gag with me. By the way, what did I miss? A lot. You missed a good deal.
Yeah.
You missed a person trying to slander my name and Jar being really, really dumb. Isn't Takahata part of the show with Haruka Caribou? I'm not sure. I think they were. I think he was dropped from that, but I'm not positive. Yeah. Again, innocent until proven guilty, but don't bend yourself out of shape in defense of someone who might be wrong too. Like, to keep a balanced, open mind. All right.
Yep.
Let me skip ahead to see the Cinder stuff if he says anything useful. 1 second.
Keeping people from
Well,
working with
I mean,
them.
I doubt
So
it's
let's
useful, but
I doubt it's useful. No, nothing Jar says is useful. But let's see if he says something interesting at least.
keep going through this doc and see where the evidence leads us. The doc maker makes the allegation that they got her to cancel her work with Bao mid-progress, manipulating her into doing so by saying, oh, well, she has a lot of other people to work with, so you're just another drop in the bucket. Apparently, Red specifically checked on her to make sure she canceled her model for Bao. And yep, the screenshots are showing what the doc maker said is true. I'm not a 3.
The doc maker is Nanoless. Like, Nanoless is telling you this is what happened. Anyway.
3D artist myself, but I can tell you that making a VTuber model takes a lot of time and effort. Like, just the rigging alone sounds like it would take a lot of time. Whenever I hire someone to do something for me and they cancel, it doesn't make me feel good, I can tell you that much. The doc maker makes the allegation that Red was blacklisting them from working with other creators, claiming that they would pay her to work on something as long as she would cancel her commission. If you're wondering who the 3 VTubers who were blacklisted are, well, it's Bao, Cotton, and Silver Veil. Just like Bao, Cotton and Lily are also very well competitive. You gotta keep grinding, keep putting effort into your content to make sure that someone doesn't take your spot.
He's having opinions
is
here.
clearly
Here we go.
sabotaging
Here's his
the
opinions.
success of other VTubers, all because they're trying to work with the same artist that Cinder is working with. I want to make this clear, these people have publicly been friends with Cinder, and as far as I'm aware, they've never done anything to her. Just gotta stay competitive even when you shouldn't have to. Don't get me wrong, YouTube, TikTok, or Twitch are very competitive. You gotta keep grinding, keep putting effort into your content to make sure that someone doesn't take your spot. But this goes beyond what most people do. Now this does look pretty bad, but then I started thinking to myself, this is Red saying this, not Cinder herself. Maybe Red is just being an over-aggressive manager. He wants what's best for his client, but he's going too far. Cinder clearly has no idea of his actions, right? But then the doc reveals that Cinder knew what Red was doing. All these screenshots show that
He dodged the the last trap he fell into with Cinnabear. Also, oh my god, Jar, what are you doing?
Yeah, at this point, buddy, you ain't like it's nothing new to add. This is
it's just basic bullshit. Like, all of it is so basic. It's wait, what? Hang on a second. What the frick is this? Sorry.
But I guess Cinder wanted to have her cake and eat it too. Allegedly, Cinder was aware that Bao was excited to work with Nano. I say alleged because, well, obviously this is all hearsay. She shows a screenshot which proves that she wasn't trying to steal Cinder's editor, because...
Then it's not hearsay.
what? Then it's actual...
They have, like, evidence for it.
Oh.
Oh, Jar, you even know what hearsay means? Hearsay, there's no evidence for it.
Right.
Well, when
to
has
quote
something like this...
Fred Durst, the he said, she said bullshit.
Exactly. Jar, what are you doing? This is... My god, Jar. Okay, let's get to his conclusions, because there's gotta be... He has to say something interesting here. Oh, wait. Cinder's apology. Hang on, here we go.
Attempts to throw her boyfriend under the bus. Not gonna lie, it's one of the smartest moves she could have made. After all, most of the screenshots show what he said and not what she said. Granted, she more than likely knew what her boyfriend was saying to people over Discord, and she also cheated on him, which is not a good look. Unfortunately for her, we also saw the messages she sent to other people. And she also confirms that she confided in her boyfriend the frustrations she had with other VTubers. My best guess is that she was using her boyfriend to say the things she wanted to say, and if things ever blew up in her face, she could have just thrown him under the bus. I will say that in my humble opinion, Redacted is actually more at fault than her. After all, we have more proof of what he's done than what she's done, unless of course we include the cheating thing. Yeah, if it wasn't for the cheating thing, I would say it's pretty cut and dry that he's worse. Who knows, maybe he...
Oh my god,
okay,
Jar.
He kind of flipped on my prediction, but he a little bit. Like at the end, he kind of like mealy mouthed himself a bit.
A bit. Like he's going back to simping for Cinder at the end. Okay, that's the Jar that's the Jar I was expecting.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man.
cheated on her as well, but we don't have any proof for that. She makes the claim that the similarities between her avatar and Spite's avatar are purely coincidental. Now, whether she's telling the truth here or not, it doesn't really matter. The whole thing with her avatar looking similar to Spite's is purely a drop in the bucket compared to everything else. She confirms that she did cheat on her boyfriend, and she provided the reasons as to why. After going through her apology, all I gotta say is, even if we give her the highest benefit of the doubt possible, she's still really, really, really messed up. Of course,
again, the thing with Jar is that whenever it's a beautiful woman, he always seems to have like a moment of like sympathy towards the person doing it.
Like, yeah, like even like he's trying so hard because he's like, I don't want to stop simping for this girl. But
I want to buy the mouse pad to rest my wrists on.
Right. Like, I need...
Like, it's hard to get mad about it. Nothing about this is, like, infuriating, but it's like, Jar, come on.
It's annoying.
It's so pathetic. It's so pathetic.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand some of what, like Jar consistently will go to bat for, and what's so baffling is looking at this right here, at the general,
just a robot.
The Three Stooges.
At the general status of his channel, you look. Sorry, I'm getting all messed up here. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, that's not the right one.
Wait a. Oh my goodness! No, he didn't.
No, he did what?
I was just. Okay, so Logan Paul gets slandered by CoffeeZilla.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Really, buddy?
Okay, let's go there. Let's go there.
Okay, stop if you heard this
hell.
one before. Logan Paul found himself in some controversy after he did something bad. Yeah, I know, this guy gets himself into hot water every couple of months. Now, there are some good things you can say about Logan Paul. For one thing, he's a straight white man. That means
Okay, Jar.
I can say whatever I want about him and no one will use any oppression cards against me. Unless you're watching this video 50 years in the future, I'm pretty sure you all know who this is. The hatred people have for Logan rivals that of Andrew Tate and Donald Trump. He may not be the most hated man on the internet, but he's certainly in the top 10. So what's going on? Well, there's this guy by the name of CoffeeZilla, a YouTuber with over 4.2 million subscribers. He made a video exposing Logan Paul, along with a bunch of other people who were running crypto scams. By the way, to everybody who's interested in
I use this same effect in my videos, Jar. This is not, it's like a free little thing, but still.
In crypto, unless it's Bitcoin, Doge, or some other well-known crypto system, it's more than likely a scam.
I mean, he's not
Bitcoin.
He's not wrong, but those are also scams too. At this point.
Right.
Like, he's not wrong about the others, but also Doge is a huge scam.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know if I have the strength for Logan Paul. I think we should move on to the horror thing. I sent a message to our other guest who'll be showing up here potentially. See if let me reach out to him privately.
Yeah, because I just, oh my God, like, I've been following the Logan Paul CoffeeZilla stuff mainly because I do like CoffeeZilla in that he is not afraid to get down and talk about these scams, which like we said, they are scams.
Scams.
Poor dude. Yeah, poor dude. Because I also stumbled back before it blew up again. His Void channel, and it's just seeing him, especially as all these like crypto people get pardoned now and stuff, and especially when the president had a meme coin, I was like, that
multiple
poor
meme
dude
coins.
is
I'll add.
Yeah, like I'm like, that poor man. He probably is like ripping out his hair every night. Like, he's just like, why?
Seriously. Like, at a certain point, you're like, what even are we doing with this? Like,
right? Like, I feel so bad for him, and like, for those who don't know Coffee, although I don't honestly at this point, I don't know if you don't know him, but you should definitely watch his video on the Void channel where he went into the space to talk to that girl about the Hawk Tua coin, because it was the funniest thing. It was the funniest thing. Oh my God.
It's just too insane. It's just too crazy. Anyway, let me read a few super chats real quick. Because I'm sure there'll be some opinions here too. Oh, Comet Z, nothing personal, just business. Lord business. It's so ridiculous.
Oh, good.
Taylor Nugent, thank you for super chat. My understanding of Jar is that he's weirdly desperate for people to like him. Yeah, that, and he's also very manipulative. From what I understand, from what people have told me, even Lio Convoy has told me this, so I'll give him this. Apparently, Jar is extremely manipulative.
Yeah, he sounded like it.
But apparently, like, people like do him favors. Like, he'll ask people for favors, and with the condition that he'll do something back for them, and then never does anything. Like, he's very like, oh, I'll do this for you, and then later you'll do something for me, right? Like, and it never reciprocates, you know. So you know, but with everything, it's like he's just a colossal mess, is what he is. Yeah. So next super chat here, Ghostman GM. I hope he doesn't get into brony drama. They don't need another Jar incident. Yeah, that's fair. He's going to talk about KP, isn't he? He's going to talk about the Saber Spark situation, isn't he? He really is.
Oh,
you know he's going to. Like, he can't help himself. And like, okay, so here's the thing. I've spoken to 2 different YouTubers who are doing discussions about the KP Saber Spark drama. I'm talking to another one too, but I won't go into specifics as to what they told me because they're doing their videos. I don't want to undercut what they're going to do. But like, there's so much under the surface of the story that people don't know about yet. Like, there's a lot brewing. This situation is so complicated and so messy. There are a lot of layers to it, and I was gonna do a video related to the drama, but then like once I thought about it, I'm like, I really don't want that headache. It's just too much to.
Yeah.
I gave it to more interested parties, and like, you guys really want to cover this? Here's what I know. Do what you want with it. Do nothing if it's not useful. Do something if it helps. But here's what I know, and they're way more interested than I am in discussing it. Mr. Enter sounds like he's gonna make the big video, but also Cope and Seed, I think, is another one. Beckett from Cope and Seed, he's doing one as well. And Beckett did a Jar video that was pretty major too. And like, it's one of those things where it's like, you look at everything and you're like, this is a mess. It's gonna get ugly. It's better to wait until everything comes forward to say anything at this point, because from what I'm hearing, it's not no one comes out of this looking good, is what I'm gonna say. It doesn't sound like that situation.
Because I remember reading Enter's document on it, and I was like, okay, because I'm like, just to give my 2 cents on this real quick. Chris was in the wrong for telling that joke. You shouldn't do that. That definitely is wrong, and KP had the right to feel uncomfortable about that. And given how all of this turned out, KP definitely should have handled this with more tact, or at least do 2 separate videos. Have your complaint with Chris, and then do something on Saber Spark. But because I guess she assumed like we can squash both of these together because they're related somehow. And then, given what I've read and from what Enter seems to have gathered, there's more stuff out there about Saber that we should probably take seriously. But it's just the fact that this piece has done such, I feel like it's done such irreparable damage to the testimonies that could possibly come out. I don't know if anybody will, and that's a damn shame.
It is,
because at the bottom line, you should at least hear what these people have to say, and at least be like, okay, well, you know, we heard you. We're at least taking you seriously with this, or at least considering this seriously. And now it's like they're just automatically going to get written off. And oh god,
It's
the best advice. Yeah, it's depressing. Like the best advice sometimes is to just sit down. Like just sit down. Let more qualified people take over.
Yeah, seriously. It's just depressing. And I'm sending a message to our other guests coming in. It's really upsetting because, like, you know, the whole, like, KP completely poisoned the well. KP and Courtney really poisoned the well with the discussion.
Yeah.
And so did Brony Fan Don't. But, like, there is legitimate accusations need to be attended to. Chris, in my opinion, made a really stupid joke, but he took accountability for it after the fact. And depending on how, like, on one hand, you can go, well, he made a joke, it wasn't, but then KP framed it as though it wasn't a joke, as though it actually had happened in her video. So then the question becomes, why did KP not just say it was a joke from the beginning? And it makes it seem much worse that she lied than, or not lied, but, like, misrepresented what happened than not. And then so the whole thing becomes a mess. It poisons the well in every story, because immediately you're like, well, KP slandered Chris when Chris said an awful joke that was inappropriate and uncomfortable. It would qualify as sexual harassment in any workplace. But KP misrepresented it. So all of a sudden you're more sympathetic towards, you know, it's all the framing of the narrative and how you introduce to it that ruins the way you look at it. It completely corrupts how this story should have been handled on every level. And the thing is, and this is not too much of a stretch because, so actually our guest is here, so I can avoid dodging this information. Hello there. Mind introducing yourself today?
Hi, I'm Crimson Ender, otherwise known as Crim. I've been on this channel a few times.
A few. Actually, I put the wrong one. I put your sock puppet version up. Let me get the actual Crim on here. The real Crim.
I just saw the sock.
Will the real Crim please stand up?
Exactly. I want the real Crim. That's ukulele.
What? Don't you talk to me like that, young man.
Here we go. There we go. That's better. Ah, perfection.
Ooh, somebody got their hair cut.
Oh yeah, I did. I got my hair cut. Oh yeah, I got it cut. It's very short. I'm not used to it still.
Anthony, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you name your layers?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
I had to
because
find.
I saw you flicking through. I saw you flicking through a few of them, so I was like, "Did you? Is this all untitled 1 through 10?" Hello.
No. What? Never. I would never do that.
Screenshot the layout right now. Right now.
Okay, there you go.
Let's see it. Let's see this atrocity.
Okay, fine. Here's the screenshot right here. I'll post.
Oh,
I'll share it.
It won't be untitled. It'll be image 1, image 2.
In fairness. Okay, let me bring it over here so you can see. So I can expose myself to all the internet.
Okay, I guess
All right.
Okay.
It's acceptable. It's not too terrible. All right. Okay, so I know, Kyla, you didn't want to stick around for the horror stuff, so we'll probably move away from Logan Paul and Jar and Cinder and the abortion video to get onto the video that really pissed me off the most. But let me just read these last couple super chats real quick.
What is with? Okay, I'm not gonna feed into it.
Well,
but
Jar
I'm looking at the
decided
chat, and I'm just like, are we like clamoring for people's downfall now when we
what?
don't even know all the information? But
yeah, that was the thing. Because we brought up the KP Saberspark thing, and I said, like, we don't hold back on making a big judgment. KP's video poisoned the well, but there's a lot more people don't know about that's really let the information come out gradually. I haven't looked at the chat. I was looking at the fan funding tab to get like all the super chats.
I saw someone, Saberspark better get canned next. rubbing your little hands together over the end of someone's career for no reason.
Yeah, let's
You don't
not.
actually know what happened, so
Yeah, no one outside of a select number of people know what happened. Let's calm down. I don't want to see anyone's career get ruined on YouTube, frankly. No one's.
Right.
I mean, there's a couple that I want to, but
That's different, though.
yeah, there's been those people we know pretty much for sure they did something terrible and they're using their audience to access more victims. But
but
this is she's like, I hope Saberspark fucking dies in
in Minecraft
in a fire. What like why are we doing that?
Seriously,
I also I hope that it didn't happen only because I just don't I hope that it was a story that was made up only because the alternative just
sucks.
Is so much worse because there's nothing. If it is true, that person's never going to be taken seriously. Just because KP admitted to helping write the testimony. So
KP has said some contradictory statements. I'll say that to different people.
Yeah,
I've been hearing, but that's a whole story there. Anyway, let me read some super chats real quick. We'll move past that, move into the horror chapter of this stream, which is the part I'm most excited about.
Sorry for being spicy about that.
It's all good. It's all good. Nick Wolf, Jar is that guy who totally watched that one parody animation of Phoenix Wright and the Clown Girls and won't shut up about it to a disturbing degree. Yeah, that's a fair assessment of how it turned out. Actually, that makes sense. Actually, he would. Adrian Parchman, Logan Paul was on the Disney Channel. Yes, that's true. He was.
That's I think that's Jake.
That's also Jake Paul too. Well, who was who was the rest? Oh, Logan Paul's wrestling, right?
Well, they're both boxers, and they both have kind of. I think Logan has gone on wrestling before, but the main thing is that at least if you want to watch something Logan has been in, he was in that back when YouTube had YouTube Red. Yeah, The Thinning.
Oh God, I forgot about that. The Thinning.
I feel like they were in another horror one. One of them was
one of them in Smile, the Smiley Killer one, or was that?
Oh,
no, that wasn't Logan Paul. That was Shane Dawson.
Yeah, that was Shane Dawson's Smiley. Yeah,
Smiley.
Okay, I'm looking up Logan Paul's IMDb. So
and they dragged friggin' Keith David's in it. Friggin' Goliath was dragged in. Anyway, Ghostman GM, Crimbus Grimbus, Crimmy Turner, and Steph the Scientist. The vibes difference between Crims and Kyla's PNG. Yeah, seriously, both drawn by Crim. So thank you, Crim, again for all the art in these. I've gotten so much mileage out of these PMGs. But yeah, no. So I think we're gonna leave Jar behind for right now because there's nothing at all really interesting about what he's been doing. Like, he genuinely is so boring, and I don't know how to maintain any interesting conversation about this man. However, there is one video I have been sitting on for about 2 weeks now that I've seen that have had strong feelings about, and we're going to jump right into it. But I know, Kyla, do you want to stick around for the horror video, or do you want to duck out? I'm not sure, because now you really want to talk about Mika Curtis and his attack on me. So
yeah, I had to get that out my system, but I'll probably hop off. But thank you for letting me get that out, for sticking through with me, because after that I was like, I couldn't have watched this alone. I would have been. You would have been throwing hands yelling at my comments. Yeah, I was just like yelling at my computer screen.
Oh, actually, Krim, you might appreciate this. So, a person who has been hating me for years made a video where he hated one of my videos, and he argued that it was wrong of me to make a video about Sailor Moon maybe being gay, that Neuralities was wrong for saying Utena was gay.
Wait, what?
Yeah, apparently
Sailor Moon and Utena being gay is okay.
Yeah, apparently so.
All right.
Also, apparently, my Sailor Moon Dark Fantasy video is all about sexual assault. That's news to me. I didn't know that either.
See, here's the thing. No, I don't. Maybe I shouldn't.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. Here's the thing: is that like a lot of guys like that love gay Yuri fan art when it's in service to be porn for them, but they don't like it when it comes to like an artistic or critical interpretation. So
yeah, I believe that.
You hit the nail on the head.
Oh yeah,
with that because sure did complain.
Mm-hmm.
Because I guarantee you that this guy has looked at lesbian Sailor Moon porn. I can pretty much. I would bet dollars to donuts on that one.
There's one thing I left out too. This guy is an ex-member of Channel Awesome.
Oh God!
But like,
yes,
one of the ones you've never heard of.
That. Yeah.
But like one of the guys you've never heard of, like from Channel Awesome, like the super blistered thumbs obscure guys.
Oh boy!
So like, just real big man energy with this guy. Anyway, this video is the longest. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, he's... See, the thing is I find that, like... Because a lot of ex-Channel Awesome members either faded into obscurity or, like, joined the Nebula crowd, it seems. Yeah. And I feel like there's more than one person that's a little bit bitter that they didn't get to get that sweet, suck on that sweet Nebula, no, I'm not. Do
you want to be spicy
cash
and
flow.
say who you
cash flow? No.
Well, this
also,
guy.
If it's the one you think that I'm talking about, they are on Nebula, the one that I've been bitchy about.
No, I did not think you were talking about Dominic Noble. Don't worry.
Okay.
I know he's well established. He's pretty. He's in Nebula. He's good.
I will kill him in Minecraft, but. I'm
sure he's a nice enough guy outside of his wicked reviews.
I like beating with a broomstick.
Like, yeah, I think whacking him with he doesn't have to die, but I think whacking him with a broomstick a few times would be an apt punishment.
Yeah, Krim, in case you don't know, has fought a one-man war against Dominic Noble and his wicked reviews for like the better part of a year.
No. It's not been a year. It's just been since December, and I also stopped reacting to his new videos because it's
upsetting.
It's giving me heart palpitations because he's just basically saying the same incorrect thing over and over again, which is my pet peeve.
Yeah, it's hitting the worst nail in the head.
Yeah, like the smug assholes that just say the same wrong thing over and over and over and over again.
Some people say I do that.
Thank goodness you weren't here for the beginning because that's exactly what we sat through.
Basically, that was exactly what we were watching. Except it was someone who was attacking, of all people, Neuralities, myself, Professor Otaku. Strangely enough, Trash Taste. I don't know how they got dragged into this, but they caught strays too. But he had particular animosity towards me, and he got everything about my videos wrong. Right down to being vague about apparently I made a video about a magical girl series, but that's clearly Sailor Moon. He would never say the word Sailor Moon when talking about it. So it's anyway, yeah.
Also, I see in chat, people are like, what incorrect thing? If you'd like to know, you can check out my channel, Crimson Ender, after the stream. Those streams are still up. I've reacted to 3 of his Wicked videos.
Mm-hmm.
They were very good.
They were very good reactions, and very thorough.
Oh,
again, it's
just get a great super chat.
Oh, yeah. Let's read a few of these here real quick. So, too absorbent, too individual, Crimothy... Chalamet.
Oh my god.
Adrian Parchment, he and his brother, that being Logan Paul and Jake Paul, to have a show on HBO Max similar to Keeping Up with the Kardashian. That sounds painful to sit through. I'm not gonna lie. And Gavin Carruth. Okay, basic question. Is elevated horror a serious term? It sounds like an insult, frankly, and if it's dead, good. Okay, that's a great transition into the video. That. So I think now is a great time to transition to this video and why it pisses me off. So, Kyla, you want to stick around? You're more than welcome, but we're going to dive right into horror now without any hesitation, because this video pisses me off so much. Like, genuine... This got me genuinely angry. The same way that Dominic Noble's Wicked videos got Krim pissed off. This
is probably going to make me angry, too.
Well, now that you phrased it like that...
Oh, yeah.
I'm curious now.
Okay, let's stick around. Let's do it. So, elevated horror as a term, and I'm going to just go off the cuff with this. It's a term that originated in critical circles around the time 2016, 2017. It was formed, I think, initially to discuss movies like The Babadook, but then became more associated with A24's brand of horror. So The Witch, Hereditary. To an extent, it follows, but not really. That was more of a John Carpenter throwback. And a lot of these films that were more sophisticated. My problem with the term elevated horror is that the way it was used was to demean other horror films. I would say these horror films are art, and they're good, and they're well made. Unlike that other schlock that's terrible. But like... Sorry, I cut you off there. Go for it.
I feel like, it's to demean like splatterpunk and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But we have words for it already, and it's art house horror and psychological horror, depending on what it is. And those serve perfectly well. It's just that art house horror sounds pretentious, so I guess we can't use that anymore.
And like a lot of the films that you consider to be elevated horror, like you go back a couple decades and there were tons of films like that. I would argue, and I still argue to this day, if the movies Martyrs, Audition, Jacob's Ladder, Possession, or even like Let's Scare Jessica to Death came out in 2015, they would be called elevated horror. Hell. And as you can see in this video, they criticized the movie Candyman. They brush it off, basically.
What?
This video.
Oh, boy, let's get into it.
This legitimately got me angry. Candyman is a very intelligently made movie. Like, both it and the requel that came out a couple years ago. They're both very intelligent movies that deal with societal issues and bigotry and racism. And, like, even the story it's based on deals with the inner city. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make a wild guess. Mm-hmm. I've never seen this channel before, but is this person white?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that explains.
Okay, yeah. Oh, trust me, there's a lot that makes sense. I'll just get into it. And again, no disrespect on this creator. They sound like they're very much focused on cinema analysis and all that. I respect that. If this creator is watching and wants to formally debate this discussion or talk about it, I'm more than happy to do so, respectfully. But I also think you're wrong, and I'm upset by it. So we'll go with it.
And if you want to debate disrespectfully, I'm your man.
There you go. Krim will very disrespectfully debate you.
In paid partnership with Mubi, a curated streaming service dedicated to elevating great cinema from all around the globe. Get a whole month free.
I don't like her already.
Girl on film. I watched Smile yesterday, and it was everything I wanted and more. There was a lot of Naomi Scott doing
what?
Yeah, Smile 2. Yeah, specifically.
Smile. Hold on. Okay.
Well, Smile 2 specifically, she's referring to.
I haven't seen Smile 2, but the first one was stupid.
I like it because it was filmed in New Jersey, and I recognize the places they filmed in. So I'm like, oh, cool, I've driven past there before. There's like a scene where they're at like a diner or whatever. I'm like, I was at that diner in the parking lot. I'm like, oh, that's cool. So that was fun. But yeah.
I just No, I'll be nice. I'll be a good boy.
Crim, don't worry.
But there's a lot of things going on.
Oh, it gets so much worse.
Read.
I like Smile enough, but yeah, no, trust me, it gets so much worse.
I'm not even talking about her opinions, but
here we go.
This,
no, I'll be good.
and even a little bit of this. It was a perfect, gunky popcorn flick, and it brought the question to the forefront of my mind. Are we finally over elevated horror? And if so, what comes next?
Oh boy. So this part pissed me off so much.
The horror genre is a microcosm of the general film industry, and this is exemplified by shifting trends in popularity, the phases of the mainstream, if you will. In broader film and TV, we've seen booms in high fantasy, stoner comedies, and we seem to be on the tail end of the comic book film epidemic. In horror, we've had our own separate categories running the gauntlet for most favourable subgenre, with different decades taking fairly definable, idealised qualities. And
Alright, I hate this narrative structure of horror already, because it really is not as smooth as people like to think from an overhead simplified perspective. Yes, certain decades have certain aesthetics to them, but there's a ton of overlap between genre. A lot of people associate the slasher genre with the 80s, but it has origins in the early 70s. A lot of the 90s... Sorry, I cut you off there.
It's okay. No, I cut you off, technically speaking. I mean, just to point out, Stranger Things has been going on the entire time before, during, and after this whole elevated horror trend has been happening, and that's like the schlockiest, like 80s inspired horror, like goofy kind of in many ways.
I would agree with you if the actual contender for the goofiest, most schlockiest horror franchise of the 2010s wasn't the Conjuring franchise, which she never mentions, I don't think, in this whole video.
I'm bringing up Stranger Things because of its impact on the current pop culture right now, because it's probably one of the most influential sort of horror pieces that is kind of, maybe not the most, but one of the most in terms of that genre anyway.
Oh, 100%. It's all heavily inspired by Stephen King's It and all that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hold that
Which
thought. Again,
also came out during this so-called epidemic of elevated horror.
Oh, trust me. Hold on to that, because it's going to come up so much, and you're going to be... And it's... Hold on to that, because you're right.
Just because you're not watching a lot of movies doesn't mean the rest of us aren't. Maybe you should get out more. Maybe you should do... Sorry. I'll be nice. I'll be good.
No. Trust me. There's a point where I'm going to get really pissed off. Just hold on to that.
These categories tend to run much broader than the nature of the horror, such as supernatural, psychological, or creature feature. It's more about the trends of the filmmaking over the beasties within. Of the waves of horror, some phases that stand out to me are the slow, gritty horrors of the 1970s, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Wicker Man, The Exorcist, and...
The Wicker Man is not a slow, gritty horror film. They have musical numbers. Multiple musical numbers.
Also, in the 70s, you know what else? Other horror... Yeah, well, there was like the campy horror that was a big thing that started in the 70s and sort of accumulated in like Little Shop and Reanimator and...
Well, that was more 80s.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
But you know what was...
Yeah.
But like...
Yes, but I'm just saying that there was some trends being started in the 70s, because I think the book for... Little Shop, the book was kind of serious. It wasn't.
Well, the original Little Shop of Horrors was in the 50s. That was the original film.
Was it?
Yeah, okay. 50s. That was Roger Corman, I think, did the first one. That was Jack Nicholson's first role, I'm pretty sure. The original. But you know what other horror movie came out during the 70s that was a pretty big deal? Jaws.
Yeah,
Like
that's
Jaws.
another one. Very schlocky.
It's the schlockiest of movie. It's a great movie, but it's so silly and goofy and kind of amazing.
Eraserhead was
Eraserhead?
70s, but that was kind of
That was definitely horror and bizarre. Also, there was also movies like, what was it called? Like Black Christmas, which I think is one of the great Canadian horror films. What was it? Yeah, Black Christmas. That was Bob Clark, who also did Christmas Story. There was also
Poltergeist wasn't until the early 80s. I couldn't remember if it was late 70s, early 80s.
That was the same year, I think, as E.T., I'm pretty sure. So that was the same year as that. But also, you had stuff like Last House on the Left, which is definitely not a slow-paced film. It's a very abrasive, very aggressive movie. There were a ton of low-budget, really sleazy, really offensive films from the 70s that were like just deeply disturbing. Oh yeah, of course, I almost forgot about Sallow. You can't forget about Sallow in that time period. That was definitely horror. More psychological.
The Exorcist.
The Exorcist. Well, they mentioned The Exorcist here, but also
Dawn of the Dead.
Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead. Yeah, exactly. Dawn of the Dead. I almost forgot about that one. There was some of the Italian horror films like Suspiria, which is so distinct. And of course, we've been avoiding the big one, and that's Alien. Alien and Halloween. Both of which were... Well, Alien's more slower paced, but it was more big budget, more of an extravaganza of sorts. Halloween is a straight-up slasher, more in line with what happened in the 80s. It was a cross between what would come and Hitchcock's old style. People are saying Puppet Master, that was much later. And Rosemary's Baby was the 60s. That was kind of what led into this more psychological... Oh, then there's folk horror. I mean, she's British. She should know all about the blood in Satan's claw. Sorry, I'm babbling.
I think like one or two Dracula movies came out in the 70s. I think a Stephen King movie. Did The Shining come out in the 70s or the 80s?
Shining was 1980. So it was...
Okay. Salem's Lot came out in 1979, I think. But I think that was a show, not a movie.
That was a made-for-TV movie. Toby Hooper directed it, who did Texas Chainsaw and Poltergeist. But also Carrie was the 70s. And that's very distinct and memorable. There were a bunch. The point is there's so many horror films from the 70s that break the tradition of like being super slow and super psychological. But anyway, back to this.
And the original
Halloween. She's done something much
They're
worse
dead
soon.
serious and visually captivating dramas with nightmarish core.
Oh, Don't Look Now. I guess that counts as more psychological.
Captured on beautiful, grainy...
Oh, I wouldn't count this at all in any of the discussions of slow-paced horror. Do you know what this is, Krim, this movie?
I feel like I've watched it, but I'm
I Spit on Your Grave.
I don't think I did see that one.
I thought that's what it was.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh no.
Oh, this is not a movie you want to cite as like a slow-paced... This is not slow-paced at all. This is a really upsetting movie. And for those who don't know, I Spit on Your Grave is it's a rape revenge movie, basically. She gets assaulted horribly and then gets revenge on the people who assaulted her. It's a very upsetting movie. It's a great movie, but it's deeply disturbing, I think. I think it's one that's gotten appraised more. I think BJ Colangelo really helped with like the reappraisal of modern criticism of it, but like still, this is anyway.
Film. The 80s saw peak slasher popularity with continued Halloween films and the Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, and Sleepaway Camp franchises.
How can you...
Not really a franchise, though. It's like 4 films and some period much later. Sorry.
How can you say, oh yeah, the 80s are a great example of the slasher genre, and then like name like slashers that started in the 70s?
Yeah, like, well, Halloween started in the 70s, and you cited it as like a deadly serious movie. Nightmare on Elm Street is more emblematic of the 80s, I feel like, because it runs the gamut from like
Stranger Danger as well.
But then goes into MTV aesthetics and like over the top stuff, as well as suppressed homosexuality. Emblematic of the 80s entirely. So Nightmare on Elm Street really hits the gamut of like 80s horror, in my opinion. But Sleepaway Camp's an odd one to cite. Like, I would say, oh, yeah, Halloween had some sequels, Nightmare, Friday. I'd say Child's Play would be the next one, but then I think, oh, well, only the first film was in the 80s. Sleepaway Camp had one film from the 80s. I think the rest was like either the super tail end of the 80s or like the early 90s. That wasn't really much of a franchise, though. Like, it's weird that's the one you chose. Also, from the 80s, Possession, which was very much, if that came out in 2015, would be elevated horror. I don't know. I just think it's... Oh, yeah. This is just ridiculous.
Horror of the 90s isn't as easy to define. By this point, horror films had a structure.
Oh, wait, hold on. It's because that's when she started watching... Because I find there's a lot of...
She says when she started watching horror films. It was not during the 90s.
Yes, but like it's... Like a lot of people I find when they go back, if they're like interested in film, when they go back, they don't, there's kind of like usually a cutoff point that they don't go back past. And I'm gonna guess that most of her experience with movies is like, or like at least horror movies. She hasn't watched a lot of stuff before the 90s, except the big stuff, which.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. But the 90s were more defined by two big trends. The postmodern slasher with Scream and the psychological thriller thanks to Silence of the Lambs. Those are the two big horror genres that kind of became more popular in the 90s. But even to say they defined it is reductive. I think the big issue is that a lot of the big franchises are running out of steam. Like there's fewer and fewer Halloween, there's fewer and fewer Nightmare on Elm Streets.
That's what I was gonna say. You had like a sequel fatigue problem in the 90s.
Exactly.
But you had was the third big one, I would say.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you see a lot of the big issue at one point became like a lot of the really good horror films in the 90s. It's Candyman, Jacob's Ladder, Silence of the Lambs, and that's also when you started getting the beginning of the J-horror trend. I think specifically with Ring and Audition. But then you also had Scream, which really dominated that whole era, you know? And its imitators, like I Know What You Did Last Summer, Urban Legend, Halloween, H2O to a lesser extent. So, anyway, that's what she has to say, but there's a lot that she glosses over here.
A lot of tropes, and the period is often boiled down to the meta nature of Wes Craven's first Scream film, although that came out in the latter half of the decade in 1996. But I think it might be more broadly accurate to say that the films were increasingly psychological and character-focused. Silence of the Lambs, Seven, The Craft, Candyman, these films felt more grounded in reality.
Okay. Seven grounded. Okay.
Seven exactly.
Dude, Seven. The first scare. I think, dude. All I'll say about Seven, knife strap on. Shut up.
Well, my favorite is that
what kind of fucking grounded and what the fuck?
Well, I mean, the ways that listen. What's not grounded about a man eating so much soup his stomach explodes, or being just put to a bed and just left to sit there for a year, somehow surviving despite his body shriveling up?
See, the thing is that sorry, go ahead, Kyla.
Oh no, because even the chat just mentioned, I'm like, The Craft.
Yeah, right.
Grounded?
That's not grounded at all. It's so not grounded.
What?
Scooby-Doo is more grounded than The Craft.
What I would say, something about the 90s, I think it was the last era where we weren't afraid. It was kind of like the last era of like not being afraid to be completely sincere. You know?
Yeah.
Like, sure, there was irony, but like that was, you know, only part of the culture. Even you could say counterculture, subculture. a lot of times, like Seven would not be made today, not because it's too disgusting, but because people was like, oh, you have to crack a joke about the fucking knife strap on, like, you know, like it would be filled with like winks and glances at the camera in a way that like I don't think, it just wouldn't be the same. So.
And the other thing also with the craft, though, that's interesting, is that the 90s were also defined with that same mentality of the sincerity. It was a great era for children's and family horror as well. Like, you had the Addams Family series. You had like the Scooby-Doo got a comeback in this era with the direct-to-video movies with Scooby-Doo. There were a lot of really good family-friendly monster horror-adjacent films, like spooky films for kids. Hocus Pocus as well. And I would count all of that in the discussion. Goosebumps, yeah. Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Goosebumps was in its like heyday in the 90s.
Yeah, exactly. And you really have to discuss that when talking about horror, because the 90s were a fantastic time for kids to get into horror. And even with Scream, that lent itself well with it too. Because Scream was never so scary, except for the opening act of Scream, which is legitimately really a really effective scene. There's nothing in Scream that's like so frightening that you couldn't show like a young teen who had grown up with Goosebumps and Addams Family that movie next. It was a very good natural jumping off point to more adult horror.
Animorphs also a great sci-fi horror.
Animorphs keeps freaking coming up. That was freaking Red brought it up. You're bringing it up. It's like a sign of something.
Honestly, I'm remembering now too because you bring up about gateways. Like Disney Channel actually had like a lot of those. Like I distinctly remember one of my favorite ones was Don't Look Under the Bed.
Yeah,
like, that one. Like
the Beetlejuice cartoon
as
well. That came out
Beetlejuice cartoon.
Yeah.
Yep.
You just Beetlejuice the movie.
Beetlejuice the movie wasn't child friendly, but the cartoon was.
It was not. It was not child friendly, but kids watched it anyway.
Can I share with you a fun fact that kind of like I was thinking the other day. It's like Beetlejuice is kind of like if the genie from Aladdin was like undead and horror.
Yeah,
and there sure are a lot of rip-offs of the genie. Wait a minute. Beetlejuice came out in, like, the cartoon, which is where he did the transformation puns and stuff, came out in 1989, and Aladdin came out in 1992.
Makes you wonder if they're ripping something off.
Beetlejuice is the OG, like, transforming for as a bit. Came before the genie, and I just had to sit there and think about that, and it kind of blew my mind a little bit.
I love that. That's great. Oh my god!
You kind of think as the genie as the original, but it was cartoon Beetlejuice that was doing it first.
Freaking seriously, I love that. That's actually interesting. I never even put that together in my head. That's really cool.
Yeah.
People are saying Crimstifer is onto something.
I mean, like, it's been one of my favorite cartoons for a very long time. I got one of my very good friends into it. And I just never really thought about it in depth until, like, a week ago, and I was like, wait a minute. Oh, the genie is the copycat here. What the hell?
That's actually really cool, actually. Okay, so, but going back to the mainstream adult horror.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's all good. That's a really good point. I love that. I may have to do something with that with you at some point. But another one that she does not mention, that's one of my all-time favorite, two of my all-time favorite horror films, she does not mention from the 90s. And that's Jacob's Ladder and Audition. And I know they're lesser known, but Jacob's Ladder is without if you do not have Jacob's Ladder, you don't get Silent Hill.
Yeah, if you like Silent Hill, go watch Jacob's Ladder like as soon as the stream is over. That's an order. It's not optional.
Yes, Jacob's Ladder is undeniably one of the best horror films of all time. And Audition is an immensely powerful J horror film. Also, she doesn't mention The Ring, I think, in this whole video. I don't think. I think she might show a clip of it, but like that's a major one too.
Yeah, but and then does she mention The Grudge at least?
No.
She doesn't mention Ring or The Grudge.
I think she shows a clip of one of them, but that's it.
in a video about quote unquote elevated psychological horror.
All right, Krim,
She doesn't. Okay.
Hold that thought because how she uses a. Oh, I love that. I love that.
I can't do this again.
Okay, because Krim.
Okay, go ahead.
How she uses a clip of one of them, the context she uses it, is something that got me so angry. I actually paused the video when I first watched this, walked around my entire house getting upset, and then sat back and watched the rest of it. Audition was 99.
Okay.
I think. Anyway, back to this.
Gremlin noises incoming. Just warning you.
Oh, trust me, it's worse.
And a little gothy. Maybe.
No, I will.
Into the
Gothic, shut up.
It's
here
no
we go.
secret here that I am a huge fan of this era of horror. These are the movies that were coming out when I was a kid, whose video cases
The Grudge and The Ring, right there.
I had my dad pick me up from a sleepover in 2008 where we watched Saw 2 because I was absolutely terrified, and those girls continued to bully me for the next 2 years. Basically, at the time, I hated all of it, but now it has this powerful, nostalgic hold over me that scratches an itch nothing else does. The word I'd assign to the 2000s is trash. The trash era, if you will. I've already said if you will twice, and we're about 2 minutes into this video. We got lots of low digital quality, bad acting, nudity, a rise in torture porn, and a lot of remakes, which I think is a factor that fits the trash mold by way of the supposed moral bankruptcy of remaking classics. Although I actually like remakes, and you can watch this video next to find out more about why. And all of
Krim, are you there still?
They evaporated in a rage. They vibrated so hard in rage.
Yeah.
See, why would you do this to me?
No, right? Like, okay. Let's collect what you just said, because it can't be as bad as the vibe I'm getting from this right now.
I want to be so mean to her, like, personally, not just about her opinions right now. I just want to, like, rip her to pieces on her stupid little pink microphone, on her awful little backdrop, on her stupid little hand tattoos, but I'll be a good boy.
Okay,
I
good.
won't.
Because
but I could.
I'm really struggling too, because the fact is that she considered. I mean, granted, Ju-on is a great film. I assume that she's implying it means that Ju-on's a classic when she says, "Oh, it's a remake of a classic." You know, okay, fair. It's a remake of a classic directed by the person who made the original film, the American Grudge. So right there, that's already problematic. For two, comparing the first Saw, which is more in line with 7 than anything else, to Hostel, and saying they're all equally trash. They're all trash, you know. That right there is a huge disservice. Other films that she's ignoring from this era, The Descent. That's a big film that she's ignoring. Also, Ju-on, The Grudge, came out in the 2000s also. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go for it.
It's giving, I consumed most of my horror in the context of the Scary Movie series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Damn.
Also, speaking of Scary Movie, but no, even that doesn't make sense because Signs came out in this era. And Signs, granted, M. Night Shyamalan after that point was... Signs is goofy as hell. But is it trash, though? I wouldn't say that. It's pretty goofy, but, like, I wouldn't consider it trashy. Also, this was the era of the new French extreme. So you got films like Martyrs, High Tension, Inside. I think Eden Lake was 2011, so this was a little after that. But like, and that's not really French extreme, but it kind of fits in that same discussion. So right there, I would never put Martyrs as trash. Like, Martyrs is extreme cinema, yes, but it's not trash. Also, The Girl Next Door, which is a vastly underrated horror film from that era that fit the torture aesthetic. But sorry.
Someone mentioned Funny Games.
That was the 90s.
And I love it. No, because the
remake was 2000.
The remake
came out in 2000s, and that was actually really good.
Yeah, the remake's fantastic.
I liked the remake.
Also, I
They're
think made
both
by the
really
same
good,
crew
but-
that made the original film too. So it's another case.
Yeah,
of the original
it's
creative
the
team.
guy. The guy's just like, I just want to make this movie again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. People mentioning Ginger Snaps in the comments. That was amazing. Also, Canadian horror again. And that was a violent film. Yeah, but it used the violence to talk about puberty. Speaking of which, another great film to talk about puberty and horror, Jennifer's Body. Also from the 2000s.
I was going to say
that
Teeth.
one's good.
Oh,
Teeth is kind of trashy.
It is.
And
but good.
there was some trashy ones. Like there was Teeth,
Teeth is
Dead
great.
Girl, which was
Dead Girl
was awful.
Dead Girl was rough. That was a rough
It's a
one.
rough watch.
That's unpleasant, I think. I don't know if it was good or not, is the thing with Dead Girl. Like, I generally think Teeth, Ginger Snaps, Jennifer's Body are really good, but, like, Dead Girl, I don't know if I would...
watched it. I
Hard
watched
Candy.
Dead Girl with a group of, like, 7 other people, and
that's the
everybody
worst way
else
to
in
watch
the
it.
room was like straight guys in their teens, and they were very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I can see that. That's a hard one. That's a rough one, though. I don't know how I feel about Dead Girl. Like
They were all like, because there was one guy that got it because he was like he was the big horror guy, and they were like, "Where did you find this movie?" And I'm like, I think it's fine. Like, it's rough, but, like, they were so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it's uncomfortable as a movie, but I think good horror
That's the
should be
point.
uncomfortable. Yeah, exactly. Good horror is uncomfortable. Like, that's a good sign. I just don't know if I'd watch it again, but I don't regret watching it.
Yeah.
Is what it is for me, I think. Also, I mentioned this before, Hard Candy, which I think is definitely is horror. Some people in comments are also talking about J-horror films. Like, again, a lot of J-horror from the 2000s and K-horror too. One Missed Call, the original.
And a bunch of
Pyro,
horror anime as well.
anime.
Like
Perfect Blue came
Death
out-
Note and
Death
stuff.
Note, yeah. Well, Perfect Blue came out in the 90s, but I'd argue there's elements of Paprika that are pretty horrific.
Paprika is kind of a psychological, and I think,
There's a few. When did Pet Shop of Horror came out? Was that?
That was the 90s.
That was
Oh no,
90s?
Pet Shop of Horror. Sorry, I automatically went to Little Pet Shop of Horror.
No. Well, Pet Shop of Horror, Little Shop was the
Yeah, Little
80s.
Shop of
Yeah,
Horror.
Little Shop was the 80s and 50s, but Pet Shop of Horror I think was either late 90s or early 2000s for anime. That was a really good one. Angel Cop is the 90s, so that's totally in the 90s.
Paranoia Agent.
Paranoia Agent, yeah, Satoshi Kon again. Oh yeah. Also, Fright Night is amazing. I see you in comments there. Fright Night's great. Both the original and the remake are both fantastic.
Hellsing.
Hellsing. Well, then, of course, the big one I'm forgetting about is 28 Days Later. One of the great horror films of the 2000s. That movie's incredible. Wicked City's really good, by the way. I'm seeing people in comments mention that too. And Higurashi no Nakakoro.
Yeah, Higurashi when they cried, 2006.
So good. So good. There are so many great... Oh, Monster, again, that's a great manga. Anime less so, I think, but the manga is fantastic for Monster.
Yeah.
But all those are examples of great horror from the 90s and 2000s that breaks the mold of what she's talking about. And again, there are other horror franchises. Trick or Treat. Yeah, Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead's amazing. I love Shaun of the Dead. Trick or Treat
What's
is
that
fantastic.
What's that one anime that the one with the pink-haired girl with the horns that
Elfen Lied.
has
Elfen Lied.
Yeah, that one's also 2000.
That's 2005. That was the anime you put to every Evanescence AMV. That was the one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Elfen Lied was it was baby's first horror
Basically, yeah.
anime.
I do
Yeah.
kind of have a soft spot for it, but it is so
that does
immature.
remind me of that reminds me of another one that had a pink-haired girl. She was like if you had to picture Yandere in in your head, that's
Future
who came to
Diary.
mind.
Future Diary.
Yes.
Yeah,
Future
yeah.
Diary. That was it.
But one thing about
Corpse Party, I think, came out.
Yeah. One thing about Elfen Lied that's very funny, the writers of Stranger Things cited an anime that inspired Stranger Things. And do you know what one it was? Krim, you can say it.
It wasn't Elfen Lied, was it?
It was Elfen Lied.
Was it
yeah.
actually?
It was. You know,
Wow.
and I'm not even lying. I'll bring it up real quick. This is a real thing that they said.
No, that makes sense though. I mean,
Yeah.
like I see it.
Because 11 was inspired by Elfen Lied. And I know this because I had to write about it on CBR. That was why I know this.
I'm thinking about it. Damn, you're right. Oh my god! Like,
Yeah.
the intro is literally the beginning.
Actually,
oh my god.
I'm realizing if I bring this on screen, I might get like immediately demonetized for showing Elfen Lied because there's so much nudity in all these images. But look it up. It's true. I just double checked. It's a true thing. But it's freaking wild. But yeah, no. Wrong Turn, of course, they mentioned in this opening, but I think that's kind of. I think Wrong Turn's kind of trashy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a big Wrong Turn fan. That's a little trash. Also, same with but it's fun trash. Like, that's trashy. That and Hatchet are really trashy, but they're good. I like them.
I can't if you haven't watched Elfen Lied, don't.
You're not missing. But if you have to experience Elfen Lied, watch it rather than read it. It's one of the ones where the anime is vastly superior to the manga, I think.
There was some choices that, you know how like in the original Sailor Moon, they're like, maybe we won't make Chibiusa in love with her own father. They make similar decisions in the Elfen Lied anime that were, just some decisions for the better.
Yeah, the whole thing was changed. Oh yeah, Sweeney Todd counts as horror.
Ooh, yeah.
Also, technically Final Destination, but I would consider that more in the...
Yeah, that's super trashy.
Yeah. As much as I love Tony Todd in those films, and I know Tony Todd's final performance was in the newest Final Destination film, yeah, those aren't movies that you're going to say are like Oscar winners.
Cloverfield, let's go.
I love it. Oh, Wreck! Wreck was another one from that era. That's incredible. Wreck is fantastic. But I am, of course, avoiding mentioning the best horror film from the 2000s that none of us have mentioned by a mile.
Oh my
I'm going to double check to make sure it's actually from the 2000s, not 2010, real quick. Yeah, 2008. Okay. The best horror film from the 2000s, and this is no comparison for me, no contest. It's Lake Mungo. Lake Mungo is one of the single greatest horror films ever made.
Anthony?
Yep.
I haven't watched that one. Do I need to?
Yes.
Is that my homework? Okay.
Lake Mungo, and watch it without looking up anything about it if possible.
Yes, sir.
Even Googling it, unfortunately, showed one of the most frightening scenes of the movie out of context. And out of context, you're like, oh, what's so scary about this scene? But in context, it's one of the most existentially terrifying, like, moments in any horror film ever. Like, I showed it to my parents who hate horror films, and they loved it. Like, that's how good this film is. But
I live alone in like a creepy old building, like from Victorian age.
It doesn't matter. It's okay. So the idea to sell you on Lake Mungo, it's a fake documentary film about a family whose daughter drowns. At the beginning of the film, the daughter drowns. And it starts off with the family trying to process the death, and they're like, the mother, she has some, she didn't get to see the body, so she has like a part of her that maybe believes maybe they got the wrong body by accident. The father throws himself into work. There's something with the son that's never quite explained, but people theorize as to what. Really happened.
Okay, yeah, no, yeah, I'm there. I'm there. Yeah. It's just I know it's going to be a rough watch for me, just because I live in this. Horror is rough in my home because of how old the building is, and it's like,
this one gets under your skin in ways that you don't expect, because it's the kind of film that every few minutes, I feel like 10-15 minutes, you realize you're not watching the film you thought you were. Like, it keeps changing every so often. And it doesn't. None of the changes counted before. But you think you're watching a family drama, then you realize no, it's this kind of movie. But then you realize no, wait, no, it's not that kind of movie. It's really this kind of movie, and it keeps shifting without losing what came before. It's so good.
Say no more. Say no more. Yeah. Also, somebody said, American Psycho is not a horror film, it's a thriller.
It's a comedy more than anything else, I think. Yeah. It's a horror comedy more than anything
else. Very true.
And The Happening is absolutely trash.
The Happening is garbage.
Now that's a true comedy.
Anyway, back to the video, because we can go on all day. The point is that she's fucking wrong about the 2000s being trash.
My favorite part of the happening is where he tries to talk to the plastic tree.
Yeah. We don't mean anything. We're fine. Like my favorite one. He's like, hot dogs get a bad rap. You like hot dogs, right? I just love that. It's so stupid. Anyway, back to this.
Yeah, we're
These
getting...
phases aren't just incidental. They're a response both to the socio-political and cultural state, and a response...
Oh, The Mist! The Mist came out in the 2000s. Okay, I'm going to stop.
Okay, keep watching.
Yeah. The idea
That sure is a lot of words that you said without saying anything. But anyway.
Explore, invert, play up, satirize, and distract from the world around us. 80s horror, for instance, was recognizably impacted by the generally agreed upon morals of the time, with naughty sex habits dying left, right, and center, and only virgins surviving the night.
That's not true.
That was in a very select few movies.
Yeah.
Also, sorry, I had to walk away because I kicked my desk and I
I'm
stubbed
so
my
sorry.
toe. But...
I'm so sorry. Oh, that sucks. But case in point, multiple final girls from Friday the 13th, Nancy Thompson in Nightmare on Elm Street, the mom from Child's Play, Kirsty from Hellraiser, all of whom survived their films, and none of them are virgins. And even then, a lot of them have sex and they still survive. Very few, only a select number have the whole, if you have sex, you die, and it's usually the extraneous characters who have sex and die. But the main characters still have sex and survive. So I hate that stereotype because it is true to some extent, but it's the side characters. The main characters can have sex and still live. They just quote unquote virginal. It's a whole thing. Anyway.
I would say that there's almost at this point there seems to be more movies dissecting that trope than there is movies with that trope.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like in Kyla, I think you'll appreciate this one. There's a long history of. It's a great documentary called Horror Noir. If you ever watch it, it's a really good documentary. It's about the history of black actors and directors and writers in Hollywood with the horror genre. And you had a lot of the horror black friend character who was kind of pushed aside. But the stereotype that the black character dies first became more of a meme than actually executed in horror films. Because unfortunately, most often the black characters just faded to the background and had no relevancy to the plot, which is actually worse.
Yeah,
The magical, the magical black friend stereotype as well. That was a lot.
Well, that was in The Shining too, with Scatman Crothers. Which sucks. He lives in the book.
That's not just The Shining though, because
that's Stephen King's whole body of work.
Stephen King does that a lot. Look, I'm watching The Stand right now, and I'm just like, oh, buddy. Mother Abigail is an interesting character.
Yeah.
And Stephen King and just mystical black people is really wild.
It's continuous. He keeps doing it.
I think that he thinks he's doing something good. I think he thinks he's doing something.
I think his heart's
in the right place, but he's not playing the game right.
But
he's not playing the game right, but he's trying. But after a certain point.
I can't say how it's not my place to say whether that makes it okay or not, but he's like that. He kind of reminds me of that one uncle that I voted for Obama.
You mean the parents you mean the family from Get Out? You mean the family from
Get Out truly was ahead of its time, wasn't it?
Seriously, somehow it's still ahead of its time. Even though it's making fun of the times it was made in, but still feels too relevant today. Anyway, back to this though. But yeah, no, so that's a thing. Anyway, sorry.
I'd suggest that the sickly, greenish, gritty look of noughties horror was a response to glittery pink pop star consumerism. The horror aesthetic as a representation of counterculture was the antithesis of popular culture.
No! It was a reference to 9/11 and the War on Terror. They were directly inspired by war footage from Afghanistan. They cited this. Okay, so this has pissed me off. Okay, cool off. Okay, we're good. No, so Hostel, specifically, is a reference to the genuine fears that certain parts of America had of foreign cultures, because they associated all of it with terrorism, because that's what the media fed people day in and day out. There's a lot of people who argue that the aesthetic of the choice of digital cameras in that era was not a reference to anything about pop and glitter, but rather that was what people were seeing day in and day out on their TVs when watching new footage from Afghanistan, looking for new stuff of Al-Qaeda and all that. It's a direct reference to the news that they were consuming on the regular, because that's what people were scared of. They weren't just choosing to make it that way because it was a counterculture thing. It's because that was the most prominent horror aesthetic of the time. Real life. And especially as someone who lived outside the New York area, that was a prevalent aesthetic of like just the world. Like so much of it was brought through the news nations. Anyway, I'm
also the utility of it, we can't forget that. The fact is a really easy, cheap way to make a movie is to use the tools that make it look cheap, but intentionally. Found footage is extremely cheap to make because you don't really need all this fancy camera equipment, because it's all, it's all supposed to look like it's shot by an amateur. So it's okay if it looks amateur because it's on purpose. So
I'm not gonna lie either, like especially for the early ones, the film and the tone of the Matrix definitely had a play on that, I feel, because a lot of movies were coming out kind of looking like that aesthetic because they were trying to replicate, they saw something successful and were like, let's do that. And
even Twilight did it, and they didn't know why. Like, they put that green filter on everything, and it's like, the reason they put the green filter on everything in the Matrix was because it was supposed to look like it was like you're supposed to look like a completely different color grading than the real world. So they tried to make it look more like it was in cyberspace, so they made it green.
Yeah, and if you look at the Matrix is green, the real world is blue, and everything has that color filter across the board. But everyone always forgets the blue filter. They only looked at the green one because it had all the cool bullet time scenes going on. I'm going to read a few super chats real quick because they're piling up. I feel like it's good to like discuss this with what we've had so far. Oh, here we go. Cool. Elevated horror. So, Meow Neon, thank you for super chat. Did you say Pogan lol? Lol. That's funny. Ghostman GM, watch out, guys. Ant's pushing in his glasses. Yeah, doing the Gendo Akari glasses push. Nick Wolf, what is Assassination Nation's horror spectrum? Not sure entirely, actually. Taylor Neogen, Neogen. Yeah, Neogen. Sorry, my brain's farting. I've only watched 5 minutes of one of her videos before, and what I saw was just so boring. Yeah, no, that you might be on something there. Also, later on, you also said, we have Lindsay Ellis at home. Oh no!
Yeah, she's not even as intelligent as Lindsay Ellis, I would argue.
Yeah, Lindsay Ellis has a lot of really good stuff.
Like this, she's just like the girl version of Dominic Noble, coasting on that British accent.
The British accent goes a long way. I'm not gonna lie. It does make you sound very intelligent.
Okay, Kyla, I got my good friend. I don't know if he's watching. I don't know if I think he's hosting a movie night on my channel right now. But I got my good friend Boggle, who's from Kentucky. He's one of my mods. But I got him to read back some of Dominic Noble's scripts, but in his accent. It doesn't sound as smart.
That's fair. That's very fair. Well, that's like when you take Donald Trump's like speeches and you read them like just like a normal person. They sound like very different.
Yeah, but I mean in general, like the oh, this person sounds smart, and is it like, are you saying that because of their accent, or are you saying that because they're actually saying smart things?
Exactly.
And British people coast on it. I'm telling you.
Oh, 100%. Arthur Clybourne writes, I just wish the false dichotomy would go away. I can like Get Out and Final Destination Bloodlines. Both have elements that appeal to me. Oh, 100%. They're all horror, and horror is amazing. I love horror. And it's just, I hate the dichotomy between elevated horror and not, but we'll get to that. We're not even close to her argument yet. Adrian Parchman, you should react to some of Lily Simpson's trans/transphobia video series. Looking at you, Crimson Ender.
No.
No. Lily Simpson has a lot of really in-depth videos. I don't know what I can contribute to that discussion because I'm not trans. And whatever you want to do, Crim.
I can put the lid on that. I think she's doing too much. I think I am as excited about trans characters as the next trans person, but I think that sometimes certain people read too much into things. I mean, I feel like such an ass saying this, but I guess representation in fiction isn't the be-all, end-all. If that makes sense.
It does. It does. I mean, like,
I think it's nice to feel represented, but I'm not gonna say that this movie would have been better with a trans person because, like, I can also look at any character that exists. I'm like, he's trans because I want him to be. She's trans because I want her to be. They're trans because I want them to be. And, like, I don't think that, like, there are very few instances, I think, unless it's directly about somebody's gender, that I think a character being trans would impact a story too much. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's a big topic. Maybe I'll talk about it someday. But I don't know. I just think.
To that discussion though, Krim, have you ever seen was it Talk to Me? I think is it Talk to Me or is it what's it called? It's I think it's Talk to Me, right?
The one with the hand.
Yeah, the one with the hand. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Talk to Me. Here we go. Yeah. This is a trans character in that who just casually exists, and then they're just there because the actor they hired was trans, and they wanted to play a trans character, and that's the whole reason that they're trans. And no one mentions it, no one brings it up. It's barely even like alluded to, and it's very organically in the story, and nothing in the narrative changes because of it.
Now,
I think that's
I do like
too.
People. If she was doing more like what Matt Baum was doing, but for trans people, and like going into the history of trans representation in media, and like why I don't know.
I hear you.
It's just it feels like this was a bad trans episode, and here's why you should hate it, and it's just like
very black and white.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't hate Lily Simpson. I just personally am not a big fan of that type of analysis of like looking at something and it's like, does it have this representation? Yes, no. Like, I don't know. It's hard to explain in such a short time.
I think you explained it pretty well, though. I got you. Anyway, reading a few more super chats to get back to trashing on this video.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Comic book, Nick Wolf, comic book epidemic. How pretentious. Yeah, that sets the tone for what's happening. Because I'm bored. Honestly, I take elevated horror over the found footage paranormal jump scare schlop of the 2010s. That's fair, but they were a lot of good found footage horror films too for the era. I think As Above, So Below is getting reappraised. That one's really good. Wreck's really good. Cloverfield's really good. There's a few that are really, really good, but they're the exceptions to the, most things are slop. Meow Nyan, a bad Hitchcock Takes live stream when, Anthony, lol. Sooner than later, I guarantee it. Or a video of some kind. Marshall Boyd, I don't know all that much about horror films. Now is as good a time as any Now is as good a time to learn as any. Thank you in advance. If you want to start with horror films, start with the basics. Halloween, Alien, Jaws. It's a good starting place. Scream is another good starter horror film. There's a lot of good ones out there for you. Adrian Parchman, Team Tism is such a violent bunch nowadays.
Nowadays?
It's always been.
I've always thirsted for blood. I mentioned that in my channel description. It's a bit, I promise, probably.
I don't believe it's a bit, Creamy. You have to justify it like that.
It's just a bit.
It's a bit of blood is what it is. Wise guy. Unironically, my family loves Signs. I like Signs a lot, but I think it's goofy. Like, I like it as a goofy movie. I enjoy it, but it's like really silly. The guy 493. Someone introduced this lady to Tokyo Gore Police. Can you imagine? Can you imagine her watching Tokyo Gore Police? I mean, she watched I Spit on Your Grave, so I guess she's seen some really extreme horror too. But like Tokyo Gore Police is like another level of wild. That's trash, but in the best possible way. Ghostman GM. Y'all remember Fright Night? Also, Wrong Turn. Fright Night is one of my favorite horror films of the 80s and one of my favorite horror remakes of the 2000s. I love Fright Night, like in every iteration. It's so much fun.
The way that you said that reminded me of to go back to like just politics for a minute. Remember Herschel Walker? When he was running in Georgia.
Yes.
Yeah, he had that weird ass speech about Fright Night.
Yes. Yes. It was so, what the fuck is this?
Y'all ever seen this movie called Fright Night? Vampires are cool people. You know, I thought I'd be a vampire or whatever. Kill a vampire. Like,
what the fuck is happening in the States?
This is
This is
the political sphere.
Us,
I can't do anything.
Pull it down.
Listen, Canada's view on Americans right now is awful. So I saw a live production of Little Shop a couple weeks ago, and they swapped out one. They did an ad lib of one of the lines of like, "Oh, these are the greatest things you can get in America or Canada," and like everybody cheered. There was like 5 or 6 separate times where the cast like they did their little goof on America, and people cheered or booed because of how much Canadians hate Americans right now.
I can't blame them. I can't blame them.
Right with
I simply work here, so it's just
blame you there.
Yeah.
No, I get it. I can't even be mad about it.
If the other Canadians find out I'm talking to you guys, they're gonna take my elbows.
Well, I'll tell you this: about 6% of my viewers are Canadian, so all of you are on thin ice with your companions.
Help!
Yeah, right? Seriously. Okay, so a couple more super chats I'm going to read real quick. Yokai Lover 699. When you were about to say another great horror movie about puberty, I really hoped you were going to say Turning Red for the bit. Turning Red is basically just Teen Wolf, which means it's an 80s inspired horror film, but it's a lie because it's actually just Ranma One Half. It's Ranma One Half crossed with Teen Wolf, but Canadian. And I will not elaborate on that any further, because you know I'm right.
I wouldn't agree, but it is a take.
It is a take that is accurate, I think. Gavin Careth, if the 2000s had a trend, I would say it's extremes. Whether it's for kids or adults, game or show, they're all kind of pushing things in tone or content. And I don't disagree with that, but I do think it is slightly reductive, because a lot of J-horror was not as extreme as that. It was very subtle. I think Cairo is still one of the most effective. No, Noroi the Curse, I'd say, is the most effective J-horror film of the 2000s, and it's very subtle. It's all a pseudo documentary. It's the scariest scenes in Noroi the Curse. It's like things you barely see. It's like wait, is that, what am I looking? It's like when you pan over and there's a shot involving there's one shot in Noroi the Curse that's, if I describe it to you, it sounds like a dead baby joke. But because it's done so quickly and so subtly, it's genuinely horrifying and affecting, because you see it just long enough for your brain to register what you're looking at, and then it cuts away. And it's so upsetting and so arresting, and it's built up, and it's so horrifying. I love Noroi the Curse. The Kazman 92 on Steve King's use of black characters in Running Man book. It's the black teens that are 100% aware of how messed up the world is. Again, you're just giving more reinforcement to the idea that Stephen King means well, but he's not doing it right. I would say. Taylor Union. Union's pronounced Win. Oh, so Taylor Win. Okay, thank you. I'm terrible with
So
pronunciation.
Vietnamese.
Yeah, it's definitely a Vietnamese name. I'm just bad with names in general. I'm very sorry. And Koi D Collector. They hit the Pentagon. Okay. Yeah. Okay, back with the video.
And this is important because what's popular in wider popular culture and what's popular within horror haven't always lined up. But elevated horror of the 2010s changed that. Thanks to elevated horror, in the eyes of many, the genre pivoted from niche, cringe, immature, and nasty to classy, the stuff of intellectuals. Horror of the 2010s was more acceptable, outright popular.
Horror has always been popular.
It's been some of the most popular stuff ever. The highest grossing movie, the highest grossing thriller for years was The Sixth Sense. Like,
okay,
mainstream.
Okay, okay.
And that came out almost 20 years before freaking that came out 20 years before Midsummer for certain. Just like this.
Okay, so Mary Shelley is rolling in her grave like a fucking rotisserie chicken, for one thing. For another thing, horror has been a popular genre since we were able to fucking speak, since we were able to tell scary stories around the fire. Like, for as long as we've been telling stories, we have been telling stories to scare each other.
Yeah.
And, like, I want to rip my hair out when people are like, oh, horror isn't that popular. It's only become popular recently. You know how long people have been saying horror has only gotten popular recently? Forever.
Do you know what the highest grossing rated R film is after inflation? Accounting for inflation, what's the highest grossing one?
Oh, okay. I thought there was like a
No. It's not. No, this isn't a joke. I'm being serious. Accounting for inflation, if you adjust for inflation, the highest grossing horror film highest grossing rated R film of all time is The Exorcist. By a mile.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, like it used to be. I think like the only one that comes close now is even then, even like if you look at like Joker and that, The Exorcist is $1 billion movie if you count for inflation, which blows away almost everything else. And it was nominated for Best Picture. The Exorcist.
Kaneki Red Moon. Thank you. King books sell well for a reason.
Yeah.
Mr. Stephen King has been writing 2 or 3 books a year since the 1970s, and he continues to be able to publish them no problem, and he exclusively writes horror.
Exactly.
So
100%. And even if you just look at like the sophisticated angle of it, The Exorcist. There's a documentary about all the ways people overanalyze The Shining. Possession, Jacob's Ladder, Silence of the Lambs, The Sixth Sense, Don't Look Now. You can go down the list of all these films. They're all hyper intellectual, well written. Rosemary's Baby, Repulsion. Again, I can go down the whole list. I can really do. And I love how she starts the 70s, not the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, the 20s, all of which have horror films.
We've completely who the fuck is Vincent Price?
Well, Nosferatu, what's that? You know?
Yeah, the original Universal monsters, like
Boris Karloff,
Stephen
Bela
King,
Lugosi, Lon Chaney,
yeah.
Wes Craven, John Carpenter. George Romero, Toby Hooper, Bob Clark. Okay, I'm gonna stop myself. Okay.
I'm like, y'all gonna have an aneurysm before we
I told you, this got
actually
me
think
pissed.
my blood pressure. I'm gonna have a fucking
angry. Like, this actually got me angry watching this video. Okay, back to the video.
Elevated horror is, to partially quote the 10th Doctor, a wibbly-wobbly term. It's used
Shut the fuck up.
frequently but rarely defined. So let's start with getting on the same
You probably
page.
don't even
What
watch
do
Doctor
we all
Who,
mean
you
when we
bitch.
say
Sorry,
elevated
I'm
horror?
sorry.
Elevated
I'm sorry.
horror is-
I'm sorry I called her a bitch. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yeah, that was a little
I'm
uncalled
sorry.
for, but
I
but I get the rage, but that was uncalled for.
sorry. It's just to have such bad opinions and then like.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. It gets worse. It gets worse. So here's how she defines elevated horror. Let's hear her working definition and why it's also wrong, but let's go with that.
frequently
no,
but
okay, no.
rarely defined. So let's start with getting on the same page. What do we all mean when we say
May I?
Go for it. Yes.
Just for 1 second.
Uh-huh.
I find it funny that she is being so fucking weird about horror and then also references Doctor Who, which has had horror elements in it from the beginning. And it's,
Hell, that episode that Wibbly Wobbly Timey Wimey stuff is referenced is Blink, which
It's
is
a
a great
horror.
a great self-contained
Yeah.
horror story.
and you could argue that it's kind of an elevated horror because. But the thing is, what I love how Doctor Who handles horror because it's always like taking like these sort of like everyday fears and turning them into something more like existentially dreadful, I suppose.
Wait, hang on a second. I
Like
just
the
realized something.
Cybermen
Oh,
are
100%.
such a good like quote unquote elevated horror monster because no, okay, I won't spur
Okay,
Dr.
but there's
Who
one thing I
today.
just
But
realized that
it's-
she ignored this whole
yeah.
time.
What?
One of the most successful major figures in horror, she hasn't even acknowledged. Sam Raimi. The man has redefined cinema. Like, his Spider-Man trilogy completely changed the game with how the comic book epidemic, as she puts it, went. And he's most famous before, aside from Spider-Man, for the Evil Dead series. One of the most effective horror franchises ever. To this day, it's still making really great movies. Not a peep about Sam Raimi. And what's really funny...
because it doesn't
doesn't fit the aesthetic. And also what's funny...
yeah,
is
well,
Evil-
it's cherry picking. She's cherry picking.
100%. And Evil Dead, the remake, came out the same year that the Babadook came out. Which means, and that was when the elevated horror term first started being used, around the Babadook. Ash vs. the Evil Dead was on TV during The Witch's time. Hereditary, that was on at the same time. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, I'm babbling. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Elevated horrors tend to be high-concept, emotionally complex stories grounded by realism in their visual presentation and performance style. I think we use the word elevated, a word that in this context means a higher rank or greater intellectual value. I really sounded like Lemony Snicket just then. We use elevated to distinguish these films from the average horror movie of the 2000s. As I've said, this time...
Okay, let's take a break right here and look at the films that she just referenced in this way. She referenced, going through here right here,
elevated horror. Elevated
we have I think it was Men. Is that Man right here?
horrors tend to be high concept,
Okay.
emotionally
think it's
complex
Man.
stories. Grounded means a
That's
higher
Mother,
rank or greater
which is not a horror
intellectual
film really,
value.
but
I really sounded like Lemony Snicket just then. We use elevated, as I've said, this
and Get
time
Out. And they use Get Out, Man, Mother, which are just such different films. There's nothing in common with them. They're all very different types of movies in terms of tone, style, aesthetic.
To be fair, it seems like that's
Just-
part.
Oh, the Suspiria remake
okay.
too. I'm sorry.
So-
the Suspiria remake. Sorry.
So, okay, I do want to say that I think I kind of get what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a very good friend that did a essay about something that he used the term genre rather than genre, and genre is kind of like a step up from genre. And the way that he used it was in music, but this is also appeals to art and film. So you basically have like 3 different kinds. You have art, you have your art films, which are films that are made for the prestige of it's for the prestige. It depends on what they're made for, rather than what the tropes are. So you've got like it was art, pop, and oh man, what did he say? It was art, pop, and forgot what the other one was.
Then you pop.
Anyway,
yeah.
But the point, but the point is that like you have stuff that like somebody is commissioned to make just to make it to fulfill a request by a patron. You have stuff that somebody makes to kind of give themselves prestige, and then you have stuff that is just, it's not made for the prestige of anybody, but for the enjoyment of you and the community around you. And that would be like your folk art, right? And then within the last century, you have pop art, right? So stuff that is made to appeal to capitalism and a broader culture, because now we have the capability of sort of perpetuating art on a grand scale that we didn't have before. So I think that's kind of I'm not saying this is exactly what she's talking about, but the thing is that elevated horror is just art house horror.
Yeah. And even then,
that's all it is. That's all it is in terms of genre. And it's not like a genre that has specific tropes. It's kind of mimicking that sort of, anyway, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
it's trying to mimic the artsy.
But even then, you look at the films that people consider to be art house horror about that because I wouldn't even say art house, because when they think of art house, think more like Don't Look Now or Tetsuo the Iron Man or Possession. The most popular elevated horror films, quote unquote, are The Babadook, The Witch, and Midsummer. Not Midsummer. That's also up there too, but Hereditary. And all of them are based on. All of them feel like they're connected to something else. The Witch is a clear folk horror film. It's very much historical fiction. The Babadook the Babadook is more in line with like a very cleverly made demonic film. Like there's a lot in the Babadook that's similar to stuff that was in the Conjuring films, except done with more sophistication. And
see, that's the interesting thing though, Ant, is because like it's the genre of folk, but it's not really the genre, because like the genre of folk horror would be, we're all sitting around the campfire and I'm going to tell you a scary story.
Well, that's not really folk. Folk horror is more defined by dealing with.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're talking on we're talking on 2 different levels. You're talking about the genre. I'm talking about the genre. It's spelled like Genrae. It's a Latin word, I believe. So I think that like what happens is that, sorry, I'm going to get into like this whole like critical analysis of capitalism and its effect on art, but I think what happens is that pop art tries to mimic those different genera and tries to capture things like folk art and perpetuate it within pop culture. That's why grunge, which was originally, or even like punk and a lot of these these kind of like music styles that were more folkish and perpetuated amongst the community, not really to make money and not really to pursue prestige. Capitalism got a hold of it and then perpetuated it into pop culture and kind of shifted it into a new context. And I think she's trying to tap into that conversation without really understanding it. It's kind of because of how we define what folk horror is right now, even though folk largely means something different than the way, like it technically means something different than the way we think of it now. It has more than one definition, so wires get crossed, and I think that's what's happening in this video.
I think that's fair. And I think it's also important to note that, like, with horror as a genre, there's so many there's so much minutia in categorization and how we discuss it, that any discussion of an all-encompassing narrative of decade to decade is gonna run into this problem where you're bumping heads with all these other horror films. If you say all horror films in this decade were like this, well, then you're gonna forget all the horror films from the decade that were not like this. And by having this competition between the 2000s versus the 2010s in terms of what the aesthetic was, you're gonna bump heads because there was no clean line. There's influences of films from the 2000s that led into this quote unquote elevated horror cycle versus the trend of like cheesy throwback films that still continue to this day. But again, we're gonna get to that, and I I'm sorry.
I just want to address something that people are saying in the comments.
Oh yeah, go for it.
So depending on so when we talk about folk as a genre, what's happening is people are trying to capture that feeling of folk as a genre. They're trying to capture that feeling of you and your community sitting around and telling each other stories, or like making crafts and art for one another, stuff that you wouldn't sell, that's not available like within like corporate retail sort of that world. And it's trying to mimic that feeling that you get in that sort of homey sort of environment.
So more personalized, you would say.
Yeah, it's trying to capture the personal.
Okay.
But
because what's interesting is to contrast that with folk horror as a genre, because I think this is where people are rubbing up against it, because what you're describing as folk genre versus folk horror as a genre. Folk horror as a genre is more about addressing the old legends of old, kind of going into the fear of nature, the fear of ancient things that are ancient cultures beyond our modern day. And that's where I think where people are bumping into each other here, because what you're describing as folk is different from what they're describing as folk. Sorry, what they're describing as folk.
Yeah, but that comes from those stories that you've told that were like passed down from oral tradition. Those stories that were passed down through oral tradition, that is folk as a genre, and folk horror as a genre is just capturing and using that as an inspiration.
Exactly.
But it's still as a genre, it's all pop.
Yeah. It's all just going to be, it's all a matter of everything. Anyway, so let's keep going, because I feel like it's gonna be we're gonna get caught up in the minutia here.
Yeah. Anyway, I just think I feel less angry because I've narrowed down why she's tripping up so much. So
that's fair. And to answer the questions, cryptid movies are sometimes folk horror, but not always folk horror. There's also creature features as well.
Period was known for a particularly trashy vibe. Films were cheap-looking, poorly acted, crammed with as many cleavage and arse shots and bikini scenes as possible.
No. They had that in the other ones too.
That was in the 80s also. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Also,
I hate that song.
That whole, like, listening to you talk about that, I was just like fascinated. If you have that essay, I'd love to read it. I
actually do have a copy of it. It's about music, but I have a copy of it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, because I was just sitting. That's why I was so quiet. I was just like absorbing everything like a sponge.
Absorbing so much, right? Anyway, back to this.
Yeah.
For no real reason. Director Eli Roth in particular has the demeanor of a 12-year-old boy high-fiving his friends over seeing a naked woman through a window.
Okay, that's true. Okay, I'll give her that. She's really right on the money there with Eli Roth.
Doesn't make you look like you get bitches, Eli. Frankly, it's quite bitch repellent. So compared to the early 2000s, the horror of the 2010s, like The Babadook, The Witch, and Hereditary, suddenly seemed so serious. They felt like real films that wanted...
28 Days Later was one of the first horror films of the 2000s. What? Yeah, maybe compared to Eli Roth, they seem serious, but they were also serious films in the 2000s also.
To do more for their audience than get them horny and make them jump. With many of them, you could take away the horror and are left with a really solid, respectable drama film. Other films that would fit the mold include Get Out, Raw, Mother, Us, Saint Maud, and Suspiria. And it's not...
Those are all completely different movies, though. Raw...
Like I said, I think she is mixing genre with genre.
Yeah, that's got to be it. Because I'm like,
because I would say that someone like Ari Aster, or it's the whole auteur thing. You know what I mean? I would say someone like Ari Aster and Michael Flanagan and a couple other guys. Stephen King's a great example.
Mike Flanagan in this entire video.
And oh my god, as somebody that... Sorry, Michael Flanagan's my favorite director.
I mean, I could be wrong. She might reference him, I just forgot, but I don't think she references Mike Flanagan at all.
Mike Flanagan's such an interesting guy because he started out making stuff that was quite, I would say schlocky, but it was a little bit more like in your face. And then as his career went on, you can see it's like a straight line from, he's kind of like just starting out, and it's interesting, but it's raw and it's a little bit juvenile.
Yeah, I like Oculus, right? But it is very juvenile. Yeah.
Yes, I like Oculus too, but you look at Oculus, which was the first movie he made right out of film school, to what he's making now, and it's just like a straight line of improvement. He gets better, more mature, like it's brilliant. Sorry, I just have loved watching this guy's career from the time he got out of film school.
This might be a hot take. I prefer Doctor Sleep to the original Shining. If you gave me the two movies side by side, I'd rather watch Doctor Sleep. And I know The Shining's amazing, but Doctor Sleep is such a great story. Like the way that movie works, it's so compelling and powerful, and it's stunning how great that movie is. And the moment they announced he was making the new Exorcist film, I immediately was like, okay, I want to see this.
Oh boy!
Because like the last Exorcist Believer was so terrible and so schlocky. I'm like, this is garbage. I can't stand it.
I'm gonna very gently.
What?
Just gonna.
What happened? Something bad?
No, I'm not gonna. It's just somebody's. No, somebody in the chat tagged me.
Oh no! Also, yes. Doctor Sleep is the Shining movie with Ruby in it. Yes, that is the one you're thinking of. It ties it back. It always comes back to Ruby somewhere.
Perfectly defined by the decade, as many of the best-known elements.
Also, I don't think The Lighthouse counts as horror. It kind of does, but I don't know. It's more nautical. It's more Anyway, I'm babbling.
Related horrors skew towards the end of the 2010s and even into the 20s. The First Smile came out in 2022, but I would consider it to meet the key qualities of elevated horror. And there
what?
Wait a minute.
No.
Wait, no.
No, it wouldn't. How is okay. Let me get this correct here. Okay. I know, Krim, we're talking about what you're talking about with the mentality behind and the genre and all that, but we are putting The Witch, Hereditary, Midsummer, The Lighthouse, Saint Maud, Mother, Get Out, Us, and Smile all in the same box here. And Men, and the remake of Suspiria. These are such vastly different movies with different tones, different styles, different approaches, different appeals.
I don't even know. Like, I think mainly, at least I'm confused because given her own criteria, this would not fit
at all.
Like,
no.
That's what's kind of messing me up. Is like literally from what you said and what you qualify for it to be elevated horror. Smile definitely would not be that.
No, it's pure. It's more in line with the Conjuring franchise in terms of style. Like, it deals with themes of depression and themes of trauma. So does every other horror film, you know? Like, and the fact of the matter is, actually, I think they have even mentioned the Babadook. maybe briefly, but like that, I think it's more in line with the Babadook. But even then, more mainstream. That's totally a film made entirely for just like pop. It was made because it was a popular YouTube video. The same reason that Lights Out was made into a horror film. It was a short film that got popular on YouTube and launched the director's career. It's heavy jump scares. Like you have like freaking what's his name from who was in the Obama administration, who was in the stoner movie about White Castle.
Oh,
what's his name? Oh,
damn.
Yeah, he's in Smile, and he peels his face off in a dream
John
sequence.
Chow.
No, the other one.
No, the other one. Damn.
Yeah, right. You can see his face, right? But I'm having trouble with the name.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's in it, and he peels his face off in one scene. It's entirely a jump scare. It's jump scares that the whole movie. Cal Penn. Thank you, Cal Penn. Carl Penn. There we go. Yeah, he's in it. Oh, Cal Penn. I forget. Yeah, Cal Penn.
Yeah, Cal Penn.
Yeah, he's in it, and he plays like it's serious, but it's not elevated. I hate this so far.
Films like The Menu or The Invisible Man that you could argue
What?
go either way.
Wait.
The Invisible Man?
Isn't The Invisible Man like okay?
I love The Invisible Man, by the way. I think it's a great remake, but like, it's a commercial product. It's not even by the definitions that you set up for Krim. It's not elevated. It's just dealing with a theme of abuse. It's using the monster as an allegory for abuse, which is what horror has always done. It's what The Shining did, essentially. The horror is an
Honestly, I'm even questioning The Menu being on there.
It's entirely a comedy. Like, it was written as a comedy. It just became more horrific over time. But even it's still a comedy. Like, I count it as horror adjacent. It's a horror comedy, but like, it's still like, and that's entirely about the relationship between artists and the creator. It's not like it is an art film essentially discussing the ideas of art. It's more meta, like in the case of Scream, I think.
Also, I'm going to send you a table, by the way. To kind of more exemplify what genre
Okay, let me bring it up real quick up here so we can use this because I think
this is a table from an Analyzing Popular Music by Philip Tagg from 1982, which I mentioned in the chat. But this is what it's folk art and then popular.
Okay. Yeah. Well, looking at this then, so if we're assuming that what she means is folk art,
you could swap in film with music. So
okay. So if we're doing folk music as the elevated horror idea, primarily amateur.
No.
So doing
art would be elevated.
Oh, okay. Primarily professionals. Okay, that's fair. Unusual mass distribution. Okay, that's fair. A lot of these were straight to streaming in some cases, or limited theatrical runs.
Music
notation.
So that you've got oral, notation, and recorded sounds. So like oral would be like like scary stories that you're telling around the fire. Notation would be like it's a script, and then recorded would be a film.
Okay. Agrarian and industrial. Okay, that makes sense. So both the artists and the mainstream with art music. Okay. Public funding, not really. A lot of it was private funding. Theory and aesthetics, so more common theory. Interesting. And composer, non-anonymous. Okay, so yeah. Okay, that works. That fits with a lot of these. I will say that. Okay, that makes sense from that perspective, but I still think with genre and storytelling structure, they're too dissimilar, a lot of these, to really fit that description. Especially
like I said,
Man.
Because the thing is it's because it's popular horror that is trying to mimic the aesthetics of art films or like folk films, depending.
I feel like a few of these I feel like a few of these don't count are just straight up art films. Like I think The Witch, I think Hereditary, but I think people tried chasing the success of those films. So Ari Aster and and he just did the nose for Robert Eggers. I think both of them have an aesthetic that's very distinct, but both directors don't like repeating themselves, which is so funny. The Witch is so different from The Lighthouse, which is so different from The Northman, which is so different from Nosferatu. It feels like Eggers himself wants to avoid doing the same movie twice, and you can tell. Even though he uses like half the same actors in every movie he does. Like the dad in The Witch, who's now Galactus, he's been in every single Eggers film, I think, at this point. Anyway.
Also, may I add one other thing?
Yeah, go for it.
I find it interesting that people are like, oh, the horror, etc., or like the music, etc., when I was younger was simple and easy to consume and not political. But now that I'm adult, everything has a political message and a deeper meaning behind it. And it's like horror always had a deeper meaning behind it. You were just too young to pick up on that meaning.
100%. Great example of this, Texas Chainsaw Massacre is an extremely political film. It's a Vietnam era film. Right there, Vietnam War affected every film that came out in that era. 2, it's a movie about a bunch of villains who used to work at a meat packaging plant, who've been let go because of industrialization, who won't let go of the old ways. 3, it's yuppies, kids moving into an area they don't really belong in. Not yuppies, but like young kids, who are like the youth, going into a place...
Kind of
yuppies, yeah. Going into a place they don't totally understand, and the locals, or the customs there are just too weird for them. And, that element of it adds to the madness of it, of everything. And it's about a society where people eat each other. All of those are political angles to discuss the way of the sense of progress, how people in rural areas being pushed out for the new, for different. There's so much you can do so much with Texas Chainsaw Massacre from an analysis perspective. And a lot of horror films deal with that, whether intentionally or unintentionally. A lot of horror directors don't consciously think of the themes of their movie, but they're just organically woven in because that's what they're afraid of, or that's what they're concerned about, and it gets woven in. Last House on the Left does the same thing. Sorry? Yep.
Even something like the Scary Movie series, which is like a comedy, horror, black comedy thing, that really comes from that sort of viewpoint that was popularized by, like people that made South Park and those kind of things, where for a while there, we were really, like, there was a lot of people that were convinced that having a political opinion one way or the other made you a giant loser. The only way to be smugly self-important and satisfied with yourself is to not to give a shit about anything or anyone.
Yeah, it's the South Park idea where
yeah, well,
care,
like the
bad.
Family Guy. If you care, you're doing it wrong and you're a jackass. The only way to be the real smart people don't care and make fun of everything. So, like, all of these different horror movies that Scary Movie was aping on all had interesting things to say about the topics they were covering. But instead of delving into the conversations those movies were having, these parody films just kind of lumped them all into one big soup. Much like how this person is doing it, and reducing them past the point of recognition.
Exactly.
Like calling all the movies that she called trash, something that you don't even have to think about, not elevated, not psychological. It's doing them a disservice.
It's deeply insulting, especially considering how many great movies were from that era. The Descent, I still think, has some of the scariest scenes in any film ever, and that came out the same time as Hostel. That came out the same time as the Saw movies. And there's still, to this day, not a single scene... And to say that the movies are obsessed with TNA when The Descent has some of the scariest scenes... I don't think there's any nudity in The Descent. There's nothing sexual in The Descent. But it has some of the scariest scenes of just claustrophobia. Like, Wreck, same thing. It's just infuriating. Anyway, back to this. Let's keep going.
But it was during
we're 7 minutes in.
That certain trends were solidified as the design.
Can you
norm.
2 times the speed?
Yeah, seriously.
Because she's talks really slow.
Yeah,
so.
I'm gonna speed up a little bit. Here we go. 1.5.
Serious subject matter reigned supreme, with applauded horror talking trauma, mental illness, race, politics, and feminism. These topics have almost become their own subgenres, particularly trauma horror and societal horror. But I think they are core to a film being considered an elevated horror. It was.
But like
horror's
that's all
like
of that. All horror films have done that.
That's all.
Freaking Nightmare on Elm Street dealt with generational trauma. Like, what are you talking about? Possession had that. Like, okay.
Okay, yeah. Let's
Breathe.
just.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
It's okay! All about having something to say, which, as it tends to, leans to much weaker imitation from other filmmakers trying to find something to say. Some new angle, some seething commentary, and when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. See 2021's Karen. Well,
Who's even heard
Wait a
of
minute.
Karen?
Wait, like we can't be using the BET Special of the Week as an example of this, okay?
Yeah.
Like,
No one saw Karen. No one liked Karen. It was no one. I don't even think it was marketed particularly.
It was
well.
such a cash grab. It was like such a cash grab, you know.
It was like cheap. It was just cheap. Oh yeah, Stepford Wives. People in comments are bringing that up. Yeah, which I mentioned in my conservative horror video. Stepford Wives was a great example of that too. They were doing that back in the 70s. Rosemary's Baby. I mean, okay, Roman Polanski, but still. Anyway, I'm
a lot of
getting
these films
sidetracked.
are big conceptually, they all feel very grounded. Even something like Get Out, which also operates as an amazing comedy and doesn't really have the aesthetic qualities of a lot of other elevated horrors, is made to feel as real as possible. In
Get Out involves them taking the brains of people and putting them in other bodies. It's like, yeah, it's serious, but like, it is very silly at times too, and that's deliberate. It's meant to have that kind of horror angle to it. Okay, I'm getting myself.
She brings Sorry
I'll
to
let you-
Bother You up because love that
Yeah.
movie.
This isn't Sorry to Bother You.
No, I'm just saying that's like such an interesting movie when you talk about it goes from kind of grounded to getting wacky, and by the end,
Mhm.
just like what the fuck did I?
Such a good movie.
Oh yeah, it's
Such a good
so
movie.
wild.
But that's the
If you
joy
haven't
of those
seen it-
movies. Yeah, this is Marriage Story.
if
Yeah,
you-
but still,
if-
love Sorry to Bother
If you
It's so good.
haven't, it's just we were just talking about the kind of like grounded versus like it gets crazy. And if you haven't seen Sorry to Bother You, do not look it up. We will not say anything about the plot.
No, just watch it.
Go watch it. Just watch it.
It's on a ton of streaming services. You can find it. Trust me. I know. It's easy to find. But also she says that Us is elevated. And Us is even goofier. Like,
Yeah, I'm like, Us was pretty.
it's really silly. I mean, I love Us. It's a great movie, but it's so goofy. Like, it's really over the top at times. Like, just the Elizabeth Moss trying to call the police scene with that right there is so fucking funny. Like, anyway, sorry, I'm babbling.
In film in general, we've trended towards realism for quite a long time now. For a filmmaker to achieve real life, to replicate something honest and true, using everything from dialogue to hair and makeup styling, is upheld as the golden standard.
Okay, so here's what they're saying right now. She's saying that in this era, all films try to be more realistic, therefore all horror films try to be more realistic. Okay. The Conjuring. It. Hell, Us for that matter. Sinister, As Above, So Below. You can go down the list. There's tons of unrealistic, goofy films. Also, they don't even acknowledge Nope, I don't think, in this video. So don't even bring up Nope. It's not going to come up at all. Anyway. Yeah. Us has Tim Hendricker. Exactly. I love that. It's literally it stops me at Tim and Eric stuff. Mandy. Oh yeah, Mandy. Or Cabin in the Woods. Someone mentioned before, and I don't know when I forget when this came out, Slither, which is such a great movie. It's one of James Gunn's earliest directorial films. It is so insane. Yeah?
Could I make a suggestion?
Go for it.
I love talking about all the different horror movies that have come out, but I think that we are beating a dead bush on hey, lady, you forgot to mention this one.
Sorry.
I think that at this point,
we need to get through
we have proven that she doesn't know what she's talking about, and she's ignoring half of the body of work that have come out in the various eras that we're talking about.
That's fair.
She's talking about. So I think if I could just make a suggestion, maybe I think we've proven that.
We've proven the point. Yeah, just attack criticize the ideas, not the specific examples. Gotcha.
Yeah. Let's. Yeah.
And why is that? It might sound obvious to say that we want films to feel real, but it's very much our current contemporary rubric, and it's not actually something that's always been considered important. Back in ye old days, theatre performance was large and over-articulated in order to read at the back of a building, and this translated into the acting of early cinema. Even films from as late as the 60s still retain.
Go for it.
I'm gonna give you guys a word that I adore.
Go for it.
Vermicelitude.
Yes. Yes.
And it's not necessarily about like, oh, it's realistic and it's mimicking reality. It's that you feel like that world could exist and the things that are happening within it follow like their own internal logic, and it's kind of like the opposite of contrived.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that even back in theater, there was this sort of desire for that vermicelitude, but because it's kind of like a different medium, you need to do different things to achieve vermicelitude.
Mm-hmm.
But I think people get caught up on realism when like what people really want is vermicelitude.
Agreed. And I think one thing too that she's missing is that a lot of these older films, these actors started in the silent era. Like it's not just stage acting; it was also silent acting. Which
you're trying to communicate something without speaking.
Yeah, which is a major element. That's one of the reasons why Lon Chaney never really survived. Well, he also died of throat cancer, oddly enough, when the silent era ended. But which is ironic, I think, in a lot of ways. But still, it's anyway.
An uncanny melodramatic quality that was seen at the time as proper acting, although now it seems pretty silly. Over time, as filmmaking techniques developed across all areas, cinema simply began to resemble real life more. We could build better sets, do better sound, have more detailed costumes, and I think this encouraged filmmakers to strive for realism in all areas, including performance. As a famously cheap and, in my opinion, unfairly considered low-end genre, the need for horror to meet these same ideals wasn't expected. But the 2010s turned that around. Elevated horror established that there was no reason not to see Oscar-level acting in horror, from Tony Collette to those two freaky-ass twins in The Witch.
Just shit all over the whole genre. Decades of it. Why not? Sure. Okay.
So also, a lot of the reason that we quote-unquote... Okay. So there's a couple of factors going in. And one of the reasons we have more quote-unquote realistic performances / like sound grading it is because of the switch to digital.
Mm-hmm.
And also because sound designers like FX people are unionized. Like people, if you're having somebody on set to it's okay. Somebody being on set to capture sound, that's a unionized position. But if you just capture crap sound or do ADR after the fact, that's not unionized. So that's why sound is a lot more softer and quieter and is not as intense and like pushing extremes because so same with costumes and everything. That's why they look cheaper, and a lot of people just wear like t-shirts and stuff these days. But the other thing is, I gotta say, it's the influence, and maybe I'm talking out of my ass a little bit, but it's something that I've noticed, especially in horror, is there is a huge influence on Hollywood, especially since, like, I would say the 90s, from Vancouver. And because what was happening is that America was outsourcing a lot of their film locations and everything up to Canada because of all the tax credits we have, where they get to make their stuff for very cheap. And you can see how Canadian acting was influencing people like J.J. Abrams and people that worked on CW, and a lot of those CW shows were shot in Canada, and they were sort of horror influenced. I don't know if Buffy was shot in Canada, but I know Supernatural, a lot of it was shot in Canada, and that kind of made its way back down to Hollywood, and that style of acting, which is a little bit different than like what you would typically see in Hollywood. It's a little bit more subtle. Canadian humor is a little bit more drier than American humor. So there was that social influence, I would say. And again, we were talking earlier about how there were so many Canadian horror films that came out in the 90s, in the 80s, in the early 2000s. So anyway.
I'm going to make a counter argument to everything right now.
Okay.
To what she said before about horror acting not reaching the level of Oscar performances. I wanted to bring up one small clip I'm going to play a little bit of because I'm going to get copyright struck for playing too much of it. But this is a clip from a 1981 film called Possession. I'm just going to play a few seconds of this clip. And I'm going to let you I'm just going to say this right here speaks volumes as to the level of incredible performances you would get back in the day. This scene goes on for 3 minutes of just her freaking the fuck out, and eventually culminates in a visual I can't show you because it is deeply not safe for life. But basically,
that kind of reminds me. I'm just the milk. I think it was the
milk
Grudge,
is so much worse.
Where no, I'm talking. Okay, so I think it's in the Grudge that the scene that I'm thinking about happens, where it fucking fucks me up every time I think about it. It could be a different movie. I think it's, but I think it's the Grudge or one of the sequels, where she drinks a full huge gallon of milk, and then while she's standing in the hall staring at the main character, she drinks the gallon, then spits it all up into the gallon, into the bottle, and then drinks it up again. I think that's from The Grudge, and
that sounds like a Sam Raimi inspired moment. So that's probably the it's probably the Grudge remake.
Cool.
I know he had a hand in that remake, but no,
that was the yucky stuff that was anyway, sorry.
But here's the thing about that scene I just showed you. I'm going to show you a second scene from a different horror film that came out this past year, actually.
Okay.
And I want to ask you if it looks familiar to you. This is from a movie called The First Omen. It's a prequel to The Omen. Tell me if this scene looks familiar. I might skip around slightly. This whole scene, again, unfortunately, I can't show the end of the scenes because both scenes end the exact same way. With an image
did it explode into a cloud of gore?
No. No, it involves some organs that only women have.
Oh, boy.
Fun.
Yeah, so that's why I don't feel comfortable showing it on stream. Both involve... one involves a demonic pregnancy. One involves a miscarriage. But again, they're both birthing scenes essentially.
Also, what the freaking hell? Bioessentialism? Firing you from a cannon? You're canceled.
I'm sorry. I mean, you know what I'm trying to say. It's dealing with maternal.
How dare you?
You know what I'm trying to say. But both deal with the fear of giving birth is what they come.
Listen.
To.
Yeah, no, I'm just, it's, I gotta represent the trans community
that's
out there.
That's fair. Okay, so only AFAB people experience. That's probably fairer. Okay, sorry for the Anthony cancel train.
I'm just kidding. I genuinely don't care. I get
some people do, so I want to make sure that's clear.
No, yeah.
Yeah, say uterus coward.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. But no, the point is, these moments, though, not only are they iconic, but horror films that you would probably consider schlocky, like The First Omen, which I think is a really good horror film, frankly. Both, it creates an echo effect. They all draw from what came before, and even if the mainstream audiences haven't seen these great horror films from the past, the modern films have, even the mainstream ones. And there's echoes of those old films in there. Again, I can go with examples, but I think our point has been made.
Raw, powerful performances meant audiences were going on a real emotional journey, feeling everything the character is feeling, making the fear even more tangible and deep-rooted. This feel of real, of course, also affects the aesthetics of these films. Elevated horror films have a certain look. It's obviously not completely homogenous, as there are elevated horror films that lean into an art house aesthetic, but in general, the cinematography is intentional and artistic, and often fairly reserved.
Wait, antlers? What? Antlers isn't elevated. It's a creature feature. That's not elevated.
Lame.
What?
I think it's like, because actually, you know what? This would be a good point because I'm gonna have to hop off, and I think that like goes to a point that I've noticed through this thing of where she's also kind of mixing up aesthetic with quality.
Yeah.
And just because something is aesthetically like pleasing or it has like a feel doesn't automatically make it above board for, in terms of what it's trying to say, in terms of the messaging, the tropes, all that. And I think that there's like a conflation there as well. Because
When you look at
Oh no,
Sorry.
go ahead.
yeah, like it's something like Silent Hill, or that where it leans, like the fact that it's so blocky and like it makes it scarier. It makes the creatures look scarier, but like you clean that up and you clean it up and you polish it and you give them better models. Like a lot of the later Silent Hill games, like after the first initial 4, they're just not scary.
Yeah, 4 is the end point, I think, of the horror, because you have intuition control.
That's the last game that the original team worked on.
That also is a factor. I'm also going to boost this up to time 1.75 speed, because even at this we're going too slow. But all right, Kyla, I know you want to get going, so I'll let you.
All right, but thank you. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah.
Like I learned a lot. I feel.
Sorry for yapping so much.
It's all
no,
good.
it's fine. Like I said, like I got an essay to read, and I learned a whole lot. Like it really is. Anytime you guys talk about horror, I feel like I learned so much in terms of like analysis. So please keep it up.
Nah, thank you.
I love working with you, Kyla. So it's always nice to hang out on stream with you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you,
Kyla. You're always a joy to have on stream. So anytime you want, you're always welcome back.
Oh, thank you. All right, I'll see y'all later.
All right, have a good one. Take care.
Bye.
My page just got okay. Yeah, cool, awesome. I was worried my page was dying a little bit here. Okay, bye, Kyla. Okay, Krim, you get to be bigger now. I get to make you embiggened.
Yay!
Krim, you've increased a full 15%.
Yippee! I grow even more powerful.
You are now slightly bigger than before, and we sped up the video so we can keep going. Let's read a few super chats real fast before we so they don't pile up too much before we continue.
We're gonna check on my freezer. I'm defrosting it, so you go ahead and read those.
Sounds good. Let's do it. Extreme, Steve King back characters, Running Man, Win pronounced, hint to Pentagon. Okay, here we go. Nick Wolf, thank you for super chat. Garth Marenghi. Horror as a genre has only recently gotten popular since the last time horror as a genre had gotten recently popular. I love. If you haven't seen Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, watch it. It's so great. I can't do I'm not going to try with the accent. Taylor Wynn. When this video started, she said that remakes are morally bankrupt, and yet she has an entire video on why remakes are good. Did I hear that right? I think she called them trashy more than morally bankrupt. I don't think she called them morally bankrupt. I could be mistaken though. She said a lot of things. Nick Wolf, how did I forget Slither talking about 2000s horror? Doe! Yeah, Slither's amazing. Just the scene of the woman in the barn just was so disgusting to me. That already was like, oh, like, but it's so goofy. It's like, just goofy enough to be hilarious, but just disgusting enough to be like cringy and I hate it. But it's so funny.
Also, if I may, I think her point is that like she's tired of elevated horror.
Yeah.
So I think she wants the trash. She thinks that's good. Like, why are you pretending that horror is elevated? It's trash. The trash was good. The freaking stuff for quote-unquote intellectuals. So her saying that the remakes are trashy means that the remakes are good because she wants horror to be trashy.
That's also true, which begs the question, like other horror fans, why she couldn't just enjoy both the trashy and elevated stuff that existed at the exact same time. They were both being made side by side, back and forth. Mandy is right there.
Here's the thing. It kind of... I'm not going to say names.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say any names, but it reminds me of a certain person that I've covered and you've covered, and specific video where this person's like, this thing that I like is really good, but it's also stupid and dumb, and I don't have to think about it.
Oh,
and it's like,
wonder who this person you're talking about is.
And I hate. So if you are in the critical analysis side of YouTube, stop fucking saying that. Stop fucking saying it, because just because you're not willing to think about these things and if you don't have anything to say about it, don't make a video on it.
Yeah.
Because if your defense is, I like this thing because it's stupid and dumb and I don't have to think about it, you don't have anything to say. So like, your opinion is less than worthless because you're making the analysis community and sphere worse.
Yeah.
So stop saying that, please.
Seriously. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I hate it as well. Okay, so Ed Svinsky. Is she saying these horror movies talk about modern issues and that means it's elevated, or is that just me? She kind of brushes on that, which has this anti-intellectual thing of like, is horror, if it's not directly talking about issues, non-elevated? But like, how do you always know if it's talking about elevated issues? Black Christmas, the original film, had an entire subplot about abortion and was very progressive about its positions on abortion in 1974. It's so progressive that even by today's standards, it's pretty stark in how it's discussed. That's pretty modern, but you'd probably brush Black Christmas aside as like just another 70s horror film, and not just the thing that stands out in that sense. But Hugo XGC sounds like she's confusing the term she's using. Yeah, exactly, as we discussed previously in the video. We think that's the case as well. Nick Wolf, current contemporary rubric. I think Mika got his hatred for non-monosyllabic words from this lady, but forgot to mention it due to all the gay anime. Yeah, that's valid. I love that. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I love it. We started with this video going like, guy gets angry at at anime critics for saying anime is gay and they talk a lot. Now we're getting mad at someone who's talking a lot and using big words as well. But apparently I'm the one who uses big words. Apparently, I don't know. Venus, thank you. Context. I'm earlier in the stream. I love you, but don't suggest people get into Gundam with Wing. We're trying to get more people. We're trying to get more people, not drive them away. I mean, yeah, valid, but like, Wing's a good basic one. Like, it's lower tier Gundam, but like, it gives you the essentials. And I mean, listen, if you're gonna watch Gundam Wing, watch it early, not later, because you're gonna hate it if you've watched more than 2 Gundam shows.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think going from Gundam Seed to Gundam Seed Destiny to Gundam Wing is pretty good, because Gundam Seed is like Gundam for babies.
Yeah, agreed.
That's probably a good entry point if you've never seen a Gundam before. Gundam Wing is a little bit more mature. It's very like it's very much an anime from the 90s, and it definitely feels like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of like, if you've watched Evangelion, or like Cowboy Bebop, or like Lane, you could probably get through Gundam Wing. But if you've never seen like another anime from the 90s like that wasn't like a action adventure shonen, I'd go with Seed first, because it feels a little bit closer to shonen than Wing does.
And you mean aesthetically, with Ava and Bebop and Lane, right? Not like quality wise, because those are like incredible. And
No,
Wing
no,
is
no,
like
no.
so...
I'm saying like with like the pacing and stuff like that.
Yeah, I gotcha. That makes more sense. Okay, so Adrian Parchment has a comment for Krim. Does Krim hate South Park because the creator declared war on Canada? Only half joking.
I mean, I had South Park for many reasons. But I think the little Canadian puppets are pretty funny.
Yeah, right. Baichi Epiodera.
I also think that you should kick baby. No,
What?
Huh?
What was that?
Who said that? Who said that?
That was wild. Dominic Noel. Baichi Epiodera. Come back after raid. Here's voice. I know that voice. It gives me a headache. Gave me a headache. Gave me the headaches. Oh God, this voice of the person on screen. Comet Z. Just found out Gumball is coming back. Holy crap! Yeah, on Hulu, not Cartoon Network. WC Wit. Art is a conversation, not one-ups manship. Agreed. 100% agreed. Baichi Epiodera, you all need Chain Gun Girl. Tokyo Gore for life. Yeah, Tokyo Gore Police is amazing. I will continue to be on that train. And Too Absorbent, Too Individual. Crimson Califragilisticexpialidocious.
So, do I get like a percentage on all the Crim-related super chats, or?
I can throw you some.
I'm joking. I'm teasing.
Fair enough.
I am teasing. Sorry, I don't actually. No, I'm good.
Valid.
I'm good.
Valid. Because I was going to commission you for work too, I guess. Yeah, that's
I mean,
cool.
like, I will. I take that. I take that. I take that.
Anyway, back to this.
With still shots and slow pans. The colour palette is all greys, blues and browns. They are almost dull looking but clean. And again, this is all to replicate the prestige dramas of the 2000s and 2010s and maintain the appearance of being
No,
a
it's just
quote-unquote
lighting. It's just lighting and cameras.
Well, no, it's because color grading. The shift in color grading is because of so many job. I already said this.
Yeah,
it's unions. It's because it's more expensive and it's the shift from film to digital.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's all money. It's all it comes down to.
There are other factors coming into play, and it feels like she's not aware of those, or she's not taking those into account.
And again, at this exact same time, you had movies like Mandy doing all these crazy things with color. But again, okay.
And again, Stranger Things as well.
And Stranger Things, exactly. Tons of these movies were doing crazy things with color all at the same time.
The color from outer space, which is, or what's that other one?
From outer space.
Was it The Arrival, the one with Amy Adams, where she started seeing?
Yeah, that's Arrival.
Yeah, that had like these really cool visual effects where everything was like way saturated.
Mm-hmm. Wait, the aliens, right? The alien ones, right?
Yeah, where they're kind of like. She they learns a different language and her brain gets all fucked up. Yeah. And then again, Ari Aster, Midsommar, is famously very vibrant, you know.
Yeah, and even Get Out and Us are
we're
very
doing it again.
What?
We're doing it again. We're doing it again.
Doing it again.
But she's wrong.
She's just wrong. Objectively, she's wrong. This isn't even our opinion.
We don't have to list off. We don't have to list off. She's wrong.
Era with Antlers, The Lodge, and The Turning were criticised heavily for trying to achieve the elevated horror status aesthetically and in their subject matter, but failing to bring in other elements of good filmmaking. All of that said...
Okay, The Lodge I like. I like The Lodge. I think that was pretty good. But it's basically the turning of the screw. The turning is the turning of the screw. Just badly told. It's just a bad adaptation of a book that has existed since 1860. So, bad example there too.
I think also cheap horror films using a gritty dark color grading to make it look more like horror, again, they've been doing that the entire time. If we make it look a certain way, then it is a certain kind and that makes it good, and we're just going to use these cheap visual aesthetics that we learned from better films, and that's the color grading is the reason that film was good.
Yeah.
It's no.
Well, hell, even expensive horror films used shadow to hide the imperfections of scenes. You ever wonder why Alien is lit the way it is? It's to hide how small the sets were, you know?
Or Jaws.
Jaws, exactly.
You barely see the shark because the shark looked very silly. Jurassic Park. you barely see the dinosaurs because the dinosaurs kept breaking down in the rain and shit.
It's
so
amazing how many great elements of these horror films is just them working around the limitations of their technology or their sets. It's incredible. Anyway.
Realism is often used to exemplify how well made something is and how successful it is at being objectively good, even if that's bogus. And I think it undoubtedly contributed to the positive reception of films from this era.
Really?
The tropes of horror seemed a little tired by this point in time, and the genre on a whole was considered unsophisticated.
But now it
Do not bet.
Saw
Don't.
realistic.
Teeth is not realistic. Teeth is so unrealistic. Okay. Saw is realistic. Saw is the same aesthetic in some cases. Some of the Saws are the same visual language as these other elevated films, quote unquote, with the Matrix filter and all that. Just a different filter.
Saw wasn't really. It was considered it was splatterpunk, right? Like it was considered kind of schlocky and like in direct opposition to the people that really liked the psychological. Like there's always been this contention between psychological versus like splatter films in horror. Like
I would
most
say
people prefer one to the other. I tend to like psychological. Nothing against like splatter punk and stuff like that, but
I would say the first Saw is more in line with 7. It's more psychological. There's very little violence in the first Saw, especially relative to what would come in the sequels,
Yeah.
Saw's reputation is not built on that first film. It's built on the follow-ups, even though the first films are the best ones. But it's just funny.
Many such cases.
Exactly. But it's just funny because all the same things she's describing can also be applied to Martyrs, which came out in the 2000s. It also has that same aesthetic, the same visual style, the same muted colors.
We're doing the thing again.
Yeah.
But I think that the point is that like she's making it seem like this contention is something that has happened temporally when it's always happened side by side at the same time.
Exactly.
We've established that.
Yeah, we've established it. Let's keep going.
It had emotional value and could be taken seriously, which did probably connect horror to a much wider audience. Full disclosure, it wasn't until 2018 that I started watching horror. Shout out to The Witch. You changed everything for me. It isn't black and white as to what counts as elevated horror as much as I've tried to define it. But obviously everything makes rules won't apply to every so-called elevated horror, and not every horror from this time period is considered an elevated horror on that basis alone. But in general, these are good films with top-level cinematography and acting. With many of them, you could take away the horror and are left with a really solid, respectable drama film. And as I said, I really do think this style was responsible for getting the wider public to take horror seriously. But the popular horror films of the past couple of years show that we're moving past this. We're tired of it, bored of it, find it pretentious and try-hard. What we seem to love now are these popcorny, schlocky, simple horrors.
Prim, let me ask you a question for you. What was the most financially successful horror film of the 2010s?
I don't pay attention to that kind of thing.
You don't have to think about it. What do you think of the 2010s? What do you think the most successful horror film was?
Oh, you putting me on the spot. Just tell me, dude.
It's it. It's the most popular one.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's nothing like the film she's talking about. Like, that was the biggest one. By a mile, it. And it's like, it's the schlockiest, goofiest, most colorful horror film of the era. And it was made after freaking, like, The Witch and all that. So it's like, everything she just said is completely undermined by the success of the Conjuring series and it. Like, that was what made horror. That was the most mainstream horror films in the era.
I mean, like,
they were big blockbusters, all of them. Like,
I'm frustrated because, like, this is clearly somebody who hasn't liked horror for most. She's so biased. She hasn't liked horror most of her life, and then she started liking horror, and then coincidentally she's like, oh, this is the time that everybody started taking horror seriously. No, that's when you started taking it seriously. Shut up.
It's so frustrating as a fan of the genre.
You're so biased.
And like, the thing is, it's so clear she isn't doing any research on anything. I just saw West Side Tyler in the comments, like, I hate this woman and the opinions are dog shit. Yeah, welcome to the crew. Welcome to where we are with this. Oh, it's so frustrating.
I've been watching horror films for probably longer than I should have been. And
Same.
the first ones I was watching was like the fucking Vincent Price shit that and like The Last Man on Earth and like some Twilight Zone stuff that I pulled down off the shelf from my dad's VHS collection. My mom started letting me read Stephen King when I was 12. I read it when I was like the actual book, not the movie. I read the book before I saw the original movie. I read that. I think I started when I was 13, but it took me that's a big ass book.
Yeah, that book can kill a small animal if you drop it on them.
1,600 pages long, almost 1,700 pages long. And I read that. I started reading that when I was 14, I think, 13 or 14, when I was still in middle school. I don't know why my mom let me read that when I was
especially
young, but that was
all the Stephen King.
And I had already been reading Stephen King for a couple of years at that point.
I think the first Stephen King book I read was The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon. I don't know why I started with that one. It's such a random Stephen King book to start off with.
My first one was In the Eyes of the Dragon, which is a bit more aimed at... Yeah, it's a good one. And then I read Pet Sematary and then Cujo, and then I read it.
Yeah, Pet Sematary was, I think, the second or third I read. It was either that or Dead Zone. I forget which one I read first, but Pet Sematary sticks with me. That's a great one.
Yeah. And then I had already watched a bunch of those like old black and white horror films, and I had been watching those for way longer than I should have been. So.
Oh yeah, my family let me. My mom is not a horror fan. She's scared of almost every horror film ever made. I've gotten her better over the years. My grandmother. My grandmother and aunts got me onto like old horror films. Like
my mom is like, I'm not into horror, and I'm like, Mom, you read so much Stephen King. You read like 70% of his library, and what do you? He's not really horror though, and I'm just like, okay, Mom, whatever.
My mom really loved Anne Rice's Vampire Chronicles. When I was a kid,
Me too.
Which I love too. I love those books; are fantastic. I don't care what anyone says. But I
watched Queen of the Damned at a very formative time in my life.
That had an impact on you. I could tell.
Yeah,
I feel like that makes sense.
And then Interview with a Vampire just made it worse.
God, yeah, such a great and a good adaptation to the first one anyway.
Yeah.
The books are fantastic.
And then I read some of the books, and honestly, if Stephanie Meyer, you could do better.
Yeah, seriously. But like even going back to like I got my start with like the old classics like Universal, the old monster films, like Bela Lugosi, Boris Karloff, Lon Chaney Jr. Lon Chaney's
the Boris Karloff stuff. Yes,
Boris Karloff is fantastic. But like I worked my way through the horror genre, and I'm not even an expert. There's people who know way more than me. Like I one time had a conversation with I've talked to like horror critics before, and like they're so well versed in like the obscure, because they go to the film festivals and they absorb the up and comers, like next decade's Mike Flanagan's essentially when they're first starting off with short films, and like so yeah.
No, there's just
and again, Mike Flanagan has not been mentioned in this whole video.
Yeah. Okay, so I got to see, there's two films that I saw on the film circuit back when I used to work in the industry. I got to go to a festival as part of the press. That was exciting. And I saw Antiviral, which is by what's his name's son.
Yeah, that's Cronenberg's son, right?
Yeah, it's Brandon Cronenberg. And I saw Rhymes for Young Ghouls, which is made, and I'm so sorry, I gotta remember the name because I want to. Rhymes for Young Ghouls. Saw this on the circuit too, and it took them forever to actually get it out. Jeff Barnaby. Jeff Barnaby didn't make a lot because unfortunately he passed away. I don't know if it was due to COVID, but it was during the pandemic. He was an up-and-coming, like, Mi'kmaq Canadian director.
Did he do Blood Quantum?
He did Blood Quantum and Rhymes for Young Ghouls, which are both horrors, and he's so good.
Everyone watch Blood Quantum. It's so good.
Watch Blood Quantum and Rhymes for Young Ghouls. Rhymes for Young Ghouls is a bit more grounded. They're both so good. They're rough, but they're so good.
I got a screener for Blood Quantum when I was writing for CBR, and I remember watching this going like, this movie deserves to be like seen by everyone. It's so good.
I was convinced that Jeff Barnaby was gonna be like the next, like he was gonna be up there with like Lynch and Cronenberg and
He easily. He's such a great filmmaker.
Unfortunately, he directed only 2 feature-length films, and he directed a handful of shorts. I think 4 shorts, and I think he worked on some music videos, and that's all we ever got from him.
It's horrible. Like some of these directors, they have a great start, and that's something horrible happens to them. It's terrible.
Yeah.
But like, no. There's so many talented people in the horror genre today who are starting out, and
he Barnaby is he's used like Blood Quantum and Young Rhymes for Young Ghouls. They look schlocky as hell, and it's a love letter to those sort of 90s and 80s horror films, but they're telling a very personal, troubling, and very, very political story.
Incredibly so. It's especially from the perspective of like the native experience. Like that right there is so.
They're both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Blood
ingrained.
Quantum.
Yeah, very much so.
And then Rhymes for Young Ghouls is about the residential school system, and to say that they're trash and they're not saying anything and they're not elevated, because I don't want to think about it too hard, it spits in the face of movies like this, and it really like freaking like grinds my gears. I guess it really fires me up, because like I just think this guy had a lot of stories to tell, and I was looking forward to seeing more stuff from him. And he died October 13th, 2022. Just looked it up. So
the thing is that bothers me about all this, though, with this whole discussion, is that we're talking about specific films by smaller filmmakers in the grander conversation of horror, and how one filmmaker could have really have had such an impact had he had more time. And this video kind of gives like a big glossary of like, oh, this decade was trash, this decade was elevated, this decade was this was that. And it's so overhead that it kind of diminishes all the parts of it. And how a lot of the elevated horror, quote unquote, was just chasing the coattails of Eggers and Ari Aster, you know? Like a lot of it was just catching that. And a filmmaker like Jennifer Kent, who I think is very complicated, I think, as a figure, with Babadook and then The Nightingale, which I think is a very complicated film to discuss. And most of it I don't feel qualified to discuss. But like, anyway, back to this, I guess. We'll have to go back to this. But I agree with you on all of that. It's incredible. Anyway, sorry, you get sidetracked here, but you're
I think
totally
that's
right.
Lang, American Horror Story. I'm not saying. God, stop saying.
American Horror Story is.
By the way, if it looks like I'm making a little less effort than normal.
It was made by the same guy that did
and
fucking
tonsillitis,
Glee.
and I had scabies,
Yeah.
and it was a fourth worst thing.
Trash. That's definitely
want-
trash, but I like some of it. Okay, that's actually awful. Okay, I feel bad.
I see
That's
the
not
current
cool.
popular wave as defined by simple premises, more humor, and a bolder look, which sometimes includes more kitschy experimental visuals and editing. We're talking Smile 2, the X Trilogy, Barbarian, the Modern Screams, Malignant, Trap, even the Terrifying movies.
Wait. Hang on a second. Simpler concepts, flashier. How is Scream simpler? That's like a bunch of characters you're juggling there. Malignant is a giallo film throwback, like a 70s horror film throwback.
She's being inaccurate, misrepresenting the movie she's talking about. In other news, water is wet.
Exactly. Yeah. None of these apply to what you just described. Okay.
Aesthetically, these films are colourful, bright, striking. Their pacing is fast and attention-grabbing, far from a slow burn. The performances are big, sometimes bordering on campy. They all...
Yeah.
She is saying they are what you were saying they are. So, fair enough.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. I'm good with this.
also go big with their gore. Violence obviously never went away with horror, but these films have no PG-13 Conjuring universe constraints and seem to be leaning ever more into practical.
Wait, The Conjuring is R. They're all R-rated films. Why would you say it's PG-13? Am I going crazy? The Conjuring's R, I'm pretty sure, right? I'm reasonably confident they are, right?
I don't pay attention to ratings.
Yeah, they're all rated R. So why would you say PG-13?
Maybe they were rated something different in British.
Maybe, but they definitely are rated. There's blood. There's stuff in those films. Like, and again, like, okay, trying not to get into it. It was pretty gory. Like, you see a kid's arm get bit off. You know, like.
Okay, so if I may, so people are kind of like shitting on King a little bit, and I will say that King's kind of like a very specific taste, not for everybody. That man sure does love. Okay, because he's kind of like Flanagan and Ari Aster in a way, but he's just been doing it for longer. It's like,
yeah,
okay, bro, you have a very specific set of issues, and you keep making things and stories about the same specific set of issues.
Yeah, no.
And if you don't get it, you're not. If you don't like not one, but if you like don't like the stories that Mike Flanagan tells, you're probably not going to like any of them. Same with Ari Aster, same with King. Like, it's not that they're bad; they're just very specific.
Oh yeah, and also, one thing I'm thinking of too. She mentioned Barbarian, right? Barbarian's a slow burn. Like, it has some comedy to it, but it's the first half hour is a very slow, tense opening. There's not much happening, but the lack of something happening is what drives the tension. And then when the action finally starts again, it switches gears entirely to something totally different. Like, Barbarian is definitely not what she's describing it as until like the very end, where it's more bombastic. But there's some shots in Barbarian. The scariest shot in Barbarian is where like this one character, it's a flashback, goes into a house and it's just all still. Like, it's a still, far away shot. And again, one of the most successful films of this year was Longlegs, which was very much a still, slower psychological film. Anyway, back to this.
Effects with more design to create exceptional and outrageous.
We were doing the thing again.
We're doing the thing again, yeah. It's just examples that counter her entire thing.
As an evolution of elevated horror, they've maintained the high production value and quality acting, among other things, but reject many of the self-serious notions of sophisticated cinema, like overly complex emotional threads and muted color palettes. They seem
Scream is literally just a sequel to a film series that was already going on. Okay, we're good.
To want to be colourful again, funny again, and ultimately, I think they just want to be fun again. I'm interested to see other people's thoughts on.
Yeah, because the substance wasn't about anything deep. It was just a fun, light film. There was nothing deep about the substance at all. that wasn't saying anything about like anything. You know, that was a nothing film. Nothing deep or intelligent or brilliant about it.
But to me, these films feel most akin to the horror of the 80s, where elevated horror has some more late 60s, early 70s seriousness, a la Don't Look Now and The Exorcist. I think Ready or Not, which came out in 2019...
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, what?
Where are we?
What
is happening in this video? What are you talking about?
Ready or Not? What is fundamentally different about Ready or Not?
West Side Tyler, I'm gonna fucking hunt you down and... You shut the fuck up.
Sorry.
I'll bite you.
Yeah,
and I'll bite you hard.
Yeah,
Full
Tyler
force,
Tyler
8
Krim,
seconds.
Tyler Krim loves
Lockjaw.
that's his like favorite fucking director. One of them.
Where do you live? I'll fucking pull up, dude. Outside the Denny's. I'll get you. Let's be 1v1 VidCon, you and me.
Oh, Krim, you gotta watch out. He's been in the army. He can get your ass.
I don't care.
Yeah, you will bite him.
I live on the fucking streets, man. I don't give a shit.
I love this. This is great.
Debate me, bro. No,
that would be no. Critter Clash, Krim and Tyler.
Critter Clash. Yeah, what is the boxing thing? No, fuck the boxing.
Just in the street.
We're going toe to toe on the pavement. You and me. I'm short and low to the ground. It's really hard to knock me over.
This is fair. You use the center of gravity to your advantage.
Yeah, exactly. I will go for this. I do fight dirty. I will go right for the no bits.
Oh no!
I'll get you, dude.
It's terrible. Oh man, Tyler, we love you. Great.
Yeah, it's a bit
it's
for
a bit.
legal purposes.
Yeah, no. Unlike Dominic Noble, where it's definitely also a bit, right?
Yeah, no,
That's
everything's a bit. It's all a bit.
Good.
It's all a bit. Anyway, go ahead, play.
All right, here we
The
go.
directory was really important in establishing the audience desire for fun horror again. This film was a surprise success, gaining its creators' radio silence massive attention and drumming up interest in similar punchy comedic genre films. Ready or Not is the perfect example of pure entertainment, taking a simple, easy to understand premise and putting all of its most interesting ideas on the screen. No.
How is Ready or Not any different from Us, which you consider to be legacy horror? Like, how is it different? In fact, it's more cinematically that aesthetic. It's all sepia tone, basically. Whereas Us is way more colorful. It's way less funny than Us, even though it's also a comedy. There's action, but no more action than there is also in Us. Like it just feels like she's just putting them on a board. Anyway.
Ambiguous backstories, no subtle themes, no fear of being too goofy or too gross. It's brilliant. And while I do keep spouting on about how simple these films are, I do want to highlight that simple films can still be great vessels for deeper ideas. X is a classic group slasher that contains many challenging ideas about sex and ageism. Barbarian handles misogyny and the way women walk through the world in a way that many other films have failed to. And I think a huge part of this is that the films don't hammer the complexity of the themes crazy on the nose. They just
Anthony!
Oh my god. Oh my god. So are you saying that Ready or Not doesn't have its themes on its nose? Ready or Not is not subtle. It's like oh my god. Krim is in. Oh my god, Krim. You and Tyler have to just fight now. I gotta see this. It'd be hilarious. That'd be funny as anything.
Listen.
I will mediate that debate. It'd be funny as anything. I would love it.
In the words of someone that I respect very, very much, I understand your concerns, Tyler. I do not share them.
This is great.
I do think that he can be better, but I think that the thing that I like about Flanagan is that, again, I've been following him since he got out of film school. I can see him maturing and getting better as a filmmaker. If somebody was like a pretty good filmmaker and just was consistently the same quality their entire career, that's boring to me. I'm excited to see what he makes in the next 10 years, the next 20 years.
Well, I think his next film is the Exorcist sequel, I think. I could be mistaken. Anyway, I hear that. We do have about 10 minutes left of this video to get through. It's almost done.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
For audiences to pay attention to them if they want, or leave them if not.
They almost have the same quality as great kids media. They may have complex layers, but the central premise is uncomplicated, understandable, and easy to watch. And entertainment is prioritized.
These filmmakers are happy to let the entertainment, the comedy, the glam, the gore do the talking, rather than try and establish themselves as genius auteurs, tackling big issues or big ideas. It's interesting.
Why are you counting the substance in that then? Like the substance. Okay. Apparently, Us is elevated horror according to this creator, even though Ready or Not is the same kind of movie in terms of style and structure and comedy beats and thematic importance and ideas. But apparently the substance is not elevated and intelligent. It's just fun. The substance is just a fun, happy movie. And Prey has no themes either, especially not about, Native Americans and okay. That's fine. I'm sure this makes total sense.
To compare the two Smile films here, because while I really enjoyed both, their reception was vastly different. Smile 1, which stars the excellent Sosie Bacon as a therapist, got a lot of flack for being a soulless trauma horror when it was released, whereas Smile 2, featuring Naomi Scott as pop singer and icon Sky Riley, made a pretty big positive splash. While they have near identical premises, stressed out women followed by the same slowly walking, smiling entity, Smile 1's packaging is all elevated horror coded. Drab color grading, earnest performances, a heavy focus on the idea that is a reflection of trauma. And when it came out,
are you?
Smile is okay. No, keep going. Just keep going. Okay, she's wrong. She's incorrect.
In 2002,
she's wrong.
She's just wrong.
People were feeling pretty over this style. I remember many reviews dragging it for feeling hollow, even insincere in its representation of trauma, and just trying to hop into the trend of exploiting mental health struggles for scares. Smile 2 still deals with Sky Riley's own traumas, mainly struggles with addiction and the death of her partner, but it's not the film's sole focus or purpose. The pop star packaging keeps it high-paced and creates a completely different audiovisual environment for the Smile premise to thrive in. The changes made by the director, who headed both projects, Smile 1 and Smile 2, are a really interesting reflection of how horror is evolving in the 2020s.
No, I just want to talk about a pop star. That's the only reason. It reflects the main character. Okay.
People really responded to this more high-energy horror. I feel like many of the current popular horrors are almost flipping the form of big, complex ideas packaged in realism that we had with elevated horror to simple ideas in crazy packages. They're not afraid of being seen as just good demon movies or good slasher films. They are leaning into simple fun. Megan, Bodies, 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 Orphan, First Kill. These films aren't trying to win Oscars. But speaking of Oscars, being...
Okay. I can't react to every piece of idiocy.
Bold and camp and crazy doesn't mean that they can't be recognized by prestige audiences. A film like The Substance, which is so goofy and uncouth, getting a Best Picture nomination is
what?
Huge. It's truly quite unprecedented and marks a wider acceptance and appreciation for the thrills and spills of schlock.
The greatest scene in The Substance is Demi Moore just putting makeup on. There's no gore, there's no violence, it's just seeing a person's unshackled insecurities on screen. But it's just goofy fun. Just fun, guys. It's like you didn't... How can you watch...
It's almost like she doesn't get it.
Yeah.
No, that's mean.
I think it went over her head.
See, that's the difference. If she doesn't understand a movie, it's good, like, sloppy, silly fun.
It's a deeply upsetting movie, The Substance. Like, I found it's very entertaining. It's wild, sure. But, like... a lot of people don't enjoy the last act of the film because it's so over the top.
I just think British people should have less rights. I just think that maybe they should stop. I think they should stop talking.
But like, and even then, like, I think she referenced like "Talk to Me" too as being like a lighter film, but that was like about drug addiction and, you know, party culture and peer pressure in society. Also, Bodies, Bodies, Bodies is also a very... It's not a schlocky
You're doing
film.
the thing again, Aunt. You're doing the thing again.
Okay, that's
she's
true.
wrong.
She's
in
wrong.
so many
Okay.
examples. Yeah,
all that said,
she's wrong.
Why are these simple, schlocky popcorn movies having such a moment? I think there are two answers.
They always have.
Simply that
Always
everything
have.
has
They've
its
always been
time.
here.
We tire of certain styles, and it's
The
inevitable
Conjuring... Okay.
that people will look to new ideals and aesthetics eventually. The second reason runs a little deeper. In the elevated horror period, filmmakers were platforming and dissecting trauma, race, and politics, and I think it's all become a bit much. We're overseeing it on our screens in part because it's just overdone,
That's
but also
so-
because some of it is too real to be enjoyable. I've watched several...
Okay. This is, apparently the race was... apparently racism was just
There's
too much.
no alcohol left in my fridge, Anthony.
I know. I'm so sorry. Apparently, the racism is the problem. We just need less racism discussed ever, apparently. It's too much racism. Let's stop talking about racism. Because that never comes
No,
up.
she didn't get on Nebula, right?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
As far as I know. Like, horror has
Lindsay
always...
Ellis said, "You can't sit with us.
Horror
You can't sit with us."
Horror has always reflected the themes and ideas of the time in which
Oh
it's
my
made. All horror deals with this. Night of the Living Dead was about racism.
You can't say that.
Okay. Just because Jordan Peele was the first black director you've seen make a horror movie does not mean he was the first black director to make a horror movie. Freaking Tales from the Hood was dealing with this stuff in a less subtle way back in the 90s. And Tales from the Hood's actually really good. If you haven't seen Tales from the Hood, watch Tales from the Hood. It's really freaking good.
But I will.
It's so good, and it's some of the least subtle filmmaking. Like you can tell that what's his name? I'm trying to think of his name. Do the Right Thing. Malcolm X. Oh crap! I'm trying to blank on his name. I can't believe it. Where's a lot of
Sorry, I just my mood improved because somebody sent me fan art.
Oh, cool. Do you want me to share it?
No, it was in Discord. It's unrelated to this.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, no. Spike Lee. There we go. Yeah, you can tell it's a Spike Lee produced film. It's so good though. But yeah. Anyway, Tales from the Hood. Watch it. Okay, back to this absurdity.
Great essays on blackness in horror and how several failed horror projects from black creators and otherwise have centered the trauma and suffering so much that they give nothing to black audiences other than painful reminders. I highly recommend
That's not what those videos are about. I've seen them. They're more about how companies exploit black pain in movies, but it's not by using racist stereotypes as like horror villains. It's a very
also
specific
not
thing.
But it's also not like specific to horror.
Yeah.
Because
exactly. And it's like
yeah.
And it's only the specific uses of the tropes. It's not the whole movie itself, the whole show.
It's not lewd fan art. It's just I'll probably post it on my Tumblr later. It's actually might even be on Tumblr already. It's not lewd. Jesus Christ.
But like the way that she's misrepresenting these arguments is a little upsetting to me because I'm like, these are talking about specific things. They're not talking about Get Out. They're talking about like Lovecraft Country and the one other show on Amazon Prime that everyone said was terrible already. Like they're talking about movies that did it really badly, like not ones that are sophisticated. Sorry. Like the way having seen these discussions and having like watched them and like engaged with the ideas they're presenting, it just feels like she completely misunderstood what they were talking about.
Keep
Ganja and Hess,
Princess
thank you.
Name out of your mouth.
Yeah. Also, Ganja and Hess. Shout out to Ganja and Hess. I saw it in the comments. Yeah. Ganja and Hess is an amazing movie. It's the only other appearance, think of Dwayne Jones from Night of the Living Dead, aside from Night of the Living Dead. It's a vampire film that deals with a lot of themes of cultural appropriation and cultural assimilation. It is absolutely fantastic. And from the 70s, too. It's really good. Spike Lee tried remaking it. I don't think his remake was very good.
Recommend Princess Weeks and Goldfrow's videos on this. Point being, even in
Anthony,
horror,
they're all saying to this YouTuber, I wonder why.
And right now, when for so many people
wonder.
that's present in their real lives, people want to escape. From our horror films, we just want the goods. We want to get lost in the cinema. We want to laugh and scream and feel adrenaline. As bad or juvenile as it might sound on the surface,
experience is not universal.
Yeah. Also, she used a movie, one of them, aside from the substance, which obviously is immensely deep and has a lot of ideas to it, she used a movie, Fresh, at one point, where the main villain takes a woman's ass and cooks it. Like, cuts off her butt and cooks it. There is so much deep ideas to that, and so much obvious social satire of how men objectify and want to control and hold women essentially as like objects to like consume or sell.
People that are like, I just want to escape into my fiction and not think about it, are so anti-intellectual. It drives me crazy. Yeah. It's the same people that are like, sometimes the curtains are blue. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Horror is always reflective of the societal fears. Always. Because if you're not afraid of it, it's not horrifying. It always is a reflection of societal terrors that you are dealing with. Without any exception. Like, there is no exception to this. It's always about that in some level. So she just fundamentally misunderstands what constructs horror from its foundation. Like, on a foundational level with this discussion. Like, yeah, there's escapist horror that's fun, but it's still drawing upon some fear that we have on a societal or even spiritual level. Also, Pearl is literally about escapism and deconstructing it. Like, it's literally about someone who wants to be a star. Like, ugh. Fucking
To
misinsanity in these
demand
movies.
us to think. And if we are thinking, we don't want the messages forced down our throats. Same goes for how we feel. Being forced into places
Oh my
of emotional
God.
reality is draining.
And the fact that she took 2 video essays from black
Hold on a
creators to
second.
justify it not being messages not being
Hold on a
forced down her throat really pisses me off. It's
What's this person's?
girl on film.
What's this? Okay.
What are we doing now? I'm curious.
Because forced down our throats is such a fucking dog whistle.
Yeah.
What else
Such a
kind of
dog.
videos do you make?
Yeah. I can put that on screen. Open the new tab.
Oh, I'm looking myself as well. Okay.
Ghosts.
So she okay. She does a lot of. Wait a minute. Okay. She does a lot of stuff on horror.
Yeah, a lot of horror.
Pretty much exclusively horror.
Which is interesting because it feels like she's completely misrepresenting what it is.
Does she have a Twitter? I'm curious now because Instagram and Letterboxd. Okay. Interesting.
And she's mentioned martyrs. Okay, that's really interesting. And mentioned the ideas of fresh.
Because whenever I hear somebody's like, "You don't have to shove it down our throat," I'm just like, "Are you a fucking cop?" Like,
yeah, right.
like I don't like whenever somebody says that. It's just like makes my hair stand on end because it's like,
Yeah, it's a
It's just-
immediate red flags.
Well, because you know where I first heard that from is or I think it's people that were like, oh well, you know, you can be gay, just don't shove it down our throats. That's where I first heard people say that term.
Exactly.
So whenever somebody says that term, I'm just very suspicious of them immediately.
Yeah.
It's just like a very suspicious thing to say because to me it speaks to the kind of people that you were around when that was being said.
Yeah, and again, like there is also, I think back, and this was kind of because at the beginning of this video, we watched a video where they mentioned In Praise of Shadows. There is a fear, there is a concern that any horror critic any critic of cinema and media should have, where you don't want to poo-poo someone for being like too disengaged from the ideas of a story. You don't want to get to that point. But she's in this so disconnect, but it's such a obvious disconnect here. It's like really frustrating because you're watching this going like, okay, but you're super oversimplifying this and talking in really big terms.
If you are going to make your cash, if you're going to make your money, your living off of being a critic, yeah, you have to be an intellectual. Sorry. That's the job that you signed up for. If you just want to sit down and not think about the movies that you want to watch, go get a different job. Go get a big girl job if you don't like being a critic and if you don't like thinking critically about the things that you watch. If you just want to sit down and watch popcorn films, you're free to do that. But like you're negatively contributing to the cultural zeitgeist on YouTube by like saying this kind of shit.
Exactly, and especially with a platform like YouTube where there was so much false perspectives, and you really have to be like thorough with how you analyze this stuff and understand the ideas, the making of it, and to say this is probably why all these films made this decision and not some economic choice or some general trends. It's like with the equipment, with the style, with the training. It's so frustrating because it is. People in comments are saying it's like the curtains are blue kind of argument. Like, no, it's that.
Well, that was my point initially.
Exactly, that was your point. Yeah, so they're echoing you in this case. It is. It's like the curtains are blue. That's what the whole aesthetic is. The substance doesn't mean anything. It's just blue. Apparently. Anyway, we're almost done. The last chunk of this is an ad read, so we're actually almost done with the video.
What we're craving right now is escapism.
No, we're
Art
not.
is so often a response to the time. And unless your head
Oh,
is
can you
completely
pause for a
buried in
second?
Go for it.
Okay. Do you think that maybe at a time where anti-intellectualism is on like the warpath, is on an all-time high, where people are being taken out of school and homeschooled in places where they don't even know, like there are people that don't even know the origin of the human species because they've been pulled from school and they've been taught that, sorry to get super political on this stream, so rare of me, but
So
like
rare, never happens.
Look who the fucking president of the United States is right now. Do you think that maybe there is a reason why there is a pushback against intellectual stuff and that, or intellectual like art, and maybe that's not a good thing?
Well, also, let's look at where she's coming from because she's British. Even ignoring the American political system, Britain right now has been having the exact same thing happen there too.
Yes.
Like,
I'm not American either. Because I just know that most of the audience is. I'm trying to prove a point.
That's fair. But with Britain, it's a lot of the same thing, just different policies, like Labour and the Tories and all that. It's a lot of back and forth that's just ugly, I think, at this point. Anyway, let's wrap this up because we're almost done and I'm about to fall over.
And you can probably agree we're living in increasingly dark times. There are hints of economic recession world over, frightening dynamics between world leaders emerging, and many long-running global conflicts coming to a head. And amidst all of that, homophobia, racism, and sexism is running rampant and destroying communities. Things aren't just down and drab, they're frightening and unpredictable. Basically, we are in the wrong timeline. We've seen serious times counteracted by bizarre art before, with art movement Dadaism being accepted in the wake of World War I, and with the crazy times we're in, I think we might find ourselves moving from just escapism
because
to
Dadaism isn't
dreamlike,
saying
surreal
anything.
and absurd.
Yeah, that was because Dadaism was opposing meaning, and that was the meaning. Like, that,
you know
it
what?
was deliberately absurd for the sake of being absurd because that was the point. Like, it's very. I almost wonder. Like she's touching on these ideas of like. Of philosophy and how things are uncertain and people want something stable. I get that. That's fine. But then she calls comic book movies an epidemic. It's like one of those things where it's like, I'm just getting mixed signals here. She says, we don't want messages shoved down our throat, but then laments how there are these political uncertainties in life. But it's like, it just feels like we're going back and forth in the same ideas here, and it's really weird. It's like whiplash. Like, wait, hang on, what? Where do you stand on this? It's
the thing is,
I think it's kind of...
here's my an illustration of how I think that it's not really a temporal thing like she's trying to think it is. I think that Severance is the new Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
It's this generation's Twin Peaks. It is so good. It's breaking so many boundaries, but it's that similar sort of like psychological, very political, very thoughtful, and like thought-provoking horror. Nothing has changed. Time is a flat circle.
Exactly.
So, and that just came out a few years ago, and the new season came out this past couple of months. So I don't think that intellectual film and horror is going away. That thing is sorry, I'm fine.
But even like
I'm okay.
even this past year there was a horror film that was criticized because it was dealing with a topic that was very sensitive, and I don't think it dealt with it very well, but it was the woman in the field, or the woman in the yard, or something like that. It dealt with themes of deep-seated
Those
depression.
women be doing
It was
things in places.
Yeah. It was a woman was somewhere on the area, and it dealt with a lot.
Not in the window, not that one.
Not the window. It wasn't the window. It wasn't the one in black. It was dealing with themes of self-destruction. We'll say self-destructive thoughts. And a lot of people were upset over the ideas presented. The film was rejected by some horror critics, and some horror critics really embraced it because it was discussing tough questions that had no real answers.
Well,
but like it's just proof that we're still getting a lot of films that deal with thought-provoking ideas, even, and again, like before, most of them aren't that good because most films aren't that good. Women in the Art, thank you. Yeah, very controversial film among horror critics, I should say.
I think that.
Oh yeah, she hasn't mentioned this on the TV Glow.
I would like to offer up a counter thesis.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's not that right now we want escapism. It's not that at other certain times we want like a critical analysis. I think above all, what we want from horror and from stories in general is sincerity and that personal touch. Because so many of the movies that she mentioned that were bad, like Smile, like the first Smile movie having that certain specific, like it was hollow and yada yada. It's because it didn't feel very sincere. It was so, like, it didn't have that sort of
sincerity. It felt
sincerity.
It felt superficial, I think, at times.
And I think regardless of whether it's like you're just going into this as a popcorn inhaling fest, and I have my movies like that I like too, like
Highlander.
Sucker Punch. I love to just inhale popcorn too, but I also like my intellectual stuff. But the thing that I value in both like Severance and Sucker Punch is that there's like a kind of sincerity to them that you don't always find in movies that make them feel a little bit more special.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. 100% agree with that. All right.
And also, like, I am not going to defend Sucker Punch. I know it's garbage, but I like watching it.
It's so dumb, but it's fun. It's charming. All right. Let's wrap this up because I'm going to start passing out soon because I'm really tired.
Okay, sorry.
Days.
Wacky, dare I say, phantasmagorical weirdness could manifest in horror in various ways. It might take horror cinema down a more camp, satirical, larger-than-life path, like The Substance. Or we might see a trend of more serious but abstract, ambiguous films like Beau is Afraid. Which, would you look at that, I just explained in my last video. Check it out, because it did not get a lot of views. We're already seeing boundary-pushing
I wonder why.
with the likes of The Substance, Pearl, even Smile 2. There are choices made that break current story conventions like Barbarian's 3-story structure with hard cuts to a singing Justin Long an hour in. These films are testing the waters, seeing how audiences respond to unusual framing devices and visual language. Language. Sometimes I don't think it works. Why did Smile 2 flip this shot upside down? Is it because it looks like a frown? Was it a necessary addition? I don't know. I just thought it looked like it was trying a bit too hard to be wacky, but it's nice to see filmmakers trying something. To take risks. Two outliers from the elevated horror period are Climax and Mandy, both from 2018, which again distort conventions of filmmaking, storytelling, and the visual identity of horror. I expect the positive reception to both these films likely challenged and inspired other filmmakers producing the current wave of popular horror. Yes, Argento did it first, but Mandy's saturated neon palette was absolutely repeated in coming years, and I think contributed to the more colourful look of recent horror. Mandy and...
What about The Substance's director's previous movie, Revenge? I don't know.
Climax share an unusually slow building structure and late title card, which is something that cropped up again later in Fresh and Evil Dead Rise. And aside from these elements, I think the actual ideas in horror will expand into more bizarre and ambiguous territory than we're currently seeing. All in all, I think that there's a possibility of a realism collapse across film genres, as we've been so fixated on it for such a long period. But I certainly think for horror, an inherently boundary-breaking, culture-shaking genre, that we can prepare for realism to be removed from its pedestal. And I think hard economic and political times will push us into more abstract and nonsensical horror cinema becoming the popular trend. So expect horror cinema to get even weirder, my friends. I, for one, am feeling pretty darn excited for it. And now a film...
Wait a second. She never mentioned It Follows. That was like one of the big elevated horror movies, quote-unquote, of the time when that first came out. Anyway, that's another one. Oh, The Conjuring.
To sate your weird cinema palette. If you're looking to...
Alright, that's the end of the video. This is an ad read now.
I'm looking at her body of work, and apart from like very specific outliers, it looks like most of the stuff that she's... Anyway.
A lot of it seems very like specifics, like genre overviews, which that's fine. You know, Ghosts are great. You know, I love Ghosts. Tim Burton is a guy. Like, but a lot of it feels very like general broad strokes of genre, and with the exception of like she mentions Martyrs, Beau's Afraid, and Pearl, and Suspiria very specifically. And I love those movies; they're all great. But like, I don't know. Anyway, Let's read a few super chats, and I'm going to pass out because I'm really tired. I still have to finish working on the video for next week as well. Oh my goodness, that was frustrating. Okay, where did I leave off? Oh, Arthur Claiborne writes, Megan was very much elevated horror. It was elevated to fun. I don't know. Megan is pretty goofy. I love Megan, but it's really goofy. Adrian Parchman, I wonder, what will she say about Cinder then? Nothing. Nothing at all, apparently. Lunember, 95. I guess you could say the villain wanted, and in regards to fresh, wanted fresh buns. I love that joke. That's terrible. Please, thank you. Gavin Careth, Unescapism, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Realize the Curtains Are More Than Fucking Blue. Yeah, right. And Paige Lego, Party still going, boys? I can't keep up with the youngins. I gotta head to bed. So do I. I'm gonna pass out right now. But yeah, Krim, how are you feeling right now?
Dehydrated.
Yeah, right. This has aged me 100 years. But yeah, no. So I'm gonna.
I have no Fresca, Aunt. You don't understand.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I'm about to pass out, so I think I'm going to unceremoniously end the stream now. Krim, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for letting me come on and elongate your stream into the wee hours of the morning.
It's all good.
It's so kind of you.
I'm a sucker for the ad revenue. I mean, I'm a sucker for enjoying a fun time with friends.
I mean, those super chats are nice, though.
Those super chats are nice. I'm not gonna lie.
Make sure to like and subscribe to Ant's channel, you guys, if you're not already.
If you're watching this right now, please like the video so we can push it onto more people who were not around during the stream when it aired. Also,
and if you're still watching and your name is Westside Tyler, me and you, VidCon this year in the parking lot. It's on.
I would watch. That'd be fun as anything. All right.
I don't have a passport, and I'm not going to the States because I enjoy being alive and having my rights. But in theory, it's funny.
I'll have to go to a Canadian convention then at some point. It'd be fun.
Well, I couldn't get into DashCon because fucking
tried to get into DashCon. It did not work out.
Not only did me and you try to get into DashCon as like guests, but we applied for a panel and we didn't get that too. Either.
We got doubly rejected from DashCon too. I'm upset.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I'm a tiny creator. You're up and coming. They had more important people, I guess.
I know a couple people who asked to join at DashCon. I won't say who, but I did talk to someone who was invited directly.
Did they accept?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Who knows? I have no idea.
I have some opinions about DashCon 2 that I will not share publicly until after it's over and my suspicions have been confirmed
or denied. Hopefully denied.
Or denied.
I hope.
I don't think my suspicions are like damning. I just think that it says a lot. It explains a lot.
Yeah.
And it's not even necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, I hope for the best for the con. I know I don't want to see them like have a situation where I want to see people have a good time, but I'm a little worried based on just
so guys, please don't trash that fucking like convention center because it's the Japanese Cultural Center in Toronto. Please don't fucking trash the gardens there.
It's it's not a big convention center, you're saying, right? It's like a
very
small one.
No, it's quite small in Toronto, which you have bigger, but anyway.
Yeah.
So be nice if any of you are going to DashCon. Please be nice to the grounds.
Seriously. I do love how Madeline almost got like a panel, but we got rejected like immediately.
Did Jazzy get one?
Jazzy,
I think a virtual.
I think she applied, but I think she got rejected too. I think Madeline was the closest. I think she got farther along than any of us. I think, but I could be mistaken. But anyway, because we all tried, we collaborated. We're trying to get in. It didn't work out. Anyway, I'll thank you, Krim, once again. I really appreciate you coming on. and dealing with the madness that was this video. At least you didn't have to listen to Jar explain abortion.
Yeah, I intentionally sat that one. I thought you were gonna do that one, dude.
we got 30 seconds in before we tapped out and watched something else of his, because he was just freaking reading off like Wikipedia articles basically. Like he was just doing the most boring way of doing it. It wasn't even funny.
Oh boy,
it wasn't even like because you kind of think, oh, Jar talking about a controversial topic, it's at least going to be like entertaining. But no, it was the most boring thing possible. It really sucked.
Rage baiting.
He was just rage baiting. It was boring. It was boring rage bait, which is the worst kind of rage bait because no one feels upset. You just kind of feel like you missed out on something that could have been interesting.
I mean, I guess it kind of worked because we're talking about it now.
That's true. I'm more upset it wasn't rage baiting enough. I'm rage baited by the lack of rage bait in the rage bait. It's really
5D chess.
Oh my god, Jar is a genius. He played me like a fiddle. The madman. It worked.
All right, I gotta go finish defrosting my freezer. So.
All right, I'll be seeing you and everyone else. Take care, everyone. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Once I figure out how to switch to the end screen. Oh, there we go. It's the end screen now. I can turn it off now.
I believe in you.
I hope I get it right. All right, I haven't hit the end button yet, so everything you're saying right now is broadcasted to the end.
Okay. So my credit card number.
Excellent. Please, hand me your credit card and Social Security so I can properly.
Okay. Awesome.
All right. Actually,
Perfect.